limits with this Arden. Arden, one of the tankiest heroes, can put himself in that frontliner position for his team and just doing an incredible job. Yeah, especially when he has both the Fountain of Renewal and the Crucible. It's so much utility for the team. Zhuan, as we talked about, likes to build more offensive items than defensive, has the Fountain of Renewal, but now also has a Clockwork and just picked up an Eclipse Prism, which is, of course, very likely going to be turned into an Aftershock. So it's that really aggressive roam that he loves playing, but we'll see if it can pay off as they go in for a fight. Well, the stun was blocked from Zhuan, but the Tony Lewis stun lands onto Waldemar. Raph on Yakun in the back. Waldemar will be the first to fall. Nice kill here. Oh, it looks like Kraken wants to fight as well. Yakun goes down. Now it's a 2v2. Kraken's in the mix, and Kraken's smashing away on these guys. Tony Lewis down, and Zhuan's got to make a quick exit out of here. Can he do it? Merciless Pursuit was activated, but it looks like he's caught. There's the ace, and now SK will move on to take this Kraken. Yeah, really nice fight. It looked so good for Angry Pandas initially, but then all of a sudden, the positioning, Kraken started hitting both Pandas members instead of the SK members like they had hoped, and that completely turned the fight. We saw it was Tony Luo getting killed mid-rocket leap right before he landed the stun onto Raph there. And then, of course, Yakun getting that kill, but then Kraken picking up the kill in return. And so that is the ace and the Kraken going to be coming down the lane into the Angry Pandas base. And with this gold deficit that they're currently sitting at, it's going to be so difficult to defend this one. Oh, it truly will. So we see Double Infuse coming out of our Ringo here. They're going to need every tool, every perfect play that they can get to go ahead and keep themselves alive here in this first match of our tournament. And oh gosh, this is just stressful situations for Angry Pandas. Guys, send them your energy if you're an Angry Pandas fan, because they're going to need it. Kraken slowly lumbering its way into the base. Jetpacks frontlining for his team. Has Waldemar been caught? Beautiful rocket leap in. All the fountains out. Waldemar still alive. Gauntlets down. Huge damage coming out. And Tony Lewin not going to be doing damage with that big red button as he does go down. Yakun barely making it back to the fountain. Last man standing. It's a 2-versus-1 with Kraken hammering away on the base. And it looks like this is going to be all she wrote here for Angry Pandas if they can seal this deal out, Bacon. Yeah, this is going to be a miracle if Yakun can stop it, but it doesn't look like he will be able to. The ultimate goes out onto the Black Feather, but it's just not quite enough, as actually the shutdown did come through, but they are just going to continue fighting. The Kraken is just too healthy though, and the crystal is shattered, and that is SK Prometheus taking game number 1 against Angry Pandas, but it wasn't without a fight. Angry Pandas, they really played that game so well for the first 10 minutes, even though it wasn't, their typical style. To see SK celebrating that one. Looks like just another day at the office for them, because that's just how they play this game. That's what their style is. They wait until they find an opportunity, they find an opening, and just take full advantage. But Angry Pandas, we talk about them being that happy-go-lucky team, and you can see there, still smiles on their faces despite the loss. And we're going to be looking forward to game number 2 from them. See if they have something else unexpected to pull out. Oh, I'm sure they do. They definitely do. We've had a chance to talk with all of these teams here. Angry Pandas letting us know that they're comfortable pulling out pretty much anything whatever they think that they can get to win these games. And interesting here, we see, with Raph on this new SK roster coming in, Jetpack's going right back to his roam position here. Yeah, so, absolutely. That was one of the big things the analysts were describing it, is with this roster change that they made, they're able to be so much more consistent in their positioning. But to go over that game a little bit more in depth, we're going to go ahead and throw it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Tasty Bacon. And they just talked about it right there, Shingy. It was very interesting. Jetpacks, he can obviously play a roam-style jungler, but with certain comps, instead opting to go to the roam position. I think that was actually a very good choice, because Tony's particular style of play in the jungle is very aggressive, and I think it's a perfect counter to Jetpacks, who likes to apply pressure in the lane consistently. So
by putting Raph in the jungle, I think that was a very good choice and letting Jetpack stay with Waldemar in the lane instead.
And Rome, does that have to do with the Black Feather pick and how strong Raph is on that Black Feather?
Yeah, my best guess was that Raph was the more consistent in terms of they had more confidence putting him on that Black Feather, whereas we saw excellent plays coming out of Jetpack's that last round, making sure that every gauntlet he threw down was always trapping at least one or two of the Angry Pandas Black team. But you know, looking here, I think they are making a substitution on the Angry Pandas Black side.
Oh, has he gotten here?
I see the hype coming out of the crowd and from the Angry Pandas Black team.
All right, so of course they have a starting player in Leia, who was also trying to get here in time, and maybe he's just arrived, cleared customs, and will be able to get in for the second match, which would certainly be a shot in the arm for them. Another thing, Rome, that was very interesting was just how passive SK was. They played it very well. They knew they wanted to get into the later stages of the game. It was like 0-0 for the first 8 minutes. That was perfect for them.
Yeah, and this is something like they fell, Angry Pandas Black fell into the side of the SK Prometheus team where they had the double stuns coming out of that jungle and they didn't make any benefit come out of it. They had a lot of chances where they could have rotated up to lane, making sure that they were putting a lot of harass onto that Scarf, but there just wasn't anything coming out of it. So instead, they put up some focus into that jungle where I would have liked to see a lot more rotations coming out of that Ringo, making sure that they are doing a lot of the invasions. But instead, you know, Blackfeather, he just had a time of his life farming. Same with Waldemar, just staying up in that lane, getting up his CS, and then pushing that first turret down by himself very quickly.
So Rome spotting that there might be a roster change incoming. We don't have that confirmed yet. It could also be some part of their support staff. But Shingi, if it is Leia coming in, what does he bring to this lineup?
Well, Leia and Tony have been playing since the original Fitzbellin team was, which was almost a year ago.
Wow, Fitzbellin.
Yeah, so they're in the original roster along with Bayou, you know, a familiar name. So they're very excellent synergy together. I think together they make a very formidable pair. They have excellent synergy. They know exactly what each other is going to do at particular points in the game. And I think with Leia and Xuanxun there, I think this game should hopefully go a little bit better.
All right, and Rome, you know what? At the end of the day, this is the 1 seed. The qualifier winner have won multiple qualifiers in SK Prometheus against an 8 seed. So to some degree, this is how you would expect this day 1 match to go.
Well, most definitely, like just because like in recent qualifiers, we do see SK Prometheus always being the heavy favorite compared to, say, Angry Pandas Black. But looking back at last season, Angry Pandas Black, they had a lot of upsets where they're taking out top seeded teams, and they did an excellent job doing so. I feel that as long as they're able to grab an advantage during their compositions, and if they're actually able to really enforce it, making sure that they're playing out all their strategic moves ahead of time, they will be doing a lot better. We saw during their last match, they weren't doing too much in terms of following up, making sure that they were rotating and cooperating as a group of 3, and this is something they really have to focus on in this second game.
All right, and Xingyi, the Crucibles were on point for SK in that game.
Well, the Crucibles were on point, absolutely, with the the Hellfire Brew coming out from Ringo every time. You know, he's a Crystal Ringo. They blocked it. They blocked the stuns. It was very nicely played by them.
All right, and Rome, I know you have been keeping your eye on these players. You've had a chance to see 1 full match now, and understanding that, who would be, say, for the SK Prometheus side, your Amazon Coins player to watch?
My player to watch for this second match would be Jetpacks, due to the fact that he has been around long enough where he knows exactly how to direct his team. Him being the primary shot caller for the SK Prometheus side, he's doing a great job in terms of, we saw last game, the rotations have always been on point, and you saw like the whole SK team, like they all had their individual roles, where Scarf was always up in that lane, making sure that he was farming towards that late game, and this was their primary focus, making sure that they get past that 10 to 15 minute mark, and then once they're grabbing up their tier 3 items, they push all the way.
All right, and on the Angry Panda side?
For the Angry Panda side, I do have to look at Tony Loa, due to the fact that he wasn't on the roster during the last live championship, and with him there, it gives them that full unity in terms of these are the guys that are always practicing together. These are the guys that they feel most confident with. So he should be that changing factor coming onto this roster.
All right, and Xingyi, if you were in the corner of Angry Pandas now, potentially with their roster back together, what would you be telling them to try to change the tenor of the second match?
I think they should continue to try and play their early game. They did, like Rom said, they did have the early game aggression. That there was a potential for it, but they didn't take advantage of that. And I think that's what lost in the game later on. I think in terms of picks, we'll probably see similar things. We'll probably be trying to do different things, but trying to do the same thing, but with the different players this time, I think we can see better synergy coming out from them.
That's very interesting. While we wait for the second game, for the draft of the second game to get underway, we do have a Pocket Gamer sideline report with Rick. Let's go to him now.
Yeah. Well, obviously, SK Prometheus came in at this at the #1 seed, so definitely a team to beat. Angry Pandas Black, #8, but always a fun team to have. They're always very happy and smiley. But SK Prometheus, definitely the ones to have fought against. But they said to me, they're the top ones to beat. They're going to be the ones who everyone wants to fight against. But they said to me earlier today that actually, you need to respect your enemy, and it could go either way with it at Angry Pandas Black in the second match. Back to the desk.
All right, thank you very much, Rick. And it is important that you don't overlook any opponent. These are the top 8 teams out of hundreds of teams. So if they got here for a reason, Shingy.
And I was just going to say one thing. We'll probably be expecting to see some, an interesting statistic is that in the previous qualifiers, the average match time for the Angry Pandas has been around 11 minutes. Whereas
11 minutes?
11 minutes, I know, it's very fast, very short games. And whereas for SK Prometheus, it's been around the 18, 19-minute mark. So the Pandas don't really want to get into that late game. They're not very good at the late game. They make mistakes a bit more easily. Mistakes matter more at that point.
And so what is the explanation then for how passive those first 8 or so minutes were in this game? Was that just kind of getting nerves out? Did it have to do with the comps? What was that about?
Personally, I think it's probably just to do with the roster change. They've been practicing with him for like the past few weeks, I think, but the synergy's not quite there. They're not really sure when to push together as a team and when to, withdraw.
Okay, so Rome, on the other side, is it just business as usual for SK trying to close this out?
Yeah, they actually started off that last match very strong. They knew exactly what they were doing. And one of the great highlights that you actually pointed out was there were 0 deaths coming out of their team up until that 8-minute mark, where this is actually where they really started to shine. Like, it shows the strengths and it shows the efficiency of the team play overall, where they knew exactly when they had to rotate down, when they had to really back off from any engagement.
All right, so we are moments away from the draft in Game 2 of this best of 3, and it will be an opportunity to see if this roster change came into effect. And it is Leia, so that is a nice shot on the arm for this Angry Pandas Black team. And maybe these bans are all going to go true to form here in Europe, where Kroll and Adagio are so important. We'll wait and see if SK Prometheus takes the Adagio away, or if they force Angry Pandas essentially to take it.
Yeah, and what we've seen, like we saw last match, was that first ban coming out. And with Kroll out of that picture, like, they have to put SK Prometheus on another chance that they will be running a very similar composition. So taking that into mind, I do hope that Angry Pandas Black is able to secure themselves out a very strong, early aggressive composition overall.
All right, so Shingy, the Ozo ban, even though we did see him in North America, this almost feels more like a pass on the ban, that they decided not to take anything off the board and make it a little bit more complex for Angry Pandas Black.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by that. Ozo's being a relatively new hero to the fold. I don't think the Angry Pandas Black have been practicing him very much with him or against him. So I think a bit of an unusual ban there. Yeah,
really, I think they're just leaving all options open. But one thing that Angry Pandas Black is taking away is Blackfeather.
Yeah, and just speaking briefly about that Ozo ban, I believe that the SK Prometheus side is actually just playing a little mind game with their opponents, leaving that Adagio open just to see what kind of compositions that Angry Pandas Black will actually make out of this.
Yeah, and it went exactly as we talked about here. They left the Adagio open, Angry Pandas Black declined to take it, and they will scoop that up. And Jetpack's not necessarily on the Adagio, but he sure is a good Adagio.
Yeah, and especially this coming out of the SK Prometheus side, every time they have an Adagio ban or pick, especially into their composition, we do expect them to actually have that second roamer supportive role, where they will be running one of those buff compositions. So expect, with that Ringo pick coming out in mind, they will be doing a lot of damage up in that lane and making sure that they do fight in a lot of engagements as early as possible.
Shingy, that is a scary combo to be staring at already after only 2 picks.
That is a very scary combo, but I'm also thinking that this is a potential Taka pick.
Oh, we'll see. I mean, maybe they go to their comfort as well. We see a Catherine come off the board. How does that help, Rome?
With this, at least if Catherine is able to actually initiate a lot of the team fights and making sure that she is the one always ahead of time, with her shield reflection coming out, she is able to actually really put herself out there, making sure that she dives onto that Ringo as much as possible.
Shingy, that's a really interesting pick. Going Rhyme, not as a last counter pick and with a Ringo out there.
I think it's a bit bit of an iffy pick, you know, considering that they've SK Prometheus already picked 2 ranged heroes, looking like they're going to be going to a third. Rhyme doesn't do very well against ranged heroes, so I don't think they're going to have a bit of a trouble, bit of a struggle.
We have to assume that they have something specific in mind. Waldemar will likely be on this Scarf. We have the full comps, and for match 2 in this best of 3, it all comes down to this Angry Pandas Black. They must win or they go down into the elimination bracket, and with the action, it is Humanist and Tasty Bacon.
Thank you very much, Playoff Beard, and we are getting set for game number 2 of our first best of 3, Angry Pandas Black versus SK Prometheus, and a very interesting composition here from Angry Pandas.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I'm not sure like what was going on in the draft. I would love to hear what they were talking about. But I feel like SK was almost playing games with them when they banned out that Ozo, because essentially everyone's been talking about the power of Adagio, Adagio, Adagio. If it's open, we're going to take it. And Angry Pandas don't take it. They take away the Black Feather. So honestly, I feel like that was something that SK didn't predict. But anyway, they get a very strong composition. And now with Rhyme going up against this triple range composition, Bacon, we know that's not really where Rhyme thrives. Do you think that he's going to have any sort of ability to have impact in this game?
I mean, he definitely can have impact, but we're going to have to hold that thought because already, right off the bat, Leia just not going to be working out. What just happened? Took so much damage from the Scarf and the burning, able to pick up our first kill of the game less than a minute in.
I mean, my hands are actually up in the air. You mean you're sitting next to me? Like, hands are in the air, and I'm just like, what just happened here? Like,
Can confirm, Humanist is absolutely awestruck at that one.
I'm in shock here.
That's going to be very, very strange. And again, the power of this team, it's so strong already, and they get a ton of damage now onto the lane once again. Xuan and Leia both in there, and we were hoping that Leia would be this surge for the Angry Pandas, but going down so early. Of course, not much really gained off of it in terms of extra gold picked up or anything like that. But no objectives taken because of it, because it was so early. But mentally, that's got to be such a big blow.
Okay, well, Waldemar loves his Scarf, and he can go up against a perfect matchup and do a very good job. But right there, nice out here, very good camera work. But one of the things is, up against Blackfeather, you have this melee up against range. Typically decent for Blackfeather. He can play just a little passively. He's got his Book of Eulogies, he's got his potions, and he can sustain himself. But just he did not respect Waldemar there early on, and taking a bunch of damage as Jetpacks is in lane here to put the harass out as well.
Yeah, with the double lane, it's going to force Swendren to have to come up to the lane to help defend this, which of course is no stranger to the Angry Pandas. That's what they typically like to do anyway. But Jetpacks, he's going to be getting a lot of damage by buffing up his allies, as it does so much work early on, and of course scales incredibly well. So a little bit of jungle stealing coming out from SK, as they are looking to build up a small gold lead here in the early going. But now this is going to be Angry Pandas collapsing onto Waldemar.
Yeah, Waldemar stunned up. Tony Lua able to land that root, and a very easy kill for Angry Pandas. Now 1-1 here. Xuan just overstayed a second, and look at the damage coming out of this Ringo. Buffed up by Adagio, you have to respect this combo.
Yeah, it is such a strong combo. Anyone with Adagio, really. We were talking about how we expect Adagio to be pretty much 100% pick ban. I'm actually really surprised that Kroll wasn't picked up. He was just kind of, or no, he was banned. Never mind, my mistake. But and it's I don't know. It's just such a tough thing to give up when you had the opportunity to first pick it.
Yeah, well, it's just not really Angry Panda style, is it?
Apparently not. Which that right there raises a big red flag for Angry Pandas the rest of the way. Is that a hero that they can play for any team going forward? Adagio is pretty much considered a red side ban, but if you know that the Angry Pandas can't play that hero or don't play that hero, you can leave it open and take it on your red side rotation, which is such a big advantage to have.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, they didn't take the Adagio either, which, when we talk to these teams, it's like, what are the strongest heroes right now in the meta? Oh, that Xuan just eating damage from Raph. Raph very aggressive in his positioning there, of course, backed up by Jetpacks. He can, he's allowed to do these types of things, but a lot more aggression coming out of SK in this second match here.
Yeah, definitely looking much more aggressive, as you just mentioned. We talked about how SK likes to play a more passive and defensive style, but they are definitely looking much more aggressive. As looks like we may have a slight issue with our spectate client, as this is going to be a pause coming out here as we get that sorted out.
Yeah, well, these things do happen, and the most important thing is that these guys are on top of it. We have incredible staff here to take care of all these quick problems. But, you know, looking at this matchup, I think Waldemar having an incredible game, and if things continue to move forward the way they are, I don't see how you stop Waldemar on this Scarf.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult. And not even just Waldemar on the Scarf, but Raph on the Ringo, too. Once he's getting buffed up by the Adagio, is going to put out so much damage that it's just so difficult to deal with when you don't have that, you know, the hard engage. Obviously, you do have Catherine, and you can get the stun with the Valkyrie coming out of Rhyme as well, but it's still a very tall task. I mean, the opportunity is there. They're going to have the ability to. If you can get, you know, a silence onto 2 or 3 members and then drop that Valkyrie onto them as well. Black Feather is very difficult to lock down, you know, as we've heard multiple times, the infinite escape of Black Feather. So he can try and avoid a lot of that damage, but do you use then that Rose Offensive to escape, or do you use it to try and engage? That's going to be the really, really tough thing for Leia to have to decide of how you want to use that ultimate.
They're difficult questions. And then you have massive damage output out of your Scarf. And like, as you mentioned, then you have the Ringo. So you have to choose at some point. And even if you use it to hop on top of Scarf or hop on top of Ringo, then you have to make sure that you have absolute perfect positioning when it comes down to it. And then you're hoping that Rhyme is having a good time landing a root ability onto someone who's actually in range. So when it comes to items here, I guess Warhorn going to be a pretty big deal for Catherine.
Yeah, absolutely. The mobility is going to be key. They need to be able to get themselves dodging those Spitfires coming out of Scarf. There's going to be so many things to try and avoid. You have the Spitfire, you're going to have to, you know, try and get off of the Verse of Judgment when that comes down. Ringo, you really can't dodge anything of his. It's all targeted abilities, but it's still, they need to get that hard engage. They need to try and get that shutdown, as it looks like we are actually going to be getting back into the game. So things have been sorted, and we are underway once again.
All right, well, we can stop the theory crafting and just call this match as it happens. But I'm excited to see as we go forward here. I think Angry Pandas, you know, it's interesting to me that they pick this composition that really scales very late. When like, even Ginny talked about how there had an 11-minute average match time through qualifiers, which is just absolutely insane. But yeah, that's just very impressive.
Yeah, it really is. And now it looks like they want to go aggressive onto jetpacks, but there's just too much speed there.
Yeah, a lot of speed, and they're going to have to be very careful moving forward. Xuan will be careful as he does make these aggressive plays. Looks like Raph moving down. He's going to hit this jungle shot. Be careful, buddy. You don't want to be caught by all 3. That's really what Angry Pandas are hoping for, that one of these guys will be face-checking a bush. That'll be the easiest deal for Rhyme, of course.
Yeah, and again, it's all about the movement speed. If they can get those stuns and the roots, if they can lock up the side of SK Prometheus, they have the ability to really blow them up and do a ton of damage. We see the Shiver Steel, first item built by Xuan to get more movement speed control throughout the course of this game.
That's really the name of the game at this point. SK starting up Gold Mine, and Angry Pandas Black are onto this. And Dodgio actually able to clean that one up, so Jetpack's going to be very happy with the way that turned out. Hellfire Brew winds up. It's going to go out onto Tony Lua. Block does come out, and it's going to be Leia eating a bit of damage here. How do these guys want to play it? Are they going to walk face first right into a Rhyme? They're going to have to be careful how they do that. But Waldemar, he's found his target. That's going to be Xuan, putting out a lot of damage there. Xuan able to dodge off that Spitfire, but one more shot. Can he get it? Waldemar chasing in. Yeah, there it's going to be. Xuan going down. And Black Feather actually picking up a second Shiver Steel. So as you mentioned before, these guys are putting a lot of priority on the control.
Yeah, and a lot of it is for the Rhyme. They want to be able to slow down their opponents, lock them in place so that Rhyme can hit those pillars onto them, because if he can, it does a ton of damage. But we saw in that last fight, almost every single one of them was dodged out, and the damage just wasn't there. As Angry Pandas, they're trying to take advantage of the positioning. They knew that SK was going for an aggressive invade, so they want to try and take this turret, but here comes SK to force them back and make sure that that objective isn't going to be able to be taken.
Yep, Waldemar not having any of that business there as he moves quickly back to the lane and secures that up for himself. A bit of damage coming out here as each other walk into the tri-bush, and SK claim this as their own. Well, they'll force Angry Pandas back to their own side, but I'm just curious how this fight, the perfect fight for SK, is really one where they can just kind of kite around, dish this damage out over time. The best fight for Angry Pandas is when they can get right on top of SK's face. And SK doing a very good job to kind of just move back and forth as they look for these engages.
Yeah, and right now, Jetpacks and Raph, they found Zhuan. They're going to get a lot of damage onto him, and now they found Tony, but Leia is coming in to try and force them off, and that's a ton of damage being built up.
Yeah, Raph, he was rooted in place, and that's how you're going to get your damage output. Jetpacks doing quite a bit of work. Scarf able to get a kill on Catherine to the top side of that fight, and it looks like Jetpacks is not going to be able to get himself out of here. Dragon's Breath does wind up. Leia eating the brunt of that damage. Waldemar, he'll activate boost to get himself out of here. Spitfire from Waldemar. He turns. Can he get this damage? Looking for the return kill. Can he do it? Oh, we'll see him burn down. Waldemar, absolutely brilliant play there, but also Angry Pandas very happy with the way that turned out.
Yeah, and not quite an ace as the respawn did come through, but so close to getting that ace, which would have given him, of course, the regen buff and kept Leia alive there. But still, 3 kills secured by Angry Pandas. This is a game that has just been evened up once again. A 600 gold lead does still separate them from SK Prometheus, but that is just such a big confidence booster to know that they were able to get that fight and able to take down the damage of SK Prometheus. Waldemar obviously was able to solo out Zhuan, but you expect a Scarf to be able to take out a Catherine in a solo fight, especially at this stage of the game. But a great job by Tony Luo and Leia to just combine their carry damage and get the kills that they want. Now they found another big fight.
Yeah, silence does land from Zhuan. Damage is out on the Jetpacks. We're going to get probably 1 kill there. Looking for more. He switches to Waldemar. He says, we'll clean up Jetpacks later. I want Waldemar. They're going to chase under turret, get that kill. He leaves it for Tony Lua to clean up on the backside. And you got to imagine Angry Panda's very happy about how this is turning out.
Yeah, Jetpacks trying to run away from Tony Lua. Will he be able to? The Ice Pillars are going out, but not quite connecting. This is such a tough chase for him. The rest of the Pandas are going to be choosing between pushing the lane and maybe coming to help secure this one. But finally, in that corner, Tony Lua is able to find this, but Jetpacks delays the kill for so long that both of his allies have respawned, and they're once again will be denied the ace. But Angry Pandas, they lose a turret, but they get 3 more kills to their name without losing a single player. That is huge for them.
Yeah, it's really a big deal for Angry Pandas, but like you said, Jetpack's very happy. Almost a steal there from Waldemar as he throws that Spitfire in. Very nice game sense there. But yeah, I mean, Tony Lua able to get the kill eventually as he chased Jetpacks down, but Jetpacks definitely smiling as he had easy space created.
Yeah, definitely. But again, Angry Pandas, this unconventional composition, this is what they're known for. This is what they do, is they surprise teams. They catch them off guard, and this is definitely a composition that surprised us, surprised the analysts, and right now, it looks like it may have surprised SK Prometheus because they are doing a great job with it.
Yeah, they really are. And Angry Panda's a pretty substantial kill lead here, but when we look at net worth, it is dead even. And both of these teams scale pretty decently. Pretty good damage coming out on Tony Lua. Flare is out. They have vision exactly where they need it. And it looks like right now they're just comfortable stealing away jungle minions, and they'll just move back.
Yeah, looking at the farm in the lane, it is actually Leia with a 10 minion kill advantage, and this could be a big fight. There's the Blast Tremor.
Zhuan ate the brunt of that damage to start. Big Burst is going to come out, and Leia goes down as well. It's just the ace. I mean, I thought they'd get at least 1 kill there onto SK, but SK, a beautiful fight, brilliant execution, and they just clean that up.
Yeah, that time they weren't able to immediately take out Raph or Waldemar from the fight. They weren't able to get them split up like they had done in the previous two, and SK are making big moves off of it. They get 2 turrets on the back end of that base, and that is a huge gold swing of 3,000 in their favor now, as Angry Pandas, they look to try and make a surge coming out of their base, but SK will be able to back away out of the jungle so that they don't get caught in a counterattack here from Angry Pandas. And just like that, that's how quick SK takes advantage of a situation and turns a game on its head.
Yeah, they surely do, and you can never, never, ever count these guys or disrespect this team to put yourself in a bad position, as they will take advantage of it. Now Tony Lua getting just eaten up here, just destroyed Leia. Leia, be very careful. He rose offensive, just trying to get himself out of there, but he goes down, winding up a Dragon Breath. It's Waldemar to follow on Chuen, and it's going to be the second ace back-to-back. These guys in complete control of this game right now.
SK Prometheus, they went to the shop. Raph got himself a weapon infusion, and a weapon infusion Ringo at level 12 combined with the buff from Adagio is just so strong, absolutely melting the members of Angry Pandas. And again, SK Prometheus, this is what they do. This is a notice to anyone who hasn't really watched them play a lot. This is what they do every single game. It's slow, it's methodical in the first few minutes, and then they just hit a point where they just, it's like they flip a switch, and all of a sudden they have every single advantage in their pocket. An immense gold payout goes over to them as well, 208 gold for each player, and they could very easily look for another fight here. A great flare is going to get them vision, and now they're on the hunt.
Yeah, Warhorn's activated. They're poking around onto Chuen in the backside, but Tony Lua got to be careful with his positioning. Fortified health is out. They turn it on to Raph. They get that kill. Tony Lua could tick down, as Waldemar does have that damage burning onto him. They want to switch on to Waldemar. Adagio's not the target they want, but Leia taking quite a bit of damage. Can they get Waldemar? Yes, they can. It's now a one-on-one fight. Chuen's not going to be able to win that up against Jetpacks. So another ace going the way of SK. Jetpacks with a little minion army will march onto the turret here to get a bit of damage down. But Bacon, how is this going to play out?
It's going to be close. He should be able to get this turret, but Tony Lua is just coming up right now, and Ryan will be able to clear out that minion wave very quickly. Doesn't look like he's actually... Okay, now he's going to back off the fight. It looked like he may have thought about chasing Jetpacks, but thinks better of it, because those minions would have done some serious damage to the Vein Crystal. But now they have no defenses left. All turrets are gone, and it is just the Crystal standing between SK Prometheus and a round 1 victory.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in a pub match right now, this is when you got to be careful that your Ringo's just going to sneak back and just end the game and you're not even watching. But these guys definitely a couple tiers above that status. Kraken is now out on the map, and I'm sure this will be the next objective for SK Prometheus.
Yeah, they started up immediately. They're so confident in their fights that they feel even if Angry Pandas come to contest this, that they're going to be able to win the fight. Well, we're about to find out, because here we go.
How is it going to play out? Leia does jump in first. They were on to Raph. They want to get him out, and they just take him out of the fight immediately. Root onto Jetpacks. The Dragon's Breath doing a lot of work, but Leia, the regeneration was there, kept him alive for just a bit. The big burst coming out from Jetpacks. Is it going to keep Waldemar alive? He's just dip, duck, and dive into that bush. He wants to stay alive. Can he do it? Waldemar, be an all-star. Chuen's on the chase with Tony Lua, and they just can't seal the deal onto Waldemar. Time and time again with a big ultimate. Chuen making the play.
Hits the return kill.
Waldemar does get the return kill, but man, big plays and a beautiful kite out of your Scarf. And that's why you got to be so careful when you're chasing that Scarf. If you can't lock him down, he can do that every single time.
Also, one thing that really caught my eye there at the end, Jetpacks, when Waldemar was so low, Jetpacks left the fight to try and push in that lane and said, hey, if Waldemar can keep them busy long enough, I can go end the game. But unfortunately for SK, it didn't quite happen. They were able to pick up the kill on Waldemar, and Chuen was able to recall in time to prevent that from happening. But my goodness, what a great fight from Angry Pandas to delay the game, essentially, to stall out, keep themselves alive, keep themselves with a chance here. Kraken going to be started up once again, but this is going to be a much more difficult stop as Kraken is going down so quickly, and it's only 2 of them moving in.
Yeah, my goodness, it's so fast, and Angry Pandas cannot get here in time. Schwenchman eating quite a bit of damage.
Valkyrie doesn't hit anything.
That Storm Guard reflecting a bit of damage, but he's probably going to be chased down here. Oh, Raph is just putting out massive damage, and the ultimate does come through to secure that one. Jetpacks lets out that burst, canceled off. Raph does go down pretty quickly. Oh, Waldemar winding up that Dragon's Breath. He wants to go for the main target, which is going to be Tony Lua, and now 1-on-2. Leia is going to be going down. That's the ace, and that's going to be SK Prometheus marching down the lane to seal the deal here in game number 2.
Yeah, Kraken and an ace there is going to secure the game and secure the match for SK Prometheus. They will take this 2-0 over Angry Pandas Black, but it was not an easy road, or not an easy 2 games for SK, as we do get a look at them on the screen there. They look happy with the win, but Angry Pandas, they put on a really strong performance. They definitely made SK probably have to question how confident they were about securing that game.
Yeah, definitely, and it's an interesting series, of course, not having Lele in game number 1. He shows up in game number 2. We know he's a leader of this team. It's so important that they have him there, and you know, he did a great job. I also want to give props to Waldemar. He did an amazing job getting the reflex blocks out. Constantly Schwinchwin would go in, and it's kind of telegraphed, you know, you got the Merciless Pursuit, you see the move speed activated, but I saw block after block after block, and so he was able to keep himself in very good positioning just by simply using that one item.
Yeah, and you know, we were kind of questioning the Rhyme pick at the start of the match with Tony Lua on that. He went 8-5-2. He had himself a very good game, despite all signs pointing to a Rhyme not having a good game in that composition with a triple ranged on the opposite side. That's usually something that Rhyme really struggles against, but yeah, Tony Lua made it work, and so now that's something that you have to worry about. Is Tony Lua on this Rhyme? Everyone knows his Taka. You know, he plays a lot of Black Feather sometimes as well, and now Rhyme is just another thing that you have to worry about when you're playing against Angry Pandas.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to your composition, you're going to have to be thinking, are we picking up more melee? Are we in range? Can we deal with this Rhyme? And, you know, I was just surprised that they were able to get on top of them sometimes as easily as they did, and then secure those roots and finish it up.
Yeah, and also the ability to pick a target and just delete it. Raph so many times was that target. They were able to secure 6 of their 13 kills onto Raph, and it was so many times we just saw it, just immediately everything bursting him down, and it works so well because you take out that one target, and now, yeah, you may not have your big abilities left, but you're in a 3v2. And that's always a situation that you will take, you know, any day of the week. You'll take a 3v2 without ultimates as opposed to, you know, a 3-on-3 without your ultimates. So it's it was a strategy that it didn't quite work out in terms of the grand scheme of things there against SK Prometheus, but it definitely is something that teams are going to have to be wary of, and to maybe go over a little bit more of that positioning of really both teams there and how they are going to look to improve going forward. Going to throw it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Tasty Bacon. So the number 1 seed, SK Prometheus, showing their strength here. Moving forward, Angry Pandas Black, their tournament is not over. They will drop down to the elimination bracket. Hopefully they can build off of that and regroup. And Rome, we talked about how consistent Raph was, but boy, he looked scary on that Ringo. The kiting was out of this world.
Yeah, he really showed us the strength and the potential of his mechanical skills that last game. When we saw his Ringo, always making sure that he was kiting and maneuvering himself around every team fight in like very good position.
Yeah, and Xingyi, for SK Prometheus, very small mistakes coming out of Angry Pandas that they just made them pay so big.
Yeah, so I think one of the main mistakes was no one having a reflex block. I think the only person that had a reflex block on the Angry Panda side was Tony. I think they really needed a Crucible or all 3 of them to have a reflex block, because they got caught out at least 2 or 3 times by Jetpacks versus Judgment. And I think that was a major kind of turning point in the game for them whenever they were, because they would just lose their lead. And what would happen was SK would win the team fight and then just push 2 or 3 towers down in that time.
All right, so Rome, a very unusual Rhyme pick coming out. And then on top of that, building a Broken Myth first. Can you, after watching it, can you break down this comp for me?
To be honest, I actually liked the composition coming out of Angry Pandas Black that last match specifically, but the thing was, I believe they didn't play it correctly or how it actually is intended. They actually had a great opener in terms of they always have that Catherine up in front. But one of the key things here was I didn't see a Warhorn coming out of the Catherine played by Schwantron in terms of they need to get Rhyme into that position. They need to be able to actually get deep into the backline of the SK Prometheus side. And once they did, they could at least show much damage there. But in terms of that, like they had to deal against 2 range heroes, and with this, they had no engagements on their side. They didn't have a way to actually get in, and every attempt to actually dive deep was stopped by Adagio slow into that Verse of Judgment.
All right, so Xingyi, after every series, we are going to have you pick an MVP after watching this very, very strong SK Prometheus team. Who is your MVP of this first series? Jetpacks.
Jetpacks.
And why?
Well, I was very impressed because we're used to his jungle play. We're used to seeing him in Cruel. We're used to seeing him in Adagio jungle. But this time we saw him taking the more support role. You know, we know he plays as a second support, but when he actually plays as support, it's very impressive. I was really impressed by his play. He has some really nice setups, really nice engages. He has also really some nice Warhorns. And like I said, the Verse of Judgments in that last match was very, very important for SK.
Yeah, it certainly was. See him up on the screen there, looking confident as always. Jetpacks is a very confident fellow if you ever follow his stream. But this is certainly a match that they're going to be happy with and move forward now. And it sounds like we have DJ Sam's with Jetpacks. Let's go to an interview.
Playoff Beard. I'm here with SK Prometheus' Jetpacks. Jetpacks, how do you reckon you did?
I think we did great as well. I mean, Angry Pandas did great as well, but it was an amazing match.
Hello, can you hear me? You guys were at a boot camp before this. Can you tell me a little bit like what is it like to be at a boot camp?
Yeah, so our entire team was in Germany, and basically we were training together in the same room, and also like having a lot of good times together and practicing a lot of drafts, and also practicing mechanical skills, heroes, and it was really good.
Brilliant. Now, in the second match, I saw you banned an Ozo. So can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we've seen Angry Pandas before. They like to do like kind of unusual things and like be creative. And Ozo is like one of those heroes right now where if you want to experiment, then you go Ozo. And then we've seen in Ozo NA, and also we know that we wouldn't pick Ozo ourselves, so it's like we can put him out of the picture and give ourselves some more room to play with as for heroes.
As heroes, yeah?
Yeah, as for heroes.
Brilliant. And in the first match, I noticed that there was a double stun comp with a Catherine and a Jewel. Is there any particular strategy that you use against that?
Yeah, so against the double stun, you'll need to keep in mind that you would want a Crucible sometime in the game. I do not remember when I bought it, but I bought it. And also against Catherine, to try to block the silence. I tried. I don't know if I ever succeeded, but I tried. And that's what you got to keep in mind against double stun, like especially the Crucible. That's very, very important.
Brilliant. So I'm going to go back to you, Playoff Beard. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you very much, DJ Sands. Nice to hear from Jetpacks there. SK Prometheus looking strong, a team that a lot of the other favorites in this tournament, including the Autumn Champions Team Secret, are going to have to look out for and potentially analyze the film off of this match. One more thing that was pretty cool, Xingyi, is they had 2 players on iPad Pros going for that largest form factor. You see other players, a lot of young players going all the way down to like the 5s and the 5Cs playing with the phone in front of their eyes. It's just cool. You know, it's just entirely personal preference and certainly a strong performance out of them.
Yeah, so I think SK Prometheus are looking really good right now. We saw from that they're not afraid to mix up the positions that the players are in. And we saw how formidable Raph is on Ringo.
Yeah.
And I think it was really, you know, when you see it, you're kind of thinking, oh, a support, you know, can he carry? But he can. And when he was playing the support, we saw Adagio in the background as Jetpacks, just kind of buffing him with his agent of Wrath. And he was just doing a lot of damage. I think in their next game, they're going to have to, like, be very prepared this time. I think Angry Pandas might have been a bit of an easier matchup to them compared to some of the other teams that they might go against.
They were certainly going to have difficult competition in Game 2. We certainly saw on the NA side, a lot of those top seeds ran into a ton of trouble on Day 2, so we'll look forward to that. Our next matchup after we come back from a break is going to be Snow versus Snow. It's going to be Snow Avalanche against Snow Tsunami. Both teams representing Russia. We know there'll be a lot of Russian fans watching, but we don't know which team they're going to root for. And Rome, just give me a few first initial thoughts on this Snow versus Snow matchup.
Well, coming into this, like, formerly the Snow Avalanche team was Team Blackhawks, and they were acquired by this Snow organization after the Autumn Live Championships. And what's really fascinating here is that the amount of practice hours and how much patience they have for each other in terms of always consistently, like, making sure that they're able to practice a bunch of different compositions, making sure that they're getting a lot of feedback, especially from a sister team. You get the truth face to face. Like, there is no lies about that. And it's actually great for both sides to actually have that potential for that growth and to actually become a better team overall.
All right, we're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, it's the 4 seed against the 5 seed. So 2 teams that are very closely matched. Maybe we'll get a Game 3, our first Game 3 of this tournament. So don't go away. It's Snow versus Snow, the Battle of Russia, right after this.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just $50, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire tablet.
Welcome everyone to the eSports Arena here in Santa Ana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Finals!
Going to seal the deal here at 2-0, or will they? They take down the Kraken, 1 hit from win. Remember that there are no Vayne turrets available. They might look to try and end the game themselves. That's it. That is Game 3 from Liberation X. Liberation X! Oh man, what a fantastic game. I just can't believe it, I'm lost for words. What an amazing series we have.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just 50 bucks? Kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire tablet.
Welcome back to the 2016 Europe Winter Championships, live from the Gfinity Arena in London. I am Playoff Beard here with Xing Li from Angry Pandas Black. We have Rome here, our resident player analyst. We're getting ready for our second series of the day. It is the number 4 seed Snow Tsunami against their sister team, the number 5 seed Snow Avalanche. We certainly know a Snow team will come out on top in this one. And Rome, these are two teams that they're both hyper-aggressive teams.
Yeah, and something I really want to point out is they do have a different play style compared to each other. Where I think coming into this, during the drafting phase especially, I do have to favor the Snow Tsunami team due to the fact that they've shown us over and over again in the past that they're able to come up with those compositions, especially counter-picking against their opponents. And especially since they know the Snow Avalanche team so well, look for them to actually make sure that they're grabbing an advantage out of that drafting phase and making sure that they're playing out the gameplay really well.
And Xingyi, this Snow Tsunami team was the only team to take a game off of Team Secret in the autumn qualifiers, also played extremely well in the winter qualifiers. It's a very dangerous squad.
Yeah, and Snow Tsunami, in my personal opinion, is the stronger team out of the two the two teams here. They're very mechanically strong, especially PT Lam. You know, he's been one of the rising laners over the past season. He's very strong on that Ringo and Vox, and I think he's definitely going to be a bit of a threat for them. And also, you've got to look at me and Sosiska as well. Sosiska, you know, who's really he was picked a lot as the MVP from the autumn finals as well.
And PT Lam is the only player that we're making an exception for in the Europe side as a player playing off-site who ran into some visa issues, but we didn't want to break up this incredibly strong team, so he will play off-site. He is being videotaped, so there will be no shenanigans there. Every moment of him from the off-site location is on tape and is being reviewed by the referees live, so no concerns there. And on the Avalanche side, their draft is going to be critical here, Rome.
Yeah, so what they have to really focus on here is, I believe one of their major strengths is running into that mid to late game like a lot of the other European teams. And they play out their composition so well in terms of their team fights is something that everybody as a viewer, as the audience, and as the casters have to really pay attention to due to the fact that they maneuver themselves around, making sure that they're spreading out their abilities coming out of their opponent team.
All right, and on the Avalanche side, who would be your Amazon Coins player to watch?
Coming into this match specifically, I have to choose Bash. Due to the fact that he will be playing against the Snow Tsunami team that will be trying to push their gameplay out really well. And playing as that roamer position, he has to make sure that vision is always on point and being able to actually put himself in front of his team, pretty much trying to zone out as much of the Tsunami squad as possible.
All right, we have these fantastic videos presented by NVIDIA Shield, incredible tablet for gamers. Let's take a look now at Snow Avalanche.
После первых живых финалов наша команда снова объединилась с командой Black Hawk, после которой мы сделали некоторые замены в составах и уже установили определенные какие-то команды на следующие квалификационные турниры. Вот, у нас так получилось, что у нас получилось две команды, Tsunami и Avalanche, и, собственно, в двух квалификационных турах мы попали в топ-8.
Вторая команда Слова очень сильно тренировалась, но мы надеемся, что мы их обыграем, хотя все-таки лазеров будет, мне кажется, намного легче. Но мы не будем переживать, потому что обе команды знают друг друга в отличном... Мы просто знаем это очень хорошо.
Да, мы считаем Team Snow как одна команда и тренируемся вместе, и разрабатываем все тактики, стратегии все вместе, и даже играем в основном все вместе, независимо от того, кто в какой команде находится.
Я бы хотел сначала сыграть с SK, а в финалах я бы хотел увидеть Team Secret. У меня свои личные счеты с Маугли и с другими саппортами других команд. Я просто хочу доказать, что я лучше.
Я надеюсь, что этот чемпионат выиграет одна из команд Snow.
Very cool to see Snow Avalanche there. And as we turn our attention back to their opponents, Snow Tsunami, who is your Amazon Coins player to watch? Who do you have your eye on the Tsunami side?
Like looking at the Tsunami team, like one of their major strengths is the fact that they're able to grab such innovative counters during the drafting phase. And this is all due to like their shot caller, Look At Me. And Look At Me has been there for a long time. And during the last live championships, we saw excellent compositions coming out of them, where they executed a CP Jewel. They played with an Ardent, and the team coordinates so well around this one captain. But the thing here is, so they will be going up against their sister team. Playing up against Snow Avalanche, they have to make sure that they are able to play out their strengths really well. This is something that I really want for the Tsunami team in terms of them being able to actually just move forward, making sure they're always following up with each other, and especially going up against Bash, who makes sure that he always has vision up. He's always the one that's always leading the charge in terms of making himself really out there, spacing himself between his allies and between the opponents.
And that is an intimidating looking dude. Like, I don't want to play against that guy, but we'll see how he performs. And you were mentioning Bash as well. We can take a look at this player, a player who's going to have to play very, very well today. A little less intimidating, this one, I must say. But he's going to have to bring his A game against players he knows very well. And what happens there when you have two teams from the same organization? They're clearly scrimmaging all the time. They're mixing and matching in ranked all the time. What happens when these players know each other so well and then they face in competitive play?
I would expect a bit of a slower game. They know when to take risks and when not, but they also know each other's weaknesses and strengths very well, and they know how to exploit them. So I think it's going to be a bit of a longer game. They're going to be a bit more wary, testing the waters out.
All right, so we'll keep an eye out for that, Rome. As we start to get close to the draft of match 1 in this best of 3, what are you looking for?
To be honest, it will be Tsunami coming out of the gate swing due to the fact that they play out their compositions really well. And they know that the Avalanche team, they do tend to lean more towards those hyper carries that need a little bit of ramp-up time. And this is where exactly that they are going to take a lot of their strengths into. They will try to be pushing as much of that jungle as much as possible, whereas Avalanche, they're going to be pacing themselves. They're going to be making sure that they pick the right fights, where as long as they get to that really late game, they have that big opportunity in terms of using up all those items and playing out one of their major strengths in terms of team fights. This is something the Avalanche team has always excelled at, is pretty much prioritizing, making sure that their hyper carry is in the right spot to actually engage and do as much damage as possible.
All right, I think we're ready for the draft in match 1. We'll get that underway, and while we're waiting for the first picks and bans, Look At Me. This is a player who obviously is known for the Kroll, but that's likely to be taken away. He's also had a tendency to play some Petal. You think we'll see some Petal, and what do you think that would mean?
To be honest, like we can't really put the Tsunami team on a specific composition, whereas they're they have a lot of variety in terms of they can play a bunch of different gameplay styles, and it will be depending on the kind of compositions that their opponents has that will determine if they do play a Petal or not.
All right, it looks like we're going to see another Adagio. No Adagios are going to get through likely for the rest of the day. We'll have to see unless someone has a special game plan like SK Prometheus brought to the table. It is now Snow Avalanche. They certainly know what Tsunami likes to run in this second series of the day, and we'll see what they choose to ban. Rome, what would you do if you were in their shoes?
Knowing that Look At Me plays an excellent Kroll, that would be specifically what I will be highlighting first, making sure that I ban Kroll, get him out of the way, and see what Snow Tsunami will pick up as their first pick.
All right, we're waiting there, and they're going to make sure that the draft is all set, and we'll resume that in just a moment. While we have another minute, when it comes to the early game, what will you be looking for as an indication of which team is having the better start?
Well, I think, of course, it depends a lot on the compositions. I would expect Tsunami to have the more aggressive start coming out from besides Bastion. I think as questionably one of the best supports in EU at the moment, he tends to play a bit more passively rather than aggressing on the other team.
All right, and Rome as well for you. Can you just talk a little bit more about the strengths and weaknesses of each of these teams and how that could play out in the early to mid game?
What we saw, like one of the biggest strengths of the Tsunami team is their ability to run a bunch of different compositions and gameplay styles. And this really works and shows how much flexibility they have when they're playing against different opponents. But a couple of times in the previous qualifier especially, I do see like a little bit of tension in terms of how forward they want to push into their gameplay styles. I see a little bit of hesitation, and moving into like this event, they have to really push forward and make sure that everybody on the team is following in that same direction.
Very interesting to see the Ringo come off the board. Rome, what's that about?
With the Ringo coming up the board, Snow Avalanche will be trying to grab one of those hyper carries that they are best at, and mainly this is Vox. A lot of the compositions coming out of the Avalanche team is based around the hyper carry, and they play him out so well. If this gets to that late game, Vox will be probably one of those detrimental things that will be the outcome whether they win or lose.
Shingy, the first Krull of the day makes it through.
Krull, we're finally going to see an appearance on Krull, and it looks like it's going to be Look At Me playing Krull, and I'm very excited to see this. We didn't get to see his jetpacks, so we at least get to see another one of EU's top players playing Krull.
Rome, it didn't take long for that Vox to come off the board.
Yeah, and this is something that is one of their specialties, but I do feel like they have to make sure that they are playing around this Krull early game due to the fact that Vox does need a lot of ramp-up time. That means that he can't rotate a lot, and this specifically is why they picked out and banned that Ringo pick.
All right, and they are taking a look at the Arden, maybe landing on the Catherine. Who's the better fit, Rome, in this series?
I honestly would have taken up the Arden first due to the fact that Arden combined together with the Krull makes for a really advantageous play when he's able to throw down that gauntlet, zone out that Vox, and pretty much just vanguard Krull right into the middle of that team fight.
All right, so it's not so much about what would be the best pair for Vox as making sure, Shingy, that Krull doesn't have that primary roamer.
Yeah, but what they also have with this pair is that they have the double silence, and if they time it right, they kind of completely just stop the Krull and the Scarf from being able to do anything. You know, they can completely incapacitate them with that.
The quintessential EU meta right here. It is the Krull, the Arden, and the Scarf. We're waiting for the final pick to come out of Kentusik, a player who we should keep an eye on in his own right. 8 seconds left to round out this comp. It will be a glaive. All right, so our first glaive of the day, our first Krull of the day, and to break that down and get into all the action, it is our Casters Humanist and Tasty Bacon.
Thank you very much, Playoff Beard, and we are back to call game number 2 of this tournament, and Snow versus Snow. Kind of an interesting one, just in the fact that it is the sister organization, or sister team, the same organization going against each other. You know, talking to both of these teams earlier today, they both said, you know, they really actually kind of like the fact that they're up against each other. You know, they unfortunately, yeah, it does mean one of them is guaranteed to go down to that elimination bracket. But at the same time, they get to have like a more relaxed game. They don't have to really stress too much about game number 1. It gives them a chance to get used to playing on the stage in front of the audience, and they don't have to really show any, you know, secret strategies that they have hidden up their sleeve, because it is a game that they can sort of just take a little bit easier because they know each other so well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of a comfort factor in going up against your sister team, but also it's very interesting to me that they match up here in this second match of the day. And both of these teams are very similar to me in a lot of ways. They play pretty similar styles. I was very surprised that Krull got through the draft there. Of course, we know that Tsunami very, very happy with that. But looking across Avalanche, it's pretty interesting composition as well. Double stun, massive damage output potential out of Araxi on that Vox as time does go on. So, I mean, we really just have to see how these engages work out.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, going back to that Krull, I almost wonder if it's something that they intentionally didn't ban just because they know it's not going to be available for the rest of the tournament, and that's going to be the power of the Krull, level 2, going up into the lane and picking up a kill.
So simple. You know, Dead Man's Rush, you got Arden to back up with that Vanguard and just pop that Fox. Really no chance.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I've always loved about Krull. Anyone who was watching in the autumn season probably got tired of me talking about Krull and how I love the fact that you can go right up into the lane at level 2. But that's exactly what you can do and take that kill early on and just get yourself rolling. But going back to what I was saying about leaving it open, again, I wonder if it is kind of one of those things where, like, you know, this isn't something that is going to be let through very likely for the entirety of the tournament. Let's let it through here so that, again, we don't have to show anything out of our pockets. You know, we don't have to show our hands whatsoever, because this is something that everyone knows we play. Everyone knows and expects to happen if it's available. So they just sort of, you know, let it through and say, you know what?
we're just going to keep everything a secret for other teams that are trying to pick something up off of this match.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. You wonder like how much they've held back from each other and how much they've shared. Bash getting pretty aggressive here. He's going to put that Merciless Pursuit stun out, just getting those stats up. And Kentusik and Bash were sitting in that bush at a pretty good position to potentially pick off that Scarf, but Sosiska doing a nice job with that Flare Scout earlier to go ahead and cancel that off, and it's so important. You see just incredible game sense coming out of this player, but of course, they do play up against each other so much that they can kind of predict those rotations.
So now, interesting in terms of item choices, Scarf started with boots. I don't think I've ever actually seen a player start the game with boots as their first, item out of the base. It's almost always, a crystal bit, a weapon blade, book of eulogies, or an energy battery. But it's boots to start off against this team of Glaive and Vox, which I guess it's mostly for the Glaive when a gank comes in. Obviously, Scarf is very immobile, so he'll be able to try and use those, but they're not available right now, and he is getting collapsed upon. But there's a great Vanguard coming in from Sosiska, gonna be able to save him just in time.
Yeah, doing a pretty good job there and a nice rotation. But that's the danger. You see it's the Catherine to set up that afterburn, and they're going to be looking for that combination time and time again as we do move forward here in this match. And yeah, I got to agree with you. I think the boots pickup was probably looking to reposition himself so the Glaive doesn't get that afterburn to knock him back into the Vox, because, once he does, it's so easy for Vox to then go ahead and clean that up.
Yeah, it looks like both laners worried about the ganks as, Scarf started with the boots, but Araxi already has tier 2 boots at just 4.5 minutes into this game. So both laners really, really valuing the mobility, as Look at Me is going to find Bash here, but not quite going to be able to get the slow and try and start off a fight. So things will back off and settle down some more, as Bash did get that early Stormguard banner. We've talked about the difference in roam mentalities of, do you get the Stormguard really early, or do you put it off until you get your first, real utility item, as Sosiska looks to be building towards the utility option instead.
Well, we do have Sosiska posturing here in this bush. Looks like Araxi making the smart choice to go around the long way there, even though he's backed up by his good buddy Bash. And Araxi right back to lane, right back to farming, and doing a pretty good job. 43 last hits to the 46 of Scarf, so pretty even here. Net worth is in favor, of course, to Snow Tsunami by about 1K advantage at this point, which is fairly significant if we're looking at 5.5 minutes into this match.
Yeah, PT Lamb got himself the reflex block as well with that first recall. We didn't really touch too much on that. Again, all about just trying to stay safe in these gank opportunities. It's going to be great for the afterburn, even for a Merciless Pursuit, but mostly the afterburn. That's the big one that you really do not want to get hit by in the early goings. And then obviously now the crystal items coming out after getting those first 2 utility pieces. So Kroll then picking up the Shiver Steel, very standard Kroll build. It's more supporty than anything else, as you get the Shiver Steel and then a lot of defensive items, just a little bit of attack speed in order to get those weakness stacks onto your target. But this is going to be the From Hell's Heart. Doesn't quite connect.
Yeah, not going to connect, and even Bash is going to punch Look at Me in the face, stun him up, and let him know, man, I got the better stun, the easier one to land, consistent. And yeah, aggressive play from Look at Me. But if that From Hell's Heart does land, he can get a lot of work done to follow up.
Yeah, it's such a big spell to, if it connects, it makes so much work happen. There's no reflex blocks on the side of Snow Avalanche just yet. So there's no way for anyone to block it. They have to actually dodge out the ability, which is a lot easier said than done. You think, oh, it's a giant sword, it doesn't move that fast. It's easy enough to block, but because of the fact that it returns to Kroll, he can just get that move speed and get himself into position behind you so that there's literally no way you can actually avoid it. And that's going to be what we have to keep our eye on, because Look at Me is going to look to do that almost every time he goes and uses that ultimate. As right now, it's going to be just a lot of attention onto this lane. Once again, we saw this in match number 1, and it's a very common trend here.
Yeah, it really is, and it's funny because when we talk to these teams, they talk about how much pressure they do tend to put on the jungle. As we mentioned, we'll look at Me, who's down here. He's going to go ahead and secure the opponent's minion miner, and maybe look to take some more backhands. Nah, he'll just teleport himself out of there. Happy with that.
Yeah, I really like taking the opponent's minion mine, as there's a big dive onto PT Lamb.
Yep, the block was just a little too early. Stun sets up that afterburn, and very well done here by Team Snow Avalanche to tie it up 1-1 at the 8-minute mark of this match.
From Hell's Heart, once again, not going to connect for Look at Me, and this is now going to be the fight still. Even without that ability hitting, they still try and go aggressive, maybe a little bit too aggressive, as they are now finally backing off, and they will be able to get to the safety of their turret. But a really nice job by Snow Avalanche there, picking up that kill, evening things up, though they are still trailing a little bit in gold.
Yeah, they did a great job there. I'm kind of surprised that Look at Me and Sosiska chose to go for that. But like you said before, if that From Hell's Heart does land, they can go ahead and clean up whatever target they want, and then probably get themselves out as that Cruel Arden combo. They're so tanky.
Yeah, it's very difficult to actually get enough damage down to take those two. And this is something that we see a lot with the Kroll Scarf combination. Kroll and whoever the roam is, whether it's a Catherine or an Arden, their job is to keep the Scarf safe. You know, obviously, Kroll can still do a good amount of damage himself, but the primary goal of this composition is to keep Scarf safe, keep him on the back lines alive, and just pumping out damage with that Spitfire.
Oh my goodness,
goop.
look at this dive under turret. There was like no hesitation. Sosiska eating a lot of damage. No, he's not gonna go down. And PT Lamb, Look at Me, probably gonna be able to get themselves out of here. But that dive, that was just very serious, no hesitation, and an easy kill onto Araxi.
I thought for sure they were just gonna go for the turret. Maybe they stayed a bit too long, as that's going to be a kill onto Look at Me, as Bash actually picks that one up. But, you know, I thought they were just going to take the turret. They had a large minion wave there. There was only one opponent, but they just decided, you know what? Let's just take this kill. And maybe that aggressive costing them there a little bit, as they continued to stick around after securing that one, and do let the answer kill come back from Snow Avalanche.
You know, one of the funniest things, when you play against a team that really knows the other, you start to get into these like reverse psychology kind of plays, and you're like, I'm gonna do this because he thinks I'm gonna do this, but does he think I'm gonna do that because of that? So you are like, essentially these guys know like where the other would tend to put their scout traps, when they're gonna flare, when they're not gonna flare. So maybe in this situation they start to switch those things up, and yeah, I'm just curious to see how this all plays out.
Yeah, it's definitely something that you have to keep in mind, and it's not just for their opponents here in this game, but the other teams in the tournament now have to wonder, is this just something they're only doing because it's against the other Snow team, or is this how they actually are playing right now? So the mind games are abundant here in day number 1, as there's a big fight.
Yeah, Look at Me jumped on. Gauntlet is down. Look at Me. Oh man, massive damage coming out of Look at Me as he's on to Bash from Hell's Heart. Does connect. It's going to be 2 for none at this point. Contusing able to hide under that turret, but you got to imagine that they're going to go ahead and push that advantage right now.
Yeah, 3rd time's a charm there for Look at Me. The 3rd from Hell's Heart we've seen him throw out. Finally gets a connection with it, and it leads to 2 kills and a turret for Snow Tsunami. They were falling behind a bit, but with that turret, with now the gold mine also very likely going over to them, as this would be a very, very difficult steal, but it looks like they may try and make it. This is going to be close. It's not going to be stolen away, though, and they just let them walk away.
Yeah, the buildup was there, but not the follow-through. Of course, Afterburn, one of the nicest abilities to go ahead and just jump forward very quickly, get a nice damage burst, and you know, try to steal that objective. But going over to Snow Tsunami, they got to be happy with that. Starting to build a small net worth lead. They do have the kill lead here, 4-2, as we approach the 12-minute mark of this match. But, you know, all things considered, this is a pretty even match. It's going back and forth, and either team really have the ability to take advantage moving forward.
Yeah, we did see on the back end of that both of these roamers finishing off a Fountain of Renewal, but It's a Warhorn and a Fountain for Bash versus the Crucible and the Fountain for Slasiska. Again, just the difference in styles of these players. One of them opting to try and get the team into the fight and help the engagement, whereas the other is just all about the defensive and keeping the team alive. And again, it's not just the player style, it's also the composition, adjusting the way that you play for what you have picked in the draft. Keeping Scarf alive, once again, the primary focus, as he does now have that 2-item power spike that really starts to make Scarf a massive threat. Once he does finish off Eve of Harvest, which is what I would assume he would go for next, although, I mean, that's really the one. That 3-item spike is the huge one for Scarf, where he just starts absolutely melting through people.
Yeah, Scarf just gets scarier and scarier as time goes on. Of course, we look at Vox, and he does as well. So I think the biggest thing as we look at these fights is all about how Scarf's positioned. Unless they find that 3-on-1 pickoff like they've been doing here in the last couple fights. But look at this damage coming out onto turret. No fear at all. Look at me, he's going to tank that one up. He does land the stun out onto Araxi, and he's in deep and will pay for it. Slasiska trying to move backwards as he did have that gauntlet down. PT Lamb dropped that ultimate from deep, but really didn't do too much work. And now we'll see if they want to go ahead and continue this chase. Bashin with the Merciless Pursuit, stun onto Arden. That's not really the target that they want. He's such a tanky hero. And with that, they'll be forced back off at PT Lamb landing a Spitfire, and damage is there. He'll go ahead and clean up that glaive. Bashin, will he take down off this Araxi?
Oh my
TP's canceled, it's the ace! They have melted Team Snow Avalanche.
What a turnaround. I thought for sure that was going to be Avalanche, just pushing them away and backing off to safety, but PT Lamb on this Scarf absolutely gets the damage, lands those Spitfires, and just like that, Snow Tsunami, they get themselves another ace. They're going to take away all of this jungle in the back and a big gold swing. Not only did they get that turret that we saw them take earlier, but now taking away these back camps, and once again, going to have the ability to take this gold mine if they want it, as it is getting close to Kraken spawning. So now they do start it up, and they will secure the gold mine one last time before Kraken makes her appearance. 204 gold each does propel this up now to a 5,000 gold lead as we near that 15-minute mark, and Snow Tsunami, they're looking strong.
They are looking very strong. Composition is coming alive here, and they're starting to just, the momentum that they've built up, they're capitalizing on it, and I don't see how the Avalanche can really stop this at this point. And actually, we're seeing double infuse coming out of Look at Me at this point. With Kraken now out on the map, they know it's very important that they continue to win these fights. If they can win it, they can take the Kraken and then look to take more objective.
Yeah, Tornado Trigger being the lone offensive item in Look at Me's inventory, but with 2 infusions as well. You still cannot sleep on the damage coming out. We see a bunch of infusions picked up on the side of Avalanche as Kraken is started. Looks like it may have just been to try and pull Avalanche in, but they're going full bore onto this one.
Yeah, Merciless Pursuit does land out. The silence used by Bash, but there's no follow-up. You got to be so careful using that. Now, Araxi taking massive damage. PT Lamb is just melting Snow Avalanche here with that ultimate, and now it's Kentusik to go down next. It's a 2-for-0. That's the ace. That'll be the Kraken, and my goodness, these guys are looking so on point right now.
Yeah, it looked like it may be a really good start for Avalanche. They got the stun onto the Arden as he was trying to pop that gauntlet, but it just wasn't enough. The silence was actually Crucible blocked, so a great reaction time there by Slasiska to block out that blast tremor, and that is what really allowed the side of Snow Tsunami to turn that fight completely 180 degrees in their favor. And now Kraken gonna be making her way down the lane. There's only 3 turrets left. We've seen plenty of teams go ahead and take the 4 turrets and win with Kraken before. So 3 turrets, definitely in the books.
Yep, almost the TSM special here set up. But yeah, just 3 turrets, and we'll see what we can get done here. But it's so important that they take the proper fight. They'll get it from range if possible. Bastion looking to lock someone down. Oh man, it's BT Lamb winding up that ultimate. Who can they hold in place? It's going to be a Raxi to fall. They can't let their box go down like that. And now Kentusik, he'll be next to follow. And my goodness, Tasty Bacon. We have Snow Tsunami looking like they're probably going to wrap this first game up and take it to their advantage here. But man, I mean, Bash is still alive, but Kraken's very healthy. 1 turret down. Second one's going to be short to follow here. The respawn timers are short, but man, the damage is coming out. It's stacking up, and this is going to be all she wrote as Avalanche does fall to Team Snow Tsunami.
Yep, so that is game number 1 to Tsunami as Kraken finishes things off there. And it felt almost reminiscent of our first match of the day, where it was so even for the first 8 to 10 minutes or so. But then all of a sudden, Snow Tsunami seemed like they just flipped that switch and become a powerhouse, and were able to just dominate the rest of the game from that point. So they get game number 1. We see there again, both teams still looking very relaxed. You know, they said there isn't a whole lot of pressure on either of them, win or lose. You know, they understand one of them has to lose, one of them has to win, and there's no way around that. So there's no hard feelings. There's not a whole lot of pressure between them, as they are going to just be prepping for game number 2. Obviously, both teams, they want to win, but when we talked to them beforehand, they said, you know, we don't really know which team is going to win. Both of them had that opinion. They both said, you know, we're very even, they felt, in terms of their abilities. And so with game number 1 going over to Tsunami, we'll have to see if Avalanche will be able to take it back and make this a game 3-game series or not, as we are going to go ahead and throw it back to Playoff Beard at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Tasty Bacon. So Snow Tsunami, this is one of those teams. They finish first or second in a lot of these qualifiers across autumn, across winter. A very dangerous team, a team that teams are certainly going to look out for on a day 2 especially, and they sure look good here. Rome, let's first talk about the items and how the items factored into the outcome there.
Yeah, something I really want to point out here, we do have to look at the items coming out of that Kroll played by Look At Me, due to the fact that he was always the one initiating, making sure that he is up front regardless of if the turret was up or not. And this is mainly due to how defensive he was building. One of his first core item was that Shiver Steal, and as long as he was able to lock onto somebody, PT Lamb, who did an excellent job with that CS and those early tier 3 items, he was just locking them down, landing those skill shots, and making it easy for the entire team to actually just dive turrets and keep moving forward.
Yeah, and Shingy, those turret dives, that aggression, when that's coming at you, especially with a crawl, what are you supposed to do?
Well, Bastion got the Warhorn, which I think is a really good counter to it, but it just wasn't enough. They had a Cruel with a Shiver Steal, they had a Warhorn, they also had the Arden Vanguard, and the combination of those things just made it so that the risk paid off for them every single time.
And Rome, the eternal question, if you are in Avalanche's corner now, what type of conversation are you having with them so they can get a different outcome in match 2?
Overall, I did like their composition coming out that last match quite a bit. I felt that if they do go up against a Cruel in that jungle, they have to make sure that they do focus a lot more into that early jungle invasion, making sure that they do make as much either pushing into that jungle, stealing as much farm as they can, or just quickly rotating up to that lane and making dives onto that laning phase against that Scarf. But something particular here that we do want to point out is that vision control, making sure that you always have vision in the enemy's tri-brush, especially when they have a Kroll and a Scarf that's very slow to ramp up. And should they do that, they actually have a lot more movement space room in terms of being able to have that option open, making sure that they pick and choose where they exactly want to go.
And that Glaive pick, it had some potential, but maybe break down a little bit how it played out.
Well, I think the problem with the Glaive was, you know, they had the kind of early advantage, but it just didn't work out for them. The afterburns just seemed a little bit off. He was just kind of using them more as an escape mechanism rather than an aggressing mechanism.
All right, and on Snow Tsunami, this team obviously knows them very, very well. Can they just basically keep plowing ahead, or do they have to mix it up now?
Overall, I believe Tsunami does have the advantage here due to the fact that they know the Avalanche team so well in terms of what kind of compositions they like to run. But in terms of the Avalanche side, Overall, their composition I felt worked really well last game. It's just due to the fact that they didn't initialize as much as they wanted to, and they eventually started falling off against that Kroll. Especially looking at itemization-wise, you're pretty much building up and playing that Kroll due to the fact that he has a great afterburn in terms of he can peel for that Vox. And we didn't see that last game. Instead, Kroll opted out, went for a lot of weapon items, and he wasn't effective in terms of making sure that nobody dove onto that Vox.
All right, as we get ready for the second draft, we give the players a 5-minute break in between games just to collect themselves, talk with their analysts and their coaches and their support staff to prepare for that second match. And in the interim, we have another Pocket Gamer Sideline report with Rick. Let's hear from him now.
Thanks very much. Well, you know, it's been said quite a lot already that the two teams, they practice together a lot. Play comps that are going to surprise anybody because they know each other very well and they're not trying to duke each other, not trying to trick each other at this early in the stage, and they don't want to show off anything else to the other teams. But one of the things that was very nice that Avalanche told me was that it's kind of, for them, it's just like playing with friends, and it's just them having a good time. It's the first match of their tournament, and they're just going to go out there, have a fun time, and whoever wins, they're happy so long as a snow team, you know, ends up somewhere high up. Thanks very much. Back to desk.
All right, thank you for that report. And you know what, I got to say, I believe that to a certain extent. But there is still plenty of money on the line in this tournament. There is the pride and the prestige of being the winter champions and just the bragging rights of being on top for an entire season, a place that Team Secret has certainly enjoyed being throughout autumn. So I'm sure on both these teams, they still want to win this game.
Yeah, but in the end, it's like both of them coming to this tournament, being able to actually represent their organization, and just in the end, they do have a lot of fun with each other, and it's one of those experiences that, especially like there are two of us here. There's two groups of us, and we have an even higher chance in terms of progressing through this tournament and making ourselves well known. And I think, in the end, win or lose, both of these teams will have a lot of fun. They've been enjoying a lot here, and overall, in terms of growth and potential, they do have that chance to actually go up against the top tier teams, play in front of a live audience, and overall, like, this is the end game, like, just to have a lot of fun with a check.
That's so interesting. Of course, our community, our competitive scene, so positive. I think I would be a little more cutthroat myself in this. But, you know, when I hear you talk, it almost sounds like you're talking about Halcyon Hammers and how they approach the North American Winter Championships. So much positivity, so much support for two teams that fared very well. As a competitive player yourself on Angry Pandas, another positive team, does it make a big difference for the organization as a whole to have a positive attitude, support the players, not get too down on them when things go wrong?
Definitely. I think, you know, the way you kind of approach things really affects how you play, and if you keep maintaining that happy attitude, you know, it's really going to translate well into how you play.
I don't know. I'm a New Yorker. This is so much happiness and positivity. I just want to win. We want to win these games. We'll see who's going to win this second game. The draft is going to have a lot to do with it. So we're going to get that kicked off in just a moment. We switch sides. It will be Team B. You know, it will be the other team that is picking and banning first, rather. That will be Snow Avalanche, and we'll take it to. And that didn't take long for the Kroll to come off.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure exactly about this because I do know that on the Snow Avalanche side, Kentusik actually plays an excellent Kroll. And in terms of them moving forward, I would actually have left that Kroll open, hoping that I do force the Tsunami side whether to pick or ban.
That's interesting. You know, I gotta say, while we have a second here, do you think we're gonna see anything that would be a real surprise? Is there a chance of seeing a Celeste or a Kestrel or anything that's really off the board?
To be honest, this match is the match, most likely the match that Tsunami will be picking something off the meta in terms of, after seeing that Kroll already banned, coming out the Avalanche side, Tsunami will know that they do have to start counter picking, especially they are going second, they do have those two picks first, and I think they will make the most out of it.
Chingy, when do we start seeing the Finns? Is it not until Team Secret gets in the mix?
Well, I think the thing we haven't been seeing many Team Secrets, sorry, not Team Secrets, Finns, is that, you know, both the supports here, they play really traditional supports such as Catherine, Arden, and Adagio. But I just haven't seen many teams pick up that Finn the way Mowgli has.
All right, so we have Sostika is on the clock now, and we'll wait and see what Tsunami starts off with here and what that will portend for the rest of their draft. In the final 5 seconds, it will be a Black Feather room.
Yeah, and this is something that they're excellent at in terms of grabbing up that Black Feather, making sure that the Avalanche team doesn't have it. So right now, with the Black Feather, they can either throw him into that lane or into that jungle, and it opens up their composition quite a bit. And where we do see them highlighting up that Ozo. And to be honest, if they pick that Ozo, I will be rooting for them the rest of the game.
The rest of the game, how about the rest of the tournament? It's a pedal, that's pretty good too, Shingy.
Yeah, fantastic. And you know, look at me, he's a really skilled Peso player. We really don't see Peso much in competitive play, to be honest, but she's still very, very strong. She's had a few changes as well. And I think this is going to be a very, very, you know, good game for Snow Tsunami.
Rome, talk to me about the chemistry between Blackfeather and Petal. I think it's the first time I ever put it that way. That sounded a little odd. But, and what that means for their playstyle.
So what's going to happen here is most likely Blackfeather will be going up into that lane unless they do like a sudden roam out of nowhere. But in terms of engagements and team fights, Blackfeather will be building a little bit tankier and always making sure that he is in that front line. He is the one soaking up and zoning out as much of the opponents as possible. And Petal here. Petal is one of those very silent damage dealers in terms of you don't expect too much out of her, whereas you're trying to either deal damage to the opponents or you're trying to kite back the minions. But the thing is, once she gets into that position, she's chasing them up from behind. Her ult does so much damage and it heals their team in terms of it's like a win-win situation for them. So making sure that Minions is out of that picture is the first thing Avalanche has to do.
You thought you were going to be rooting for Snow Tsunami. In fact, you're going to be rooting for Snow Avalanche the rest of the way. It's an Ozo there, a Scarf Ozo combo.
Yeah, and what we really want to pay attention to here is pretty much every time that Ozo does use his Bangarang, he has to be able to time it just right so that it gets into that stun of Arden's Gauntlet, and it will be especially fascinating to watch.
And definitely wants to target the Ringo. Blackfeather is going to be able to use the ult to get out of that. It's going to be a really interesting game to watch. Let's go to the casters and find out what happens.
Prepare for battle.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. And what an exciting matchup we've got here for game number 2. An Ozo, a Petal, both coming out of the woodwork to make an appearance in the game number 2 of Snow versus Snow. And, you know, we knew these teams that they were going to kind of, it's like they're playing against friends, but this is taking that to almost the next level. Like, this is the type of composition I would expect when we're back at the hotel playing, you know, against some of the players and just having fun. This looks like one of those comps. So definitely a lot of things can happen from this because obviously they are both going to be taking the game very seriously. And you can have just some crazy plays start coming out when you get these, you know, really out there compositions coming through.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this feels like something I would do to you, Bacon. I tell you, I'm in a roam, and then I last pick a Blackfeather. But honestly, this could work out pretty good for this team here. Also, it's great to see the Petal coming into competitive play. We know, look at me, one of the best Petal players out there in the scene right now. So very interesting to see how this is going to play out. Ozo, great area of effect ability, of course Scarf as well, and those are tools that you need when you play up against a Petal.
Yeah, definitely the roaming Blackfeather is something I'm going to be keeping my eye on. And again, mind games have to come into, you have to start thinking about that when you see something like this. Is it going to be something that, you know, other teams are going to have to worry about, or is it something that they're only doing because of the fact that they're playing against their sister team? You don't really know unless we see it come out in another game. So it's just putting that little question mark in the back of other teams' heads as they will have to wonder now if this is a thing that they have to worry about. Meanwhile, looking at the other side, it is just a pretty, what we would expect. The Kentusik up in the lane on the Scarf, and then Araxi now roaming the jungle this time around instead of laning with the double weapon blade for the Ozo. So going to be going for that red build on the Monkey.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's question marks in the back of everybody's head right now, but when we look at Blackfeather's kit, you know, he's a tanky frontliner. He can jump deep into the fight. He can slow for your team and provide a little bit of move speed. I think this is a pick that, you know, it could maybe set a meta going forward if there's a lot of success out of it. But yeah, I'm just happy that it's picked up. And both teams pretty passive so far. Of course, Snow Tsunami happy to come in and just take these quick small jungle minion camps and move backwards. But as we get deeper and deeper into this game, who do you think the onus is on to put aggression out onto the map?
Honestly, I feel like it's a little bit onto the side of Avalanche because of the fact that Petal is so good at counter engages. It lets Tsunami be a little bit more passive and then wait until the engagement comes onto them and then go for their fight. So it's mostly going to be on Avalanche, I feel, to have to make that first move and try and prevent that counter engage from coming out.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. Look at Ozo bouncing around there. That monkey, he is just so mobile. It's so easy to just get onto these targets. And of course, Munion's providing a little bit of extra ability to bounce around in this fight. But you know, as we look at this, we don't see Petal a whole lot, so it's important to keep in mind the power spikes, which we understand for a lot more heroes a little bit easier. But when we look at Petal, especially when she gets that Frostburn, when she hits her level 6, that ultimate, the spontaneous combustion, it can really turn around fights. I think it's unpredictable for not only players, but people watching the fights, because you're healing your team, you're dishing out damage at the same time.
Yeah, it's such a game-changing ultimate. The other thing we have to watch is going to be with that rework, or adjustment, I guess would be a better term, that Petal received in 1.15, where now her trampoline gives her extra weapon power and crystal power after its use. So watching how that gets used and when in a fight it gets used, it will be key. But meanwhile, in the lane, PT Lamb gonna get dove by Araxi and Bash, and Araxi able to escape despite tanking up that turret.
Yeah, a wonderful play coming out of Snow Avalanche here. You know, PT Lamb's boots are on the cooldown for now, over 130 seconds longer. He activated the boots, but still could not get away from Ozo, and that's what Ozo brings to the fight. You just cannot run away from this hero. So basically, they're going to look to do that time and time again. I wouldn't be surprised if they go straight back to it, knowing that PT Lamb did activate his boots there, and just jump on him right away again.
Yeah, definitely. It's a repeat gank is likely to be in order, as it's just so effective when you know that they don't have their escape available for a certain amount of time. And everyone at this level definitely knows the timers of those tier 1 boots. And obviously, if you don't upgrade them, you don't get that timer reset until, as you mentioned, over 2 minutes you have to wait. So we'll see. It's only a minute and a half left, but here they come, starting to make their way up into the lane. Right as the lane gets pushed up, the timing of this is absolutely impeccable. But unfortunately for Avalanche, it was right when PT Lamb had decided to go down into the shop. But that's not going to deter them, because they are now just waiting for him to come back up. They are going to get spotted in that corner brush.
Yeah, they'll get spotted out, but moving as a group like that, Snow Tsunami, actually very, very strong. And, I just want to give credit to that rotation out of Tsunami, predicting that Avalanche would come up there, knowing that the boots were on cooldown. So what Ringo does is he pushes that lane out. He says, I'm going to get down there, hit up that shop, and get right back.
Yeah, I mean, they did have a little bit of an advantage of a heads up on that, as they did see Bash moving from brush to brush in the middle of the lane. So they knew that that second brush was going to be occupied. That's why we saw the double flares go down to make sure that they got vision of it. So they are just going to be playing it safe. They didn't want to give up another kill. And that's going to be now a minion mine being taken pretty early on here by Snow Avalanche.
Yep, first minion mine picked up for both teams now at the 6-minute mark of this game. Ozo, he's going to bounce around. Look at that acro bounce. What an acrobat. And he's putting massive damage on Look at Me. It's going to be the banger brain on the Look at Me. Knocks him back, but spontaneous combustion does come out, heals him up. It's going to be a Araxi falling in the first one in this fight, and now Bash goes down as well. Man, rethinking what happened there. Snow Tsunami are rolling for it. Can't stop the wave of this team, and that's the ace, picking up at 6 minutes, 45 seconds into this game.
Yeah, and that was just a bit of a misplay from Snow Avalanche. They went in on the 2v3. I feel like they thought they would have Scarf available in that fight sooner than they did, but the rotation was just not quick enough from Kentusik. He didn't get there, and both of his teammates were pretty much dead by the time he was able to try and join in. And at that point, the movement speed, they were able to collapse onto Kentusik and pick up all 3 of those kills. And now the immense gold payout going to be grabbed as well. Turret is sitting at about half health thanks to those ace buffed minions doing some work in the lane. But a nice gold pickup from Tsunami, and just like that, they're up by 2K.
There were a lot of factors in that fight. Maybe a small misplay coming out of Avalanche, but when it comes down to it, I really think that they had to have just underestimated what Petal would bring to that fight. As soon as Look at Me was engaged onto, before Bangarang hit, that's when spontaneous combustion come out. You see him just start healing back up. They realize, oh, we're not going to get this kill, but we're in too deep. So, that's how the fight's going to go, and hopefully Avalanche learned from that. Bash taking quite a bit of damage here. He'll move himself back. Spontaneous combustion comes out. and it's not going to land, but the Hellfire Brew does. That's not going to tick Bash down. That's Arden. It's just too easy for Arden to survive through that.
Yeah, especially tick damage like that. Arden really just doesn't care. But Kentusik will care. And now, oh my goodness, he tried to go back in for the save and ends up giving up his life as well. And Snow Tsunami just taking advantage of every little mistake that they see.
Yeah, I mean, they're just completely capitalizing on it. You can see there was no hesitation. Once they saw Kentusik was forward, once they saw they could hop onto him, it was boom, they're onto the Scarf. They delete him, then they're on to Bash. Absolutely no hesitation. Beautiful execution out of Tsunami. I would expect no less out of this team. And after that, they move right into the jungle. They start taking away these minion camps and right back to their own side. They're going to shop and then look to make that next rotation.
Yeah, that's just looking so good. Their play is so sharp and so on point. And it has nothing to do with having a Black Feather on the team. It obviously is just playing very well, but right now, for Avalanche, they really need to try and regroup and kind of figure out how they want to go about these fights, because they just haven't been able to secure anything ever since that first kill on the PT Lamb. Even now, Bash going in on him, he's coming out way worse for wear on that, and has to use the gauntlet defensively, the panic gauntlet as it has been known, and that's gonna be now popping the movement speed to get away from that. Scarf having to use his boots. That is not what you want to do.
I mean, massive, massive damage coming out of PT Lamb. This is going to secure Gold Mine for Snow Tsunami, but you never want to be throwing out defensive gauntlets as an Arden. I'm sure Bash is just kind of shaking his head that had to happen, but he did it. He saves himself. But for the next 90 seconds or so, these guys have to play defensively, knowing that they do not have this tool to get them out of a fight. They don't have that tool to engage and stun up the side of Snow Tsunami, so it just completely changes how they can play the next minute.
And so that's, oh my goodness, apparently it doesn't as they try and go in. The Bangarang is used, but not to any effect, as that is going to be one kill picked up by Tsunami. They're now onto Kentusik. He's got nothing to get out of that one, and that will be 2 more kills for Tsunami. The wave keeps on rolling.
Yeah, the wave cannot be stopped at this point. The just massive momentum that they've picked up here. We look at this net worth lead. It's about just under a 7K net worth lead, and it's disgusting right now with the damage potential of Snow Tsunami. Whatever target they choose is just getting wrecked right now, and that's coming out of Ringo. Black Feather's there to back it up, and I really like the way that this draft is working out right now.
Yeah, and I really didn't expect it to be this strong, but it's absolutely being played so well. And at the same time, you have to wonder if it's maybe just some over-aggression from Avalanche, because you were just talking about how they have to play a little bit differently. They have to play a little bit more passively because those cooldowns weren't available. And almost as you're talking about it, they go jumping in looking for a fight. And you really just have to question that decision when you know that your escape options aren't there, and even your chasing options aren't there. To still be trying to find a fight when you've lost the last couple is a little questionable. We'll have to see if they want to continue with this aggression. It definitely appears so, but right now, Tsunami, they aren't worried about it, and now a fight is going to be starting up, though.
Yep, Warhorn to get these guys into position. The gauntlet was used. They're on to look at me. Scarf's going to wind up that ultimate. Big Dragon's Breath coming through, but it's Scarf to go down as Ringo is trying to, the Warhorn and the counter engage. Araxi getting eaten up, and Monkey Boy is down. Bash, the last man standing, ace in their face. And Snow Tsunami roll on. They're going to be getting another objective and just looking beautiful in every single fight.
Yeah, that's another ace picked up. And again, it almost looked good for Avalanche there. The beginning of it looked so strong, but then the healing comes out. The spontaneous combustion, the fountain of renewal just keeps the side of Tsunami alive, and they just absolutely turn and then melt Snow Avalanche in almost an instant. It is so quick how fast they turn these fights around and take the advantage and pick up these aces. Now it's another gold mine picked up 12.5 minutes in, and this gold lead is starting to get really out of hand. Almost 10,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Tsunami just doing everything that they need to do to win this game. We see Infusion now picked up by PT Lamb. If he wasn't doing enough damage, wait till the next fight happens. But really, like you said, when we're talking about what Petal brings to these fights, if you don't play with Petal all the time, if you're not playing her or playing against her all the time, when that spontaneous combustion comes out, it takes a split second for you to decide, is that fountain activated or is that Petal's ultimate coming out? And in one just split second, you can make a wrong decision, and ultimately right now, it's just not working out for Avalanche.
Yeah, looking at the kill participation, 7-1-3 for PT Lamb on this Ringo, and 0-0-10 for Salsiska on the Roam Blackfeather. It is working so well, 100% kill participation for both members, and now they're the ones that can start to look to get on the aggressive side and try and start fights off themselves instead of just, again, waiting for Avalanche to try to make the move and having that counter engage.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they're able to play this out. Araxi sitting on his own weapon Infusion, has not activated it yet. But when we saw Ozo played a couple times in the NA Championship, it was paired up with Adagio both times. Is that correct, Bacon?
Yes, it was. It was the Ozo Adagio, and a lot of teams thought that that's really the only way that Ozo works is with the Adagio, and as of right now, I'm inclined to believe them because the Ozo pick is just not really paying off here for Avalanche.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I thought that it could have potential to work out. Pretty good area of effect. What we talked, it was a good tool against your Petal. But yeah, it's just really not coming together for them right now. Maybe something they need to practice a little bit more, or maybe just the game not really playing out exactly the way they expected. Of course, Snow Tsunami have been doing an incredible job during these engagements to take the fights the way they need to be taking them.
And looking at the farm numbers at the moment, 147 to 108 for the two laners. Even in the jungle, it's 91 to 71. There are just advantages all across the board for Snow Tsunami. They get themselves another payout before the Kraken spawns. And with just 10 seconds till that happens, here comes the Avalanche trying to just, make sure that that Kraken doesn't get taken for free. But they need to be so careful because if they lose this fight, it will be taken for free.
Well, honestly, I'm loving this Roam Blackfeather right now. He's able to get up in the front of his team. Look at the damage coming out of Salsiska right now. PT Lamb is there to back it up. The gauntlet is down. Warhorn activated by Salsiska. Oh, man, there's a 2 down right now for Avalanche. It's going to be the ace right there. I didn't expect that Avalanche would fully commit onto that. Maybe they had no choice to get away from Tsunami, but really, Blackfeather is just doing so much work this game.
Yeah, and they don't even care about the Kraken, or maybe they will now. They go in, they get the first turret.
Well, don't tell her that.
Without the, yeah, definitely. But without the minions even being there, they go in, get the first turret. They probably could have ended the game if they really wanted to there, but they take the safe route. As the respawns are coming through, they're going to turn their attention onto this Kraken. And unless a real miracle steal comes out here, this should very likely be the game.
Yeah, there's going to be no stealing of this Kraken. It's 100% secured. And Snow Tsunami, I imagine they're going to infuse up. We see PT Lamb double infuse, weapon infusion coming out of Blackfeather. Look at me, already had his infusion up, so these guys are ready to seal the deal here. It's just a hope and a prayer for Snow Avalanche that they can take an amazing fight here, somehow secure it, and stop this Kraken from ending their base.
Yeah, they're over 10,000 gold behind, and they found Salsiska, but will it be enough? They're trying to get the fight, but look at how quickly those health bars get depleted. That's going to be 2 kills. There's the third, a triple kill for Look at Me on the pedal to finish things off. And Kraken is finally getting onto that turret. That will be game. That will be match for Snow Tsunami, taking the 2-0 victory over their sister team as the crystal does blow up there. And again, the PT Lamb in the booth there with Snow Tsunami playing incredibly well. And that's rather impressive. They even got the headphones onto them, the headset onto that little
communication is key.
Knitted doll there. Yeah, communication absolutely being key, and especially in that game, they just looked so strong.
They really did. I was 100% impressed with how they played that out, but not only was it a dominant showing, it was fun to watch. It really was.
It definitely was. The pedal is just always a fun hero to watch, especially when it's played that well. As PT Lamb looking super excited in the booth there. But again, for Snow Avalanche, they knew going into this, one of these two teams had to lose. Unfortunately for them, it was their side that took the loss, but they're still confident going forward. They're confident they're going to make it out of the elimination stage and into the semifinals on Sunday. For Snow Tsunami, their road to the semifinals just got a little bit easier as now they have that first victory under their belts, and it's just looked so easy for them. Even though, well, again, it was their sister team, we got to see both of Look At Me's signature picks in the Kroll and the Petal, and they both looked absolutely dominant.
Yeah, they really did, and we've talked to all of these teams, and they've given us a little bit of insight into what we'll be seeing throughout this tournament. Some hold back their secrets; they're not going to let us know everything. But I'm really impressed with the way that they played this Blackfeather. They got so much work out of him, and I wonder if it's just this specific composition, or we see it paired up with other heroes moving forward. But honestly, it was really fun to watch.
Yeah, we've seen now a roaming Vox over in North America. We've got a roaming Blackfeather here in Europe. So many things that you have to worry about. And so my question for the analyst desk that I hope that they will answer is this roam Blackfeather something we'll have to worry about? We'll find out if they go ahead and answer that one right now as we go ahead and throw it back to them.
Thank you very much. I would never deny Tasty Bacon. So, Rome, it was a Rome Blackfeather. It didn't surprise you. I think it might have surprised Snow Tsunami's opponents.
Yeah, so I did say that Rome Blackfeather is quite viable, and it works out really well here due to the fact that building a lot of more sustainable items onto that Blackfeather, he's always out in that front. And as long as he's able to be there, he's soaking up so many abilities. He has that slow, he has that barrier that actually keeps him up for quite a long time. And in doing so, it gives Petal so much room. And we saw Look At Me that last game. His positioning was always on point, where he pretty much forces the opponents to actually either diving him or making plays onto that Ringo. And in doing so, he did an excellent job in terms of baiting them back, where he would just use that trampoline, just jump away. And in the end, like everybody else was done cleaning up, you saw PT Lamb just going in there and just making sure that getting that bone saw, he does do that amount of damage and annihilating everybody that does get in that way.
Be ready. Some Rome Blackfeathers incoming in solo queue. And as you mentioned, PT Lamb, very strong there, 9-1 at one point. I did want to take a moment and talk about this Ozo. There was promise in the early game. You saw Ozo so strong with the gap closing, won an early fight with the gap close plus the three-ring circus. But then Shingi seemed to get a little over-aggressive getting out in front of teammates.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. So, like you said at the start, it was very, very nice. Like you said, the gap closes were fantastic, and you had the right amount of aggression that was needed. And you did have some really nice bangerangs later that he pulled off very well. But unfortunately, I think he was just diving a little bit too hard. Look At Me and PT Lamb together were just very strong, just targeting him while he tried to kill one of them, but just wasn't quite hitting the mark.
Yeah, and Rome, I'd like to hear you talk about this items. It was, of course, a red Ozo. Typically, you see just kind of that one gap close and then focusing on three-ring circus and the basic attacks. What stood out to you among these items?
So one of the biggest things here is Blackfeather being able to grab that Warhorn, making sure that once they do want to engage, everybody was on the same role in terms of always directing down, making sure that they do focus on that Scarf. Where you see Kentisek, he did have like quite a bit of time to farm, but he never was able to actually land too many skill shots due to the fact that they were always diving onto him. And Frostburn on that Petal was probably one of the most ideal items inside their composition, due to the fact that you always have that slow coming out. And as long as he's able to do so, everybody else does have like a good directive in terms of who they want to engage and when they want to do it.
All right, so Shingi, after seeing a very impressive Snow Tsunami team, a bit of a statement out of them for what's to come, who would you say is your MVP of the series, all the games combined, for Snow Tsunami?
I think it's going to have to be Look At Me.
Oh, we're going to have to look at him again.
Oh, look at him.
Oh, my goodness.
There he is.
A dangerous fellow.
And what KDA that is. 606. So I think the reason I picked him was that when the first game we saw him as Cruel, very, very aggressive Cruel. He only had a tornado trigger as his only attack item, utilized it very well. He was engaging at the right moments. He was very, very aggressive. And then the second game we saw him playing a Petal, completely different play style, really nice transition. And I think that just kind of demonstrates how versatile as a player he is. And he used, like Rome said, he had excellent positioning. He used his trampolines very, very well when Ozo was kind of running at him with the ring circus, and his spontaneous combustions were on point.
Speaking of, I believe DJ Sams is ready for an interview.
Okay, thanks very much, Playoff Beard. I am here with Team Snow Tsunamis. Look at me. Tell me, who would you like to see in the final?
Of course, Snow Avalanche. I want to see them in final, and in semi-final, I want to see Team Secret because we need a revenge for first qualifier.
Okay, brilliant. I did see a Black Feather Roam. Can you tell me the thought process on why you picked a Black Feather Roam?
You know, we just saw Ozoban and we thought like, okay, you want to go fun combos? We go fun combos too, okay. So, and we just went for it.
Brilliant. In the first match, we did have a few sort of question marks around because Scarf picked up boots as his first item. Can you tell me the thought process behind that?
Yeah, he knew that Snow Avalanche with Glaive will try to gank him every time, and actually they tried to do it. So that's why he picked boots to make sure he wouldn't be ganked.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. Back to you, Playoff Beard.
Thank you very much, DJ Sams. Good to hear from Look at Me. Very fine performance out of him in this initial round in Rome. I'm curious, what does this tell you about Snow Tsunami for the matches moving forward?
That all their opponents have to actually be wary in terms of this team starts taking their advantage during that drafting phase. And this is one of their main strengths, where they're able to build up and execute so many different game styles and so many different compositions. I feel that going up against like another team like SK Prometheus or Team Secret, in fact, that they have a lot of things already in mind in terms of what they're going to do to counter it and how they're going to do to execute it. And in doing so, you actually have that element of surprise in terms of your opponents can't really guess what you're going to do in terms of they do an excellent job when they do execute. Seeing, especially during that last game, like their positioning was always on point, and they did run a different composition that is rarely seen, and they executed it so well, especially going up against a current meta comp.
And for anyone who might have joined us late, this is a 3-day tournament. Tomorrow will be Elimination Day in the Winter Championship for Europe. What's happening? The winners, they're moving on. The losers, they're going to have to battle it out through the elimination part of the bracket. If they can keep winning in that elimination part of the bracket, they will eventually be able to make it through to the semifinals. When we reach the semifinals on day 3, then it switches from being a double elimination format to a single elimination format. The teams that managed to win out, that didn't have any losses coming through that group stage, they will get a well-deserved advantage. For doing so, they will get a bonus win in what is then a best of 5. The semifinals and finals are both best of 5, with the winning bracket team starting 1-0. And up next is a team that's done their fair share of winning. It is the Autumn Champions, Team Secret, the number 2 seed, against a very interesting G2 Kinguin 2 team that I'm looking forward to talking about. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it's the 2-7 matchup. North America Winter Championships live from the Red Bull eSports studio in Santa Monica, California. This is the culmination of the entire winter season, and we have the 8 best teams in North America.
Welcome to the floor, ladies and gentlemen, where the energy is electric. So many fans have come out.
I think everyone has the same potential going into the match.
TSM, coming into this with a lot of momentum. The world champions now signed to a major label.
Some people would definitely take it on as a lot of pressure. I think it's something that is actually motivating us.
And this is going to be TSM taking a 2-0 over Fingers. The dark horse, unfortunately, not able to take a game from now the reigning world champions. Let's jump right on into it for Gangstar Series up against Vertigo Black. This is our crystal, our game, and our time to shine.
Oh, Gangstars, that is just such a good performance coming out from their entire team.
You feel that you have completely synergized now?
I think we're finding a pretty nice groove.
In many ways, Halcyon Hammer's velocity has stolen all of Liberation X's thunder.
Liberation X, for the sake of their honor, they need to defend this title.
Try and keep the Vein Crystal alive, but it's not going to be enough. Velocity take the series 2-0.
Spawn, oh my god, Nemesis Hydra, they turn it around in a crazy game up against Kinetic. They were behind the entire time.
That's got to be heartbreaking for Kinetic.
It was their game to win.
Teams are going to keep playing until either they're knocked out or they're into the best-of-5 semifinals.
Things not looking good right now for the Rage Pingers. Last turret going down.
That is going to be game,
GG.
and that will be Liberation
GG.
X. The dream is still alive.
Halcyon Hammers Kinetic against Vertigo Black.
Has so
It's
much
gonna be
damage.
GG.
And fan favorites, Halcyon Hammers, right now. They pick up the win. The Cinderella story continues.
You might think Team Solo Mid coming in at first seed has a very big edge, but we've heard before that Halcyon Hammers Velocity did actually come very close to taking a win off of them before, so they've got what it takes. Dienzio finds himself the kill. This guy is on fire.
Velocity demonstrating that they are here to play. Ladies and gentlemen, Velocity are going to take down the world champions.
Nemesis Hydra versus Gangstar's Sirius.
Come on, give it up for Gangstar's Sirius taking home this series.
This live championship has 8 amazing teams.
NA champions now up against a world-class team, and TSM are now fighting for their tournament lives here.
And TSM, they come out with a dominating victory.
The TSM early bird special don't even need the Kraken, but they take the fights, they take the turrets, and now the crowd has their support. The TSM chants coming out.
Nemesis Hydra against Halcyon Hammers Kinetic.
That's a 2-0, and Nemesis Hydra will go on to face off against Velocity tomorrow in the semifinals.
We're down to the final 4 teams. If you lose today, your tournament is over.
And Halcyon Hammers are going to secure a spot in the finals, beating the Kraken, beating Nemesis Hydra.
I think it's huge that we prove to the community that we can compete here and that we're here to stay.
Team Solo Mid, the current world champions, against their arch rivals, Gangstar's Sirius.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. This is a matchup that I think most players expected to see in the finals, not the semis.
This is disastrous for Gangsters.
At the very last moment, TSM going to take down this last turret. They are going to take down the Vein Crystal, and they are going to take this series.
And now it's the rematch, them versus Velocity in the finals.
So we're very ready to take revenge on Halcyon Hammers Velocity.
Give them some fuel, make some noise. This could be your last game of the Winter Championships. Team Solo Mid versus Halcyon Hammers Velocity.
And it's certainly going to be a good one.
They might just go right in for the win. Velocity, this is really, really bad news. The Kraken still full health, only 1 turret left alive. Can Velocity even do this? I don't know if they can find the fight. Still alive, it's the game. Team Solo Mid are your championship winners. What a massive series from these guys.
Congratulations to Team Solo Mid taking the North American Winter Championships, and what a way to do it.
Congratulations, Team Solo Mid!
Welcome back to the 2016 Europe Winter Championships live from the Gfinity Arena in London. Got to see there for a second how the North America Winter Championships went. Congratulations to TSM there. A lot of exciting moments. And there's a team that we're about to see that has done their fair share of celebrating. That is the 2 seed, but the autumn reigning champions, Team Secret, and they're facing a G2 Kingwin 2 team with an interesting background, with a very high ceiling. Rome, what immediately stands out to you about this matchup?
This matchup is actually going to be very exciting due to the fact that Team Secret, who is actually very well known for that stop push comp, and they've been running it for the entire season, last season too. And coming into this, we have been seeing a lot of Adagio bans. And this is something I really want to point out due to the fact that Team Secret, I believe, when they're not playing the stop push count, it really shows how strong they are mechanically and how they work well together in terms of that synergy. And going up against this G2 Kingwin 2 team, oh my gosh, the mechanical skills coming out of their squad, led by like pretty much Taisuki-san, who has all the experience since he was like one of the first competitive gamers in the European scene.
Yeah, get ready for your mind blown if you've been following us, following Vainglory competitive since the beginning. Taizuki-san, that's redemption. So that blew my mind when I heard that. Amazing player. We'll get to him in just a moment. But on this Team Secret side, you mentioned during the Autumn Championships, played a lot of saw push comp, caught a lot of people by surprise. They probably won't be going back to that quite as much, but it wouldn't surprise me, Xingyi, if there was another new look that they have ready to go for this important tournament.
We saw last time in the last finals, they brought out all these wonderful compositions that just kind of blew everyone back. You know, their positioning, their strategy, they clearly went into the game with a clear strategy, and it really showed. And I'm hoping that they really bring something similar again this time, because I think we can just expect all sorts of weird and wonderful things coming out from them.
Yeah, and Team Secret, besides extraordinary mechanics, Rome, this team, especially Cavalifar and Palmatoro, their KDAs are always insane. Their CS per minute, highest of any team in the tournament. Their gold per minute, highest of any team in the tournament. Talk to me a little bit about their strengths and give me your Amazon Coins player to watch.
So, yeah, my player to watch this match is going to have to be Cavalifar. Due to the fact that we know Palmatoro and Mowgli are very threatening into that jungle. But Cavalifar always stepping it up in that lane, making sure that he is their dominant factor into that late game.
All right, and we would be very, very remiss if we didn't mention Mowgli, one of my favorite players in Europe. And boy, my heart will sing if he busts out that Finn.
I think he will. You know, Finn is like a staple for him. He does much better on the Finn. I don't think anyone in any region has managed to reach that level of mastery that he has on that Finn. His hooks are on point. His polite companies, just everything he does is just perfect.
All right, so with that, let's start talking about this G2 Kinguin 2 team that's going to have an uphill battle, but is a team that has a very, very high ceiling. It's interesting. One of the players, Majestic, he comes from a League of Legends challenger background, and we've seen tournament after tournament them just getting more comfortable. Majestic he came in with incredible mechanics right off the bat, but starting to understand the nuances of Vainglory a little bit, the nuances of 3v3 play on a touch screen a little bit more. It's been interesting, Rome, to watch their evolution and this team get better and better.
Yeah, and just speaking about them specifically, like the player to match coming out of this team is going to have to be Pips. Due to the fact that they are going to go up against Team Secret, they are going to have to make sure that as a roamer, Pips will be the one manning the front in terms of grabbing that vision, making sure that the team doesn't engage in any team fights that doesn't deem possible for them to win. So being that front guard, being the one always in that front, Pips is that player to match. And something that's really exciting about this is he hasn't been playing competitive too long. Same with Majestic. And this is pretty much showing us like the young talent and the scaling in terms of peaking at a competitive level, like G2 Kinguin 2, like one of the teams that will be rising up in the near future.
Yeah, and it's nice to get a look at Pips. One of the fun things about having these live tournaments, you finally get to see these players whose names you've been looking at on health bar plaques for quite some time. I do want to point out a lot of people are probably saying, you know, come on, it's Team Secret. Can G2 Kinguin 2 actually manage to pull this off? Well, do not forget that the Autumn Championships, it was low seeds galore, making big statements. Team Secret, they won the whole thing out of the 8 seed, as then Media Pixel. Lots of low seeds won. It wouldn't surprise me at all, Xingyi, if G2 Kinguin 2 certainly at least make this extremely interesting.
Definitely have to agree with you. So Majestic and Pips are relatively new to the competitive scene. There's not that much gameplay footage on them, so I think it's going to be very difficult for them to analyze their kind of gameplay styles. And I think they're, you know, even just playing against them in game itself, they're very, very threatening players. And not that way, but you know, they're like very formidable on the map.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because there's no more game film on anyone than Team Secret, the current champions, and G2 Kinguin 2. The only film that we really have on them right now is the Infinity Shield interview that took place earlier today. Let's take a look at that.
I started playing in November 2014. It was quite funny because I always played Vainglory casually, and then while doing ranks, I met Majestic. We played in a random solo queue game, and then we said, oh, we should queue together as a duo, and we started communicating, and we were like, oh, I think we should give a try for making a team. And then after a while, we playing like that, Majestic got approached by someone from G2, and he was invited to the team to try out. So then me and Majestic tried out with Redux a couple of games, and he must have liked our playstyle, and that's how we joined the team. What Teisuke-san brings to the team is, I think we have a really good synergy with him. Like, me and Majestic are quite aggressive junglers. Teisuke also likes aggressing the lane, whereas when we played with Dregdix, he lacked a bit of that. We would like to play probably G2 K1, just to see how we match up, because we never played it in competitive scene.
All right, nice there to get a look at G2 Kinguin 2, a team that can be especially dangerous in those 2v2 duels in the jungle, I believe. We are ready for the draft for match 1 in this best of 3, day 1 group stages. We'll jump into that in just a minute. And Rome, while we're waiting for the draft to come up, what does a good draft look like for each of these teams?
Well, coming into this, like, we do know that I would prefer, have to give the advantage over to the Team Secret side due to their experience playing in the competitive scene. And overall, like, I've always enjoyed watching them draft and how they execute their plans. But we have to look at, I think, if G2 Kinguin 2 is able to separate out between the position and the jungle and pick up as many fights as possible, they do have a great chance of coming out with this one with the win. Due to the fact that if you look back into the old footage or you look back into the games that they played during the qualifiers, the mechanical skills coming out of Majestic and Pips in that jungle, they dominate everybody. They're not scared of anyone. They're always playing up very forward, very aggressive, and trying to control the pace of the overall game.
And Xingyi, with this Team Secret team, they play a lot of comps that become like signature comps that everyone knows them for, like the Saw push comp. But when you see this team run just run-of-the-mill traditional comps, you realize, oh my gosh, Palmatoro, this player is unbelievable. Kavalifar, just the KDA out of his mind. If you've been following the Vainglory app stats, his stats are always absolutely dirty. So what stands out for you about Kavalifar or Palmatoro?
Well, the thing is, Palmatoro and Mowgli, as a pair, they're very good at, very effective at front lining for Kavalifar. They're right up in the enemy's faces. And if anyone does actually manage to get past him onto Kavalifar, he's actually exemplary at blocking everything. I think I've seen him block almost every single Koshka stun, which is actually one of the more difficult things to do.
That's a really interesting point. Team Secret, they take away the Black Feather, forcing G2 to take away that Adagio or let it go through.
Yeah, this is a really smart ban on their behalf. It pretty much forces G2 Kinguin 2 to either ban Adagio or ban Kroll. And if they do ban Adagio and that Saw push comp, then the first thing that Team Secret is going to do is lock up that Kroll, making sure that they give it to Palmatoro, and this is what he does best.
And that's the first time we've really seen that strategy employed. It didn't take long for the Kroll to get locked in.
And definitely, like, this was one of their initial plans. And they come into this very strong during the drafting phase, so it's going to be up to G2 Kinguin 2 to actually, I do hope that they grab some duel that's very strong into that jungle where they can keep enforcing and keep pushing as much of the enemy jungle as they can.
Yeah, and I got Xingyi's views on this earlier, but for a lot of players, maybe from North America or Southeast Asia, South America, Korea, they have to be looking and saying, wow, this is a whole lot of Kroll. They're so into this Kroll. Tell me your reasons why you think in the EU meta specifically, Kroll is so vital.
Well, with Kroll now, especially with the changes in 1.15, you can play him in a lot of different roles, where on a couple of times we do see Kroll going straight up, all weapon damage, being out front, and doing as much damage as he can, using that barrier and Deadman's Rush to pretty much sustain himself early on. But then again, when he has a very hyper carry up into that lane, Kroll can build a very defensively, very sustainable, in terms of he'll always be that vanguard for you. He'll always be in that front, making sure that nobody is getting past him. And this is there's a couple of different gameplay styles that are played around Kroll, and they execute it so well.
Xingyi, we see a Ringo and Finn. Tell me about this comp from your perspective.
Well, the thing about Ringo, Kavalifar is very used to playing those crystal-heavy heroes. We've seen him playing a lot of Scarf, Celeste, and Ringo, we've seen him playing a little bit more in the last qualifier, but I do think he lacks aggression that a lot of
Very interesting to see Rhyme come in last. We'll get Zeken's take on that. He's the best when it comes to this sort of thing. Let's go to the casters now. Forecourt Jester and my friend Zeken.
Oh man, all that swapping around. These guys know what they want to do, but they're just giving us the chilies right here, because this is going to be a matchup to remember here for our European Live Finals.
Yeah, and this is one of the matches I've been looking forward to this entire time. Team Secret coming out so dominant in the autumn season,
And G2, they are very, very, very good. I am looking forward to seeing how they match up against the Team Secret squad.
They've really accomplished a lot in the short time they've been playing this competitive Vainglory scene. As they mentioned, a little bit of X-Challenger coming into this. They have those mechanics, and that's why they've really risen up through those ranks. But to take on, the former Autumn champions, now the Seed 2 into this, there's going to be some pressure here.
Oh, certainly. And right now, G2, they have a Rhyme, Scarf, and Ardent on their team. And this is going to be a very, very effective team composition against what Team Secret has pulled out. The Cruel, the Finn, they're going to have a very tough time getting to the backline of Taisuke-san. And Cavalifar, he is actually going Crystal Ringo this game. I think that's an excellent choice.
Well, if they did go for the double weapon damage, then there would be definitely a little bit of armor stacking to go here for G2K2. But it's actually been a while. I don't think we saw a Crystal Ringo in our last weekend's tournament in NA.
We have not. However, we have already seen one coming out of the EU Championship. And right now, Team Secret, with the Cruel, with the Finn, Cruel is likely to go a little bit more tanky this game, reduce the damage of that Scarf if he can get into the back line, and Majestic is going to try peeling for Taisuke-san as much as possible.
Now, Rhyme there on Majestic, as you said, the peels, those Winter Spires are really going to be kind of key onto that one. But, will the Scarf actually go into a little bit more damage, a little bit more into the Frostburn? That's what I want to see coming out of this one. Because Taisuke-san, I mean, he's a vainglorious player. A lot of people know him as Redemption way back in the day. So he definitely knows what he's going for. But we've seen the mix-up every now and then. I'd like him to see, to get that Frostburn early.
Yeah, and right there, you actually saw a very intelligent play coming out of G2 Kinguin. You see Team Secret, they threw out a flare. They thought G2 Kinguin was coming in to invade their jungle. However, G2, they actually went for a recall, and now Team Secret has no idea where they are.
And they're -1 flare there as well. So a little bit of mind games coming into this, but so far no aggression coming into these jungles. Both sides just kind of keeping to themselves, and as you can see, the laners, they're kind of doing their little bit of a dance. Neither of them really wants to push in.
Yeah, right now, both of them are waiting to scale into the mid to late game. Cavalifar, on that Crystal Ringo, you definitely have to wait a little bit for gain any sort of power. And on the Scarf, you definitely are a late game hero, so he is waiting a little bit for their power spikes.
Now you see Taisuke-san, he's trying to just stay a little bit closer to that bush because he knows he has those teammates there. We do got some boots out there. Majestic does have them. He is going to get that Winter Spire out, but the rest of the team's not coming in. Mowgli does have that Quibble, and Majestic now just too far forward. Cannot actually pick up Cavalifar despite those last few hits. He did get low, but it was not that kill, and now Team Secret's up 1-0.
Yeah, very well counterplayed by Team Secret. They're waiting in that push. They knew G2 Kinguin wanted to go for an engage. They knew they wanted to go for the gank, especially because Cavalifar moved a little bit too far out into lane, but that has the perfect bait.
All right, Cavalifar finally getting a little bit of a shopping spree in, picks up into that heavy prism very quickly there, but the kill did go over to Palmataro. And now picking up that, we've seen the terror of Kroll already, and now Palmataro picking it up here and getting that extra kill early. That could help accelerate him into a little bit of a better spot.
However, right now, Palmataro, he's sitting at 13 CS to Majestic 17. Majestic a little bit ahead of him. However, Palmataro right now, he's going to his backs. He's going to clear those real quick, and he's going to be able to catch up really, really quickly.
Yeah, and there's not going to be an overall huge change of gold, not for a little bit yet, because if you get these kills and you go back, but there's no invades, there's no denies anywhere, you're not going to see a huge difference between these teams. So the first kill, don't really mind it too much. As long as you keep up with the farm and you keep up with your gold gain, it's not going to matter too much in the long run.
I'm definitely expecting this to be a fairly slow-paced game. Both team compositions are waiting for that mid to late game spike, and right now, what G2 wants to do is get Majestic to level 6. Once he has that Valkyrie, they can easily go for ganks on Cavalifar and completely destroy him.
Yeah, Valkyrie with the gauntlet, and on top of that, the Dragon's Breath. Like, there is going to be a really nice wombo combo at the level 6 mark here for G2K2. But Secret, I mean, yeah, they have to play it a little bit passive right now because Mowgli is level 3. Once he hits that level 6 mark, you might actually start seeing him being the initiator with that Force Accord.
Yeah, however, one of the interesting things about the G2 Kinguin squad is that they do have the Rhyme. You don't really want to pull a Rhyme into your team.
Oh, no, that's absolutely true. If you could actually, well, I'm not entirely too sure you want to bring the Scarf into it, but he is going to be the squishier of the targets. He'll definitely have a few less escape routes, and if you can actually take him out of the fight, it's going to fare off just a little bit better.
Right, so Majestic taking a little bit of damage coming into that lane. However, they do clear a few scout traps, and that does make Team Secret a little bit more wary in the lane.
Now, you see, I call this the half mark right here with this big Vainglory symbol right there. And if you don't go over it, you're typically going to be okay. But even going right through it, look at this. I mean, with that with the smash, Palmataro, he's just able to go right up to that Scarf and just take him down. We do have the tier 2 boots now, though, for Taisuke-san.
And this is exactly where mind games come out. G2, they just passed through lane. However, Team Secret was following them right up and were able to take out their laner.
Pips could be in a little bit of trouble here as well with the 3-man, but he does have those boots. He does get to safety at the same same time, Majestic, he's not going to be willing to get caught, but we do lose out a few of those scout traps, and at least these forwards here. Palmataro is going to be very close to level 6 by the time this is done, and then we're going to see, again, even more engaged pressure coming up from Team Secret, because not only do we have that Forced Accord at level 6, but we have From Hell's Heart as well.
And right now, G2, they are down about 1,000 gold, which is pretty significant because they are only down 2 kills. And right now, Taisuke-san, he has 40 CS, Cavalifar at the 47 mark.
Majestic has picked up armor, and if you look at Taisuke-san, when he died, he got those tier boots up and 3 crystal bits. He's just kind of going for as much bang for his buck as he can get right now.
Yeah, one interesting thing about Rhyme is that he has the lowest defensive stats in the game as From Hell's Heart comes out.
Yeah, big stun. Palmataro gets in, and once more, Mowgli brings him down.
He gets the From Hell's Heart, and Taisuke-san instantly goes down once again.
Taisuke-san has now actually leveled into a reflex block, so he's going to forsake a little bit more of that forced damage. He's going more defensive. He is a big target here, just like Cavalifar will be the target here from G2K2, but unfortunately, not much really going to come out of that one. I mean, Arden going in that deep is all fine and dandy, but by the end of it, I mean, he's really not going to be able to bring down Ringo.
And we do see both of the teams have picked up their main mines. Majestic going for a shop, however, Team Secret is waiting right there.
Yep, 2 of them right there in that bush. We do got the flare to see everyone that is there, and G2K2 is just not willing to take that fight.
However, Majestic is level 6, his Valkyrie is up. Palmataro, his From Hell's Heart is down for another 14 seconds. Let's see if G2 takes a fight.
Now, Mowgli's a big guy. He takes a lot of reduced damage, and he is a bit of a hulking juggernaut. Now, here comes the rotation as well. Cavalifar there, Achilles shot. They're going to be looking to bring down Pips or Majestic. It's the Hellfire Brute of Majestic. And remember, this is a CP Ringo as well. That burning damage is going to start adding up, but Pips is now going to be the big target because he's left on the back line. And now Majestic, Palmataro, can he actually lunge into him? Well, he's going to have the Spectral Smite and the Hell's Heart over the edge, and Taisuke-san is not going to be long for this world, but he does have boots. Is this enough? Palmataro has it, and that is an ace now for Team Secret.
And right here, we can see Team Secret showing off why they're so good. They drafted so well against the G2 squad, and their skill shots are just on point. From Hell's Heart coming out, Mowgli landing absolutely everything, and Cavalifar just sitting in the backline doing whatever damage he wants to.
And that's exactly where he wants to be. He's going to be that crystal. I mean, his auto attacks are going to be, well, somewhat worthy, but his big damage is definitely going to be that from that Hellfire Brew. And the only person with the reflex at the time is Taisuke-san. In fact, we still don't have those, but Gold Mine will actually be secured there for Team Secret. They pick up another set of gold to their name, and look at the difference now, 3,000 and counting.
Yeah, an easy gold mine there from the side of Team Secret. Having the Cruel on your side, having the Spectral Smite just makes it so incredibly easy to secure those gold mines. There is almost no way for G2 to get a steal.
Whitnians got themselves a turret. That's even more gold in the bank here for Team Secret. And so far, it's a pretty flawless play. 6-0, no damage on turrets. And honestly, I haven't even really seen Secret in danger of losing anyone.
Yeah, and right now, Team Secret, the main thing you have to watch out for is make sure Cavalifar stays alive. If Majestic gets the Valkyrie out, if they're able to chain combo him down, Cavalifar will be the weakest point of Team Secret. However, right now with Palmataro quickly building up, he's 3-0-3. He'll be doing so much damage on that Cruel. The weakness stacks are just going to completely shut down G2.
Now, Palmataro is actually also going to go into that reflex block, so he's basically ready to go diving as much as he can. Level 6 is here for Pip, so we do got the gauntlet. In fact, everything is up, ready to go here from G2K2, and now all the ultimates have been cleared out from Team Secret as well. So both teams at this time could actually look for some of those fights. We've been popping these traps pretty consistently, though, from Team Secret, trying to deny as much vision as they can.
Yeah, Mowgli is all 6, and he gets the Force Cord.
Yeah, it does only hit Pips. Does Pips have a target? No, there's no one for him to actually Vanguard out to, so he's just going to go straight down.
Yeah, he had the gauntlet there, but he probably wanted to save it for the next fight, so he chose not to use it, which I think was an excellent choice. They do know that Force Core is down for a couple seconds, so they might be able to take a fight immediately as he spawns.
It's about a 30-second window or so, but at the same time, G2K2 is actually pushed up right up against this turret into the back, so, you know, this is, again, going to be a nice swing for Team Secret if they can actually get another kill here. And look at Palmataro just jumping right into it. He's actually focusing out the turret. Not really Majestic, but now, as you said, here comes that gauntlet. We got the Dragon's Breath in the back as well. Cavalifar is now going to be the one going down. He was the first to drop, but now Palmataro, can he actually 1v3 this? I don't think he has the stats, especially with that scarf into the back, but he's really making a mission out of it. Palmataro is going to drag that one out as long as he can, and Mowgli, he's going to get chased down. Majestic just needs one more Spire. He will get that, and that is in time for an ace for G2K2.
And fantastically played by side G2 Kinguin. They knew that Force Core was down, and they took advantage of it so well. Majestic landing the perfect Valkyrie. He didn't get the stun, but he did so much damage to every single member of Team Secret, and they were able to clean up in that fight.
And now picking up a gold mine. This is going to go a long way to bringing down that gap. Taisuke-san is just guarding from that push. He has the goop out there as well, but there's not going to be anywhere even close to contesting this gold mine, and a decent gold payout is not so shabby.
And right now, one thing we have to watch out for, though, is Team Secret. Mowgli, he is building for the Warhorn, and once he gets that, it's going to be very, very difficult for side G2. Majestic, he's so reliant on those skill shots. Taisuke-san, he can throw Spitfires out of range, but Majestic, if he misses that Valkyrie, he is going to have a very, very bad fight.
There's definitely a little bit more of a poke situation available to G2K2 with those Spitfires, with those Winter Spires as well for Majestic. I mean, the only real range poke that we're going to have available to Team Secret is Kvalifar, and he's going into Crystal, so it's not even really like that much of a contest. The big thing is when Team Secret really wants to fight, you got to really be able to either reflex block the forced accord, or you got to dance around it.
Yeah, one thing though I do have to point out, Team Secret, they might be having a tough time come late game because Majestic, when he gets pulled into the middle of the team, when he gets fairly tanky, Team Secret don't really have a solid carry to take him down. Right now, Kvalifar, he is going Crystal. He has very, very good burst, but his sustained DPS is just not there. And Palmatoro right now just doesn't have the damage.
Ringo actually goes into an Eve of Harvest.
Yeah, so I don't really agree with that choice. I think having an alternating current or making a broken myth would have been better. However, Kvalifar has been going down fairly quickly in these fights. He is taking a lot of damage, and he knows the enemy team is trying to focus him. So a little bit of sustain, not too bad.
Flare sees G2K2 here. The Winter Spire does actually connect to Mowgli, but he's just going to shrug it off. There's a two-man forced accord, but immediately into that gauntlet. Double stun from it as well. You can see Kvalifar getting locked up. The Valkyrie's there as well. And now here comes that Dragon's Breath. It's all about Team Secret retreating at this point. Palmataro going to drop low. We do got a lot of fortified health there to go, and now that's actually a pretty big Hellfire Brew as well. Palmataro is still alive. Pips is going to go for it. He doesn't get the trade. We've actually lost out 2 for a double, going over to our Ringo as Kvalifar picks up those kills, and that was what looked like a great engage from both sides, but by the end, Team Secret comes out 2-0.
And that was so close to being a perfect fight for G2. Palmatoro almost went down. He was down to a sliver of health, but he barely sustained. Taisuke-san missed a Spitfire, and Team Secret was able to capitalize so well.
Now, there's one thing I got to ask. You know, if Pips had a Stormguard banner instead of just that contract, could have actually been the difference.
It definitely could have been. And right now, one thing to watch out for G2 is that they are going double Crystal. This means that Team Secret, if they build some shield, you see Palmatoro, he has the Aegis. Kvalifar is going for one. Mowgli is just going to be able to tank everything that G2 throws out. And if the carries of Team Secret don't go down, G2 has almost no way to win.
Palmataro is definitely going to be rather hard to kill, especially with the evidence of that last fight. He does hang on by his fingernails, but hey, a kill is a kill, and if you can't get that last hit point, then he will survive. But at this point, as you said, the double crystal, there could be actually a very hard limit for how far G2K2 can push this.
Yeah, right now G2, they are going to be trying to end the game fairly quickly. However, they get pulled in.
Yeah, it does only get Majestic. The big block, that's the Hell's Heart, but it gets hit by Pips instead. Valkyrie's going to come down, but Pips just has nowhere to go. Here comes the Dragon's Breath as well, but now we have to turn it the other way. Majestic is going to tank it all up, but he's going to drop by the end of it. And again, another 2-0 to Team Secret.
And that was such a good pick coming out from Mowgli. You see exactly why people love his fins so much. He lands those Force Accords over and over and over onto key targets, and there, Team Secret's going to pick up another gold mine.
Now, during that fight as well, Kvalifar and Palmataro, they're both level 12. They had infusions on that as well. G2K2 nowhere even close to that state at this point. So there was a little bit more bang for your buck. That does contribute a lot to the fighting prowess. And now another gold mine, 1 minute to go until the Kraken enters.
Yeah, that was a very intelligent play coming out from Team Secret, buying those infusions, making sure that they have a little bit more power in these fights. And right now they're waiting to see what will G2 Kinguin do next and what will Team Secret do to counter.
Well, Finn got into a chronograph.
All right, so he
more
might be
hooks,
going,
more of the time.
Yeah, he can basically throw out hooks whenever he wants. Missed one, wait a couple seconds, throw another one out. Just go fishing, why not?
It's not going to be quite like that, but I mean, the big thing there is the fortified health. The more that he can do it, the better it's going to be. He catches Majestic again, but that's going to be the gauntlet. Does Majestic even get anything off? He will throw it down at the end on Kvalifar, but the damage just wasn't there. Kvalifar's looking for that angle to get into that Hellfire, but nope, it's just going to be the attacks. There goes that Rhyme. It's down. The Dragon's Breath is doing so much work. TS is actually getting turned upon here, but Pips, he's trying to keep Taisuke-san going, and now Mowgli, low health. Can he actually pick up Pips? It will not, and actually a really good anchor turns into a 1-1.
Yeah, that was a pretty good fight coming out from G2. They were able to take the minion mine off of that, so yay.
Yeah, during the middle of the fight, the minion mine gets activated.
Yeah, Taisuke-san is just like, okay, well, I can't kill anyone on the enemy team, so why don't I just take some neutrals while I'm at it?
Mowgli is so tanky for his team. The fortified health coming out from these guys is just absolutely insane when it comes to some of these fights. But, you know, they did actually trade it out. The Kroll went down a bit early. Didn't really look like that Kvalifar could really get a big angle. You can see he has his Hellfire brew still going up. He couldn't find that target.
I think the one thing to watch out for, though, is when we have Palmatoro starting to build a little bit more damage. Because once he has that, once he becomes a massive threat in the middle of these fights, G2 is going to have to focus him, and they have to ignore Kvalifar. Because if Palmatoro is in the middle of your team doing a ton of damage, and Kvalifar is just sitting in the back, you probably have to take care of that Cruel first, because otherwise your carries just won't have the damage due to the weakness stacks.
Yeah, it's the big thing there is the weakness. Palmataro bringing that. He has a Bone Saw to go with it now as well. So not only are you doing 50% less damage, now you're doing 49% less armor on top of it.
Yeah, and Kroll has a pretty solid amount of base damage, so even though he doesn't have additional weapon on top of that, he is still doing a decent amount. However, I would love to see him build a little bit more damage, make sure he can become a little bit more of a threat in these fights, or just, you know, go a little bit more tanky and protect Kvalifar more.
All right, so we'd be clearing away a lot of the vision here in and around the Kraken area. Team Secret trying to set up, if they can get into, again, another anchor. And again, Mowgli has been really the main man to start these things off. He's been throwing them out again and again. He's getting one man, he's getting two. I don't think he's actually missed one this entire game, but as long as he can keep setting up these situations, Team Secret will feel in control.
Yeah, as long as Majestic doesn't get cut out once again, I do think G2 has a fairly good chance in these fights. If he is able to land the Valkyrie on top of Kvalifar, if they can kite down Palmatoro, I think they will be okay, especially because they do have the Scarf. The Frostman is going to be so pivotal in these fights.
Now Mowgli's doing a little bit of scouting. There's been a lot of flare usage here in just the last few moments. We could be going for a little bit of a feint here by pushing up this lane. It's definitely going to be adding up to that turret. And as you can see, G2K2 is going to be forced to respond. But Team Secret not really interested in fighting that far away from the Kraken. If they do lose out that fight, it could be an easy turnaround there for G2.
Yeah, and right now Team Secret, they are a little bit wary. They know G2 is fairly powerful. They know that if they got cut out, they will have a very tough game ahead of them. And right now, they might be going for this fight.
More flares, and the hook. It doesn't actually get pipped, but it will go into Majestic. And, well, that gauntlet I don't actually think mattered at that point. Majestic's going to go down. Pips has used that Vanguard. Could he actually be a target? But I think he's a little bit too far forward now. He will get an Achilles shot by the end of it, but Taisuke-san and Pips will just have to kind of watch from afar. Is this now time to do the Kraken?
Yeah, Team Secret is going straight for the Kraken right now. G2, they have to recall Pips. He took quite a bit of damage. Taisuke-san, he needs a little bit more energy. And right now, Team Secret, it's halfway gone.
Yep.
And right now, Majestic, he is still down. 10 more seconds, the Kraken is going to be taken by the side of Team Secret, and they're going to march down this lane.
Now, Mowgli does have his Force to Court up again. So again, that chronograph doing some big wonders. Now he actually goes into a Crystal Infusion. So again, this Finn is just going to be hitting a little bit harder in this next team fight. But this is honestly the time you do it. 18 minutes in, you get yourself a Kraken. There's 4 turrets up. You could actually sweep him out with a really good set of infusions and double Crystal, triple Crystal, and just the one there for Palmataro. This is really where Team Secret needs to push their advantage.
Yeah, and right now they can just go for a dive. They have a ton of infusions on the side of their team, and right now G2, they only have one. The Kraken is behind them. They're going to take down turret after turret. I'm thinking they're going to take at least, I think they're going to take all 3.
Well, there's only 3 left, and at this point, like the only real threat that we have here for this Kraken is Taisuke-san. That Scarf can actually burn him down. So they do pick up 2, though. The Anchor not going to hit. So now we're going to Warhorn in. We're looking to get as much damage as we can. That's a stun, and Taisuke-san's exposed. He goes down. He's not going to be part of this fight. Here comes that Hellfire Brew as well. Majestic has the fortified health. They're trying to turn it onto Palmataro, but we have a fountain there, and this is just not going to work for G2K2. They don't have their main source of damage. Pips is now stunned out, and he's now actually probably going to get just chased out. The turrets are out. The Kraken is still going. Another hook just for good measure, and Mowgli and crew, they are going to take this one. 14-4 by the end of it, but they do sweep all 4 turrets into that core, and now with the Crystal down, they are up 1-0.
And Team Secret once again showing why they are so dominant in these matches. The drafting phase went fairly well, I'd say. G2, they had a good counter, but Team Secret rotating so well, team fighting perfectly, and those Force Accords from Mowgli were just on point.
The Force Accords actually puts Majestic into a 1-6-3 score. 6 of those 14 were on that rhyme. Now, you said, you know, back early, you don't want to be bringing that rhyme into the middle of the team, but it worked out pretty good.
Yeah, as long as you can isolate that rhyme, it worked out so well. And Mowgli, after that, he was able to follow up those Force Accords with the Quibble every single time, getting those stuns, getting those slows, and just keeping rhyme away from his carries. but still away from his team too.
Yeah, so Rhyme unfortunately just not really panning out too well. The double crystal unfortunately as well falling. But you know, this isn't the end of the line. It's a best of 3, 1-0. But Team Secret, they are the higher seed. They're definitely widely regarded as one of the top, if not the top here in Europe. So, you know, at this point, I would just say the fairly young team, but G2K2 could probably just brush it off, come back stronger.
Yeah, G2, however, they did show that they are pretty solid. They were able to come back a little bit in the middle of that game, and their drafting phase went pretty well, I'd say. So I am very excited to see what will they change up, what will they do next, and how will they adapt to what Team Secret is doing.
Well, maybe we'll see an Adagio instead of a Kroll. Maybe, you know, giving them the Kroll was probably just a bad idea. Who knows? But, you know, we are going to be setting up for game number 2, and we're going to give it back to the desk for a little bit more insight there with Playoff Beard.
Thank you very much, Forecourt. Team Secret, they are the Autumn champions for a reason. That was a frightening thing to watch. Rome, I know you were very interested in those comps and how they played out.
Yeah, overall, like pretty much, I wanted to look at the Team Secret composition. In the end, you look at both the CP Ringo, and then you look at the Kroll. Then you look at the Kroll coming out of their team. Now, they didn't do too much damage in terms of getting that itemization where they were focusing heavy on the output, but it all came down to how they played as a composition in general. And this was due to the fact that Mowgli was able to surprisingly land almost every single hook coming out of their force accord coming out of their team, and they played this out so excellently. Generally, like you see with a composition like this, there was always like a primary damage dealer, and in this term, they were actually all doing the same amount of damage in terms of they're all engaging on that one person that was always getting hooked in.
Yeah, it was interesting. We saw 3 reflex blocks out of G2 Kingwin 2, but we didn't see a Crucible for the vast majority of that match. As we take a look at some of these highlights, so frightening with the Krull combined with the Ringo. You see Kavalfar doing some work right there. And just something you noted, Xingyi, was that Finn maxed Polite Company and seemed to just be pulling everything back to Krull.
Yeah, so Mowgli, you know, you can usually he kind of follows a very normal, you know, a very typical formula for him. He usually overdrives Quibble and the Force Accord, but this time I noticed him overdriving the Polite Company. I think that was just to help people stick to the Krull a little bit more.
Yeah, and also very early chronograph, lots and lots of hooks there.
Lots and lots. And he landed every single one, which was just incredible.
Yeah, that was really something. The KDA, pretty much everything we talked about, the hooks, the KDA, this team just showing what they can do. One thing that was interesting, Rome, was the builds. A Bonesaw Shiver Aegis Krull.
Yeah, and we saw like initially starting right off the bat, Krull opted out for more of a sustainable build. And the same thing can be said about the Ringo, where he was building crystal power the whole way. And with this, he's pretty much standing in the back, making sure he's spamming out his abilities. So in general, overall, the composition coming out of Team Secret didn't have too much damage output. But instead, they made sure that they positioned themselves correctly, making use out of every single time Krull went in, that Dead Man's Rush, that barrier coming out of him. They played it out really well. And Mowgli probably played a pivotal role inside this composition in terms of he was always out front. He was the one that always initiated the plays, and he was the one that was using Polite Company to keep his team sustained.
And Xingyi, there were some bright spots there for G2 Kingwin 2. Interesting comp. Some fights that really were right on the knife's edge that could have gone their way that TS just managed to turn around time and again.
Well, Rhyme's a very good counter to Krull, so I think that was actually quite a nice pickup there for G2. However, the problem was the Ringo and the Finn just combined together. So you would see the Rhyme land a very nice Valkyrie onto the Krull, but the whole time he was just getting chunked away by the Ringo.
Yeah, it was something to watch. So while we wait for this next draft to get ready, we have a report. It is the Pocket Gamer Sideline report. Let's go down to that now.
Very much. Let's one more time for Team Secret, everybody. That was a pretty convincing victory. That was wonderful to watch. Of course, Team Secret coming in as the #2 seed. They've got a lot to prove. And talking to Kavalatar earlier today, he was saying, you know, they now have a responsibility to do something for something that they're now part of something bigger than just playing a game. They're now part of a big team. It's Team Secret. They're well known for tons of stuff. And so we're just looking for them to carry on, see if they can prove themselves as worthy to win the rest of this. But, you know, G2 doing fantastically, and it'll be interesting to see how it goes in the second match. Thanks very much. Back to the desk.
All right, thank you. And that is a good point there. So obviously, MediaPixel, then MediaPixel won the Autumn Championships. They got acquired by Team Secret. I mentioned other games. Of course, this is a world-renowned Dota 2 organization. And they have that mantle now. They also have that support system. And you saw almost immediately improvement in the MediaPixel team, now Team Secret, and they have really never looked back. They have just won and won and won ever since that Autumn Live Championship. We get ready for the draft here, but I can imagine that they want to show, like, all right, yeah, we can defend our title and we can do Team Secret as an organization proud.
Yeah, speaking to the players, they have this incredible motivational drive. They just want to be the champions, and they just want to improve and just be the top of their game, and they are just bringing it their A game every single time, which I think is absolutely wonderful to see.
Yeah, and you know what is particularly scary is they haven't showed their hand yet. They're going to wait until they're forced to get into a situation, a game 3, something like that, and then they're going to pull out whatever their equivalent of the SAW push comp is for the Winter Championship. And when you see how well they play on these traditional EU meta comps, who knows what is going to happen when they go off the reservation with a different comp. Who knows, maybe it'll come out in this draft. I kind of doubt it. I'd expect they'll wait until their hand is forced. It is now G2 Kinguin 2 as Team A, picking and banning first. Taizuki-san is probably not going to let Palmaturo have any more fun on that Krull. We'll wait to see what happens there. And it is the Krull ban, Rome.
Yeah, and this was the best thing coming out of them. Pretty much what they wanted to do was leave Adagio open and forcing Team Secret to ban them, or they would pick them up first and build a composition out of that. But going to this, they do know that Team Secret does excellently in terms of that drafting phase, in terms of grabbing those counter picks and building a composition that really works for them. So I would like to see G2 Kinguin 2, regardless of what kind of composition they pull. I felt like even last game, like they had a really good comp. I feel like they just rushed into it a little bit too quickly, and instead this game they should slow it down a little bit, making sure that they play a little bit more efficiently.
Shingy, one thing we haven't really talked about, Team Secret's vision game is rock solid, and that could, play a factor in this game.
Yeah, Mowgli's very good at putting those scout traps down and the flares. He makes really good use of those flares, and we've seen a few games where he just kind of litters the whole middle jungle with scout traps.
And they lock in a fortress roam. That's a new look.
Yeah, and it's going to be really exciting, especially seeing a fortress coming out of Team Secret, due to the fact that they most likely will be able to put him towards like somebody in that jungle duel, making sure that they use the most out of Fortress's kit in terms of grabbing that early engage, but having a hero that it scales out really well into that mid game.
We're going to have to wait and see what Team Secret does with the second pick. The Ringo certainly worked out in the first match. Kvalifar will go back to that. And now, Shingy, this is interesting. This is not typical EU style, but they're going to have to play really aggressive early game.
Yeah, but the thing is with that Fortress pick is that I just don't feel Mowgli is that comfortable in Fortress. I've seen him play in other tournaments, and I just don't think it is his best support hero, so I'm kind of wondering why they are picking that Fortress now.
Well, clearly they want to show him a different look, Rome, here in terms of, we've seen all super late scaling today. We've seen a lot of passive play early. Is it accurate to say they're going to have to come strong out of the gate?
Yeah, so with the composition that Team Secret has here, they are going to be banking on that early and mid-game scaling, in terms of they will have to push as much as they can into the G2 Kinguin 2 side, or they're going to get punished by later on by this Blackfeather, who can actually just dive really deep into that backline and make sure he gets rid of that Ringo very early on.
All right, we're going to wait and see. We have seen, going all the way back to 111, Petal countering that Fortress. It's instead going to be Vox. Your thoughts, Rom?
And so the composition coming out of the G2 Kinguin 2 side here, they have a very hyper carry in terms of grabbing that Vox up in that lane, but they do have to make sure that going up against Fortress, they don't get punished too much with Blackfeather in that jungle.
Very interesting. Team Secret counters with a rhyme of their own. I'd like to hear what Zekan has to say with that, so let's go to the casters now.
You know what, Zekan, what do you think of that?
I think that's pretty solid. The rhyme, pretty strong last game. However, it didn't work out quite so well for G2.
Yeah.
But for Team Secret, I think, they can show us where they got.
You think that the higher seed, more confidence? I mean, like that first ban Crow, is like, why'd you ban the Crow? You could have actually gotten an Adagio or a Crow if you'd thrown away like a Ringo or something.
Right, however, they want to prevent Team Secret from taking the other one. So, if you ban Kroll, Team Secret's not going to ban Adagio, and you have to either take a Dodge or a Kroll, and it's like, who's actually getting the better deal out of this?
Yeah, but it didn't happen. So, all right, that brings us into this. And as Xingyi was saying, I mean, Fortress doesn't really feel like something that we see a lot of A in EU or B specifically on Team Secret.
Yeah, I've actually seen Mowgli play Fortress a couple of times, but it is definitely not his most impressive hero. He's usually very reliable on that Finn, on that Arden, on that Catherine, but Fortress, a little bit something new for him.
Yeah, well, it is going to be Mowgli on it. Kvalifar, there is going to be that Ringo and Palmataro. So, I mean, we got the pretty good traditional weapon, Crystal. Now, this time, though, will we be seeing a double comp from G2K2? They did just try double Crystal, didn't work. Put up a little bit of a good fight there in the mid, but at this point, I would fully expect Majestic to be going into Crystal Vox.
Yeah, this time around, I definitely expect it to be a Crystal Vox. I don't think he will go for the weapon. It's just not going to be that effective against Palmataro and Kvalifar. And right now, we have a little bit of an invade.
Yeah, the desk said you got to be playing aggressive. You got this Fortress, you got that Rhyme. I mean, not only will you be sped up there with that Fortress, you know, as he bounds forward to get out all that damage, but now, you know, with that Winter Spire, with the Chilling Winds, you could actually do some pretty interesting chases, but so far, it's not really working out. Majestic comes down into this one. The rest of the Majestic team kind of left him. So, unfortunately, he will be the first blood.
Yeah, that was strange. Tusuki-san was pushed out from lane by Kvalifar, so I can understand that Pips was trying to go help him. But Majestic just out a little bit too far.
Taisuki-san just getting the wrong end of that deal there for Kvalifar. And Kvalifar, wow, I actually almost just expected him to die right there. Fortress gets the kill on top of the Arden, though, because Majestic was not back from spawn as of yet. And so far, again, like 2 kills early on. Oh, Majestic, no, what are you doing? This is not going to be going good for him. Mowgli, you can see just bounding forward again. That scout trap could have actually made a difference for the kills, but it looks like he's able to fight it off. Still, the steal is good. Palmataro is able to pick up the gold. Now he's thinking, all right, maybe we can do this, maybe not. I have no idea who's going to be the big target, but Mowgli, he's done. He tries to bounce back in. Here comes the rotate of Kvalifar. Palmataro could actually drop one more shot. It's not going to happen, or will it? Here comes Pips, and they make that happen.
And a perfect engage by his side Majestic. He was caught out so far, but he knew, Pips is coming for me. He's going to save me. And just at the very last moment, the Vanguard comes out, saves his ally, and he gets 2 kills.
I'm actually rather impressed that that worked out. Majestic, like with that 2v1, he was able to kite it out. He lived long enough, and Pips from that spawn was able to come back, and well, they get 2 kills out of it. It didn't start off as an advantage for G2K2, but these guys really knew how to push that.
Yeah, however, one thing to watch out for, though, is Kvalifar sitting at 21 CS. Taisuke-san only at 16, and the lane right now is currently pushing towards Team Secret, so Taisuke-san is going to have a very, very rough time.
Palmataro sitting at 13 compared to the Majestic 9 as well. So a little bit of cash, despite that, you know, really exciting 2 kills. Not much coming out of it there for G2K2. They do get a little bit of their pride back, I suppose. But if you look at the gold, it's, you know, now starting to mount into Secret's favor.
Yeah, and right now Kvalifar is playing this lane very intelligently. He's making sure he's zoning Taisuke-san as much as possible and preventing him from getting as much farm as he can.
All right, that's not going to be a dive there on top of Kvalifar, but it might actually be a dive for Taisuke-san. Kvalifar just made that look easy. The twirling silver doing work here for these Ringo laners.
Yeah, and Kvalifar is showing exactly why Ringo is such a powerhouse in the early game. That twirling silver, that Achilles shot, the slow on top of the movement speed for yourself is just so impressive.
And it's going to be a weapon Ringo this time as well, as we're going to leave Palmataro to pick up that crystal. So look for a little bit more early engages here from Kvalifar. The sustained damage is going to be supplied this time by him as well. It's not going to be looking for those big hellfires like we did in the last game.
Yeah, and one thing that Palmataro changed up from the previous Rhyme is that he's actually going double defensive items early on. And I think this is very intelligent. Right now, Rhyme, he has very low base armor and shield. So buying that light armor, buying that light shield just gives him so many more defensive stats, and especially combined with that fortified health, he'll be very tough to take down.
Now, it picks up into a heavy prism, and something that we have seen at least popularized on NA was a first item, Eve of Harvest. Now, the last time we saw it, well, maybe not the last time, but when Bacon and Humanist were here, we actually saw a Broken Myth first. So I'm kind of curious to see which way that will go. Taisuke-san is going to take a little bit of damage, not nearly as much as he could have, but Kvalifar, I mean, there's a reason this guy's on so many top 10 players lists for Europe.
Yeah, and Kvalifar is just so good in that lane. He almost never falls behind, and he baits people so well. You think you have him caught out, and his teammates are just right there waiting for you.
4-minute minion mine going over to G2K2 as well. Well, might actually help out the lane here for Taisuke-san, but it's also a little bit of extra gold into Fox's pocket. And, well, as you see, he's now back at home. He does go on a shopping, picks up his own heavy prism as well. Now, at the same time, TS, you know, they've actually been wandering around, putting out a lot of scout traps, actually.
Yeah, this has got to be a little bit worrying for us at G2. Right now, Kvalifar sitting at 47 CS to Taisuke-san's 33. things are definitely shifting towards Team Secret's side.
And I'm also, again, looking more at Team Secret's vision. Wow, Majestic getting the wrong end of that deal as Kvalifar again returns that damage. He has that 6 sins and that Minion's Foot to go with the heavy steel. He's packing quite a punch.
Yeah, Kvalifar just saying, you know, there's 3 people in lane. I think I can take them. I'm going to go for this. Why not?
Just going to stutter step backwards and shoot you in the face. I mean, it works out pretty well majority of the time. His farm is absolutely on point as well. 57 now.
Yeah, he is almost hitting 10 CS per minute, and right now Taisuke-san is taking so much damage from just these basic attacks.
Now, typically we do actually see a good modicum of success for these melee laners, especially Black Feathers, but not this time. I mean, we are really starting to actually look a little sore here from Taisuke-san.
Yeah, one interesting thing is that a lot of players consider Black Feather to be a fairly strong counter against that Ringo. You're able to poke with the on point, you're able to defend against a lot of damage coming in from that Ringo. But Kvalifar, jeez. The Sorrow Blade already coming out.
Yeah, the 6-minute Sorrow Blade is definitely something to behold. He even had cash to spare after that. Now he has that Swift Shooter into another Minions, but he even picks up his own Scout Trap. So he's going to be helping out a little bit. Palmataro's the big target. That's a Valkyrie and a half, and Palmataro is going to live once more. Taisuke-san not. That's going to be now another kill to Team Secret, and I think Pips might follow suit.
Pips going so low. Kvalifar going for one more hit. He does not get it. That's a little bit of a heartbreaker, but I'm sure they're pretty happy with the 1 kill. They're going to be able to get some damage onto this turret as they force everyone in G2 back.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Will Kvalifar actually look for some of that turret damage? Or are they going to go for a little bit more of an invade? Remember, they have quite a few scout traps in and around the middle area, so they're not really too concerned about that. They're going to pick up these 2 camps. Not really too much of an issue, but G2, I mean, that's more deny going their way. Look at the gold again. Between the farm and these denies, the kills are starting to add up a little bit. That's a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I think that was a really smart play coming out from Team Secret. Instead of going for the turret chip, they actually go for a little bit of a jungle steal, because the main thing is, for Team Secret, you very rarely see them half push a turret. They don't really chip away at it. They just either go all or nothing.
You know, this might actually be the official tournament skin of Ringo. I don't think I've ever seen a Ringo not in this skin.
Hey, it looks awesome.
It does. No, I'm giving artists full credit on that one, but the twirling silver, it's so easy to notice, and I can't actually remember if I've ever seen a different one.
You know, speaking of it, I don't think I have either in any tournament setting. That's really interesting.
Both regions as well. It's kind of fun. A little bit of a gold mine clear. I don't think it was a serious attempt here from G2K2, but they do need to be very on top of trying to do some of this counter vision. I mean, we got a lot of traps in and around Team Secret in terms of the gold mine, in terms of this lane. We actually had the scout trap up in that bush by Kvalifar.
Yeah, one thing to watch out for from the side of G2 is that they will be scaling fairly effectively. Team Secret right now, they are very strong, especially with Kvalifar having such a commanding lead. However, come mid to late game, Majestic will be very powerful on that Crystal Vox. Taisuke-san will be able to dive into the backline, and Palmataro is going to have to peel so well for Kvalifar, especially because Mowgli is not playing anything that has any sort of peel.
Now, once we get Pips and Taisuke-san into that backline, it could actually be a different story, but the whole story so far has been Kvalifar and this poke. It's just absolutely massive.
Yeah, and right now there's just no way for G2 to deal with it.
That's the big target. We hit level 6 for the Gauntlet, gets a double stun. Not turning on top of Mowgli. Now they're turning on top of Palmataro, but he just erases the opponents. Pips is now going to be down. Majestic is basically out of this fight, and the infinite escape of Taisuke-san will serve him well, but you saw as soon as they turn on to Palmataro, he just unleashed his full arsenal. They get the kill in fairly short order. Now a gold mine to their name as well. This is going to be putting them into the 3,000 gold mark.
Team Secret coming up with a commanding lead right now at the 9-minute mark. The main thing for G2 right there was that it was way too early for them to go for a fight. They need to scale up a little bit more. They need to get Majestic a couple of items. He's sitting on a heavy prism, and that's just not enough.
39 farm, heavy prism. If you look at his counterparts, Palmatar picks up the Eve. He's going to be a one tanky old man. And Kvalifar with that Sorrow Blade plus Mowgli on the Fountain of Renewal, I mean, it's really no contest when it comes to these items.
Yeah, Palmataro trying to get a cheeky low kill onto Majestic right there, but Rhyme, he's an old man. He's very slow.
They might actually get Pips. Pips doesn't really have anywhere else to go, and he just used that Vanguard, but no, all right, they're just going to let him go. But still, that was 2 separate fights that overwhelmingly went over to Secret. Now, one good thing is that Majestic, on the back of that, picks up an alternating current.
All right, so Majestic has a little bit more damage, but right now Taisuke-san, he does not have any tier 3 items completed, though he is sitting on 2,200 gold. So I'm expecting him to probably pick up a Sorrow Blade, maybe a Breaking Point even.
If he picks up the Sorrow Blade, it's going to be rather late for it. He picks up the Barbed Needle, but he's going to go into Dragonheart instead. There's the Serpent Mask.
Yeah, Serpent's Mask going to keep him alive just a little bit longer. The main thing for him is to dodge around that Rhyme. Blackfeather, fairly mobile. He has the 2 charges of Rose Offensive, and as long as he doesn't get pinned down by Palmataro, he can easily get onto Cavalifar and try to do the damage there.
Well, at this point, 5 kills to 2 and about 4,000 gold now. I mean, Team Secret is not taking any kind of mercy on this, guys.
Yeah, right now, Majestic sitting at 46 CS with the alternating carry, and we see a little bit of an engage.
Yep, Flare there into the bush. There is going to be now a little bit of a rush down there on top of Pips. I don't think we actually used an ult yet, but Majestic's going to be dropping. Oh, there's the Valkyrie stun. Silence the counter here for the Gauntlet. I just don't think it's enough. The puppies are out, and Pips is dropping fast. Mowgli's going to be bounding and bounding. Will he actually grab that with the pups? Taisuki-san is going to be there to help out as well. If they can take those down, the pups, they will be fine. And it looks like they will live. 14 hit points on Pips. He's just skin of his teeth, but at the same time, the turret does drop. And Team Secret again, now up to 5,000 gold.
Yeah, and that was a very, very strong engage by side Team Secret. They were able to do so much damage onto Majestic. He just completely exploded. And on the back of that, they were able to chase out Pips. They were able to chase out Taisuke-san, and they were easily able to go for the turret. Instead of overchasing, instead of overextending, they went for the smart play. They backed up, took the turret, and just extended their lead.
And they're going to do it again here with this gold mine. It's not the fastest one in history, but there's no contest. Here comes Majestic. Nope. Close, but no cigar. 163 gold payout. Now Palmataro's going neck and neck with him a little bit. Majestic actually getting a pretty good trade on that. But, oh, that trap is going to hit Taisuki-san. Now they're thinking, all right, we can do this. But the crits are unreal. That's Cavalifar denying that engage.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with Cavalifar right now. He is so incredibly strong. The Starl Blade, the Tyrant's Monocle. He's level 10. He's sitting on a pile of gold. 12 minutes in, he is just chunking everyone on the side of G2 Kinguin.
You can see the big difference, though. Like, Majestic before alternating current now versus after. The damage output is definitely really exemplified just with the turn of that tier 3 item.
Right, every single use of that Sonic Zoom, as long as he has the pulse, as long as he has the resonance marks on top of his enemies, he is able to dash out, do quite a bit of chunking damage. And Team Secret, right
Majestic,
now,
384 back to back to back. That's the Tyrant's Monocle coming out for Cavalifar.
Yeah, that was not the place to be for G2. They are a little bit over-aggressive, and right now Team Secret is just chasing them down. They're not going to be able to pick up any more kills, but they will easily be able to push the lane. They'll easily be able to walk into the side of G2's jungle.
You don't want to be here, Pips. You don't want to be here. Winter Spire, Cavalifar comes out of nowhere and puts them down.
And this is exactly why Team Secret is so fearsome. They know exactly what to do. They play so flawlessly.
Is he not going to not crit this turret? Like, that thing just melted.
Yeah, that was absolutely ridiculous.
Majestic's just going to melt.
Oh man, Taisuke-san, you cannot stick around. Majestic runs in, instantly drops. He was alive for about, what, 10 seconds?
Yeah, that's a fair estimate right there. Again, look at the damage output right now, Cavalifar. And this is turning into a lemming situation here for G2K2. They keep going in one at a time. They think they're safe. They're not. They die. Now it's a 2v3. One dies, one responds. 2v3. And they just kept feeding into that meat grinder.
Yeah, 9,000 gold is the advantage for the side of Team Secret. The Tornado Trigger comes out. The Tyrant's Monocle, the Sorrow Blade. Cavalifar with the Reflex Block is going to be absolutely untouchable this game.
This is, I don't like to call games early, but that is a mountain for G2K2 to climb if they want to get back into this game. 6-0 on Cavalifar. Doesn't sound that scary, but the 9-2 score, again, sounds okay. It's the gold that's approaching the 10,000 mark that is the scary part.
Right, however, Taisuke-san and Pips have both picked up the Atlas Pauldron. This will dramatically reduce the damage coming out of Cavalifar, but dramatically reducing something that is so huge is still gonna hurt.
Yep, it's still definitely gonna hurt. And another decent gold payout is gonna go the way of Team Secret. We still can't even see the Kraken in Aura Glory yet. We're still about a minute off from that. Something else to bring up is, again, the vision game has been once more just absolutely superb from Team Secret. Flares every bush. I can't even imagine how much Mowgli's invested into those flare guns.
Yeah, this is one thing we saw from him in the last championship. He just drops flares so often. Every time he goes to shop, his inventory is instantly full with 5 flares, and he just has perfect vision on the enemy team.
Yeah, he had 5. He had, he had 5. Now he's down to the 1, and now the engage happens. Pips, though, gets off a pretty decent gauntlet. It does help at least delay this, but Cavalifar, he is just kiting for days. Finally, they do bring him down, but now Majestic, can he actually get out of this one? Mowgli's just going to bound and chase him down, but you know, 1-1 by the end. If Pips actually does survive, that's no ace for either side, but that also feels like the first kill for G2K2 in a while.
Yeah, G2K2 getting a fairly good fight right now. They were able to catch out Cavalifar to burst him down.
Oh, they actually stopped it. Taisuki-san's not going anywhere.
He's running. He's got the most offensive.
We call it the infinite escape for a reason. Another flare going down. That's the last one from Mowgli. Will be enough for that pickup. Pips is coming in. He gets the Vanguard off onto the corpse, unfortunately. And just Taisuki-san, a split-second difference would have made it.
And Infinity is just not enough to get away from the side of Team Secret. The Kraken has spawned. They're almost certainly going to go for it and go for a game-ending push.
Mowgli has that infusion. In fact, everybody's now infusing up here from Team Secret. They got the money. They're now again going to be hitting that 10,000 mark here in a moment, and the Kraken is theirs. 29 seconds, no contest.
Yeah, Kavafa with the absolutely ridiculous attack speed coming out with the Trolling Silver. He is just pumping damage out for days. Majestic tries to farm up a little bit for himself. Let's see if he can pick up. He's probably go for a double infusion because they almost have to at this point. Otherwise, they will lose the game.
It's hard to say that this is going to be turned on its head, but G2 Kinguin is going to say that, yeah, all right, we can kill the Kavala Fire. They didn't win the fight by the end of it. They did actually tie it out, and they lost Taisuki-san by the end of it as well. But even if you trade even here, it's still going to be immense pressure on your base because of that Kraken.
Yeah, as long as Kavala Fire does not get caught right here, I am expecting the game to end. However, G2, they do have a lot of infusions on their side. Each of both their carries, double infused. However, on the side of Team Secret, they are just doing so much damage.
Mowgli's just going through these flares in 5-packs, but there goes actually now the gauntlet. They're again trying to bring down Kavala Fire, but Taisuki-san, once he's out of that invulnerability, Kavala Fire just brings him down, and at the same time, Majestic, I don't think he can Sonic Zoom out of this one, not with Mowgli on top of you. The Kraken again is working on those turrets. Majestic is out. Pips is going to be dropping low, but even with this 3v1 situation without the Kraken, this would be a game over, and this is going to be now Team Secret taking it 2-0 to come out flawless here in day one.
Yeah, another dominating performance coming out from the side of Team Secret. G2, they put up a good fight. However, it just was not enough against these guys.
What is this, basketball?
Fist bumps are very, very difficult, apparently. But that was fantastically played from the side of Team Secret. I am definitely looking forward to seeing them play tomorrow.
Now, we talked to these guys. G2, K2, it's a fairly young team, but coming into this, they're mechanically sound. They are actually feared by some of these other teams as a finalist potential. But Team Secret really just showing that they're leagues above. Their synergy, they've been together, and they are the Autumn champions. They are here to defend, and they are here to rep Team Secret.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic watching them play. G2, I am expecting them to do very, very well in the coming matches. Let's see what they learn from this match against Team Secret. I think they have a lot to take home. They did extremely well. We saw some fights that definitely went their way, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it did feel like a little bit of a struggle, especially in the mid game. I mean, once that Vox got the alternating current, the damage sort of started leveling out. But once you have like that Lemming syndrome is what I call it, the 1 into 1 into 1 into 1. And Kavala Fire, I think, got 4 kills out of that.
Yeah, Kavala Fire doing so well for himself that game. Just absolutely dominating Taisuke-san in that lane. Taisuke-san, he was doing okay for about 2 minutes, and then Kavala Fire just ran him over.
I don't know what it is about Black Feathers, but they haven't had the best of success when it comes to these lanes. I mean, Leia came into it with the Angry Pandas, and he gave up a kill like about the 2-minute mark as well. So I don't know what it is with 115 and Black Feathers, but we'll have to see if they come into it for the next game, because we're going to be throwing it back to the desk.
Thank you very much. They are the Autumn champions for a reason, looking very impressive there. Team Secret, Rome, Kavala Fire, consistently up 20 in CS against his counter laner there. At one point up 30 CS, just a dominant display in lane.
Yeah, and speaking of like overall looking at individual players, everybody knows Team Secret in terms of how they're so dominant synergy-wise and how they play so well together. But for the remainder of the tournament, I really do want the viewers and everybody to pay attention to each player specifically. And this is just to highlight how much potential, how strong they are in terms of mechanical, individual mechanics, and in terms of how well they execute it. Because without this, the synergy doesn't work together.
Yeah, and also for those people watching who are saying, wow, we're seeing a lot of dominant performances today. Well, keep in mind, that means day 2 is going to be unbelievable. Like, for example, we already know this Team Secret team that was so dominant is going to play the Snow Tsunami team that was so dominant tomorrow. So these teams, they have to run into each other. That will all happen on Elimination Day tomorrow. So even if you see with the high seeds playing the low seeds, some matches that are a little bit lopsided here, it only means it's going to be that much more crazy, that much more fun to watch when we get to tomorrow's action. And really, for Team Secret, just everything worked for them there.
Yeah, I think what I think we kind of realized is you can't really target ban out anyone from Team Secret. They've got such a wide repertoire of heroes. They can really just pull together any composition, and they're so practiced in it that it's very difficult to counter them in that way.
Yeah.
And what I really liked also from G2's side was that they did have a Black Feather Vox combo. You would have thought the Vox was going to go into lane, but they switched him into jungle, I think, just to counter that Rhyme, who's really good against melee heroes such as Black Feather.
Oh, that's interesting. Let's take a look at some highlights from this match, and perhaps Rome, you can walk us through what you noticed.
Yeah, so a couple things here. Like, you always have to notice Kvalifar. He knows his positioning so well in terms of he doesn't actually overextend himself unless it's actually to finish off one of the enemy heroes. And here, like, especially something about the Team Secret side is every time they do pick up that Kraken, they make sure that they push with him very well, and they don't actually do any engages unless they know they're going to come out with a team fight winning.
Now, we all saw what Kvalifar did in these series, but as Rome said, this is a team, and what each of them is bringing to the table is so important. So let's get your MVP for this match and find out what you think.
I'm going to choose Palmatoro.
All right. Tell me why.
So we've seen, when we first saw him in the autumn finals, he was a very good player, but we've seen so much progression from him. And just from watching those Cruel plays and those Rhyme plays, he was really on point with his skills. He knows exactly when to use them, and he's perfect as a frontline.
Rome, what do you think? You think maybe, you can certainly make a case for Palmatoro, but though that KDA of Kvalifar are pretty off the charts.
Yeah, and like, before this, like, a lot of people always focused on the team playing together as a whole, and Kvalifar always up there, making sure that his CS is always on point. There was a couple times into this last match where his CS was over the 10 per minute mark, and this is something that's really amazing due to the fact that he's so dominant in that lane. He applies so much pressure, and then again, you look around, he's always into that jungle, rotating with his allies as a group of three.
Yeah, that's what you call a segue. The Amazon Coins proxy or MVP of the game there. I think the people back in the booth were so convinced on this Kvalifar, they just assumed it was going to be the most valuable player. But always nice to see Kvalifar as well. I stand with you on Palmatoro there. Very influential. I mean, you could give it to absolutely anyone on this team. And Rome, as you look ahead now for a moment, they're going to be playing Snow Tsunami tomorrow. That is going to be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, and it's going to be one of their toughest matches in this tournament, I believe, due to the fact that, looking back, Snow Tsunami was the only team that gave them a loss during the last live championships. And going on to this next one, because Snow Tsunami does such a good job in terms of their drafting phase, and in terms of grabbing compositions that counter their opponents, I think that they are going to give Team Secret a run for their money. And it's going to come down to, overall, it's going to make Team Secret play above their level, pretty much opening new doors, reaching up even higher to actually outcome and take home first place in this tournament.
All right, let's see what Team Secret has to say about tomorrow's opponent and how things went today. With that interview, it's DJ Sams.
Okay, thank you very much, Player of Beard. I'm here with Team Secret for being the underdogs in the autumn final to winning and then being the favorite to win here tonight. Tell me, what has your journey been like?
Well, our journey has been amazing and full of wonderful experiences. We meet a lot of amazing people and we got involved with all the community and especially the players that we are used to play every day against. But from the last live finals, I think we're not the same team anymore because nobody knew us that much, and as well that people wouldn't judge us as a potential winner or to win even a game. So actually coming as underdogs in the first live finals and winning it, we definitely made a statement. And for these live finals, since teams, I think they respect us a lot more as a players and as a team as well. So we're definitely going to look to keep playing like we played just right now. And basically, we want to know that we're here to win and we're here to take it home again.
Considering the success you guys have with Finn, why do you think that we don't see so much of him?
Basically, I think Finn is one of the simplest champions of the game to play with and to play against. So a lot of people are just used to try out the Crucible on your grab. They know how to dodge your spell, to turn around you. You are slow, so it's easy to catch you if you're not at a good position. And people are like, yeah, it's viable, but I prefer to play something else because I know I can outplay more. And it's all about the way you're going to play it. And when you can manage to learn when to grab, when to surprise, it's a surprise pick. So you have to do the things your enemy don't expect with this pick. And
Brilliant. Thank you very much. As we go back to a playoff bid.
DJ Samson, yeah. You talk to North America players that say, oh, it's too easy to reflex block. Well, they got to watch more of Mowgli and the way that he's handling these hooks. Rome, what is he specifically doing that's helping him be so successful on that hero?
Well, for a second there, I thought he was going to give me a shout-out based on my awesome Finn play. But overall, like, it's the way that he's actually controlling the map in terms of having that vision up. If you look back at that first game, you do notice that Mowgli on that Finn always throws up a flare before he throws out any forced accords. And on multiple instances, right when he sees somebody, he catches them off the hook.
Yeah, I do want to mention here while we have a moment that NVIDIA Shield, one of our sponsors, running all sorts of great giveaways in the chat, as I'm sure you have noticed to this point. You can type hashtag NVIDIA Shield. We'll do one right now. I'm just going to put them on the spot and do one right now for a chance to win ice. We're doing that periodically. And then before the end of this broadcast, thanks to NVIDIA Shield, that K1 tablet, so fantastic for gamers, we will give away an NVIDIA Shield to one lucky randomly selected winner in the chat. So stick around to the very end, and I don't think you'll have any trouble doing so, because what we have up next is probably the main event of the day, the closest match of the day. We have the number 3 seed G2 Kinguin versus the number 6 seed Rebirth of Empire. Redix, that player who was on a plane, who was trying to arrive, he did make it here in time, so we will see the full G2 Kinguin roster. We'll talk about all that in just a moment. And on the Rebirth of Empire side, the name you're going to be hearing is Mr. K Cool. Don't go anywhere. This is going to be the best series of the day.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just $50, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire tablet.
It's not enough. The gauntlet goes down. He might go for Donna Clip. Two. He's got to hit two.
Welcome everyone to the eSports Arena here in Santana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Finals!
Europe Winter Championships live from the Gfinity Arena in London. We have the best match of the day potentially coming up now. I really think it will be. We have the number 3 seed G2 Kinguin against the number 6 seed Rebirth of Empire. I'd like to talk about G2 Kinguin first. This is, they don't consider it an A and a B team, but this is certainly the better, more well-known of the two teams. Redix, Dark Potato, and Dingo. Their chemistry is absolutely phenomenal. Redix is a natural leader and shot caller. Dingo and Dark Potato are really the best of friends inside the game and out. And Rome, this is a team, their draft strategy, you can just go on and on. What do you decide to point out about this squad?
Yeah, just looking back at the second qualifiers this season, like this was the team I was really hoping to win due to the fact that this is the resurgence of the G2 Kinguin team, the original squad that after first getting picked up, they took first place in the first qualifier of the autumn season. And just looking at their play and how much growth they've actually had in their time apart and overall like through their experience is in the VIPL at the event in Katowice in Poland. And going in today, I expect, honestly, I will go on a limb here and say that this is probably this will go to best out of 3 match. So we can expect epic plays coming out of both sides.
All right, so you think we'll see our first blind pick today. This is a team that employs some very interesting draft strategy. It's not just about trying to get a comp. It's often about trying to make the enemy team uncomfortable, whether that's a run on roamers, whether that is trying to take a particular carry or a particular player off of their comfort picks. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that. Rome, this is a team that is a little bit more conservative, typically a little bit more like the SK squad that we saw early on.
Yeah, and something about the G2 Kinguin team that I really like is in terms of how efficient they are overall as a group, where they try to make as less mistakes as possible and pretty much capitalizing off of their opponents in every situation that they can.
Now, this G2 Kinguin squad, they have so much synergy. It's like you take the individual players, they're all good in their own right, but you put them together, there's so much more than the sum of their individual parts. What difference does that make when you have a team that really plays well together?
I think it makes so much difference when you have a team who's very mechanically gifted, but it's just kind of, it really shows in the games. They're just really not together. They're kind of just going at the wrong times. One person's always hanging back, and that's when you make mistakes, is if you don't have that synergy.
All right, let's talk a little bit about a player. I know Action Jackson and Vidius, they love to crack their jokes about this player, but it is all out of fun because of how good this player really is. And I have an inkling this might be your Amazon Coins player to watch, Rome.
Yeah, so the player to watch will have to be Dark Potato this match, due to the fact that he is one of those clutch players that, especially when in front of a live audience, when in front of playing on stream or anything like that, he does make those epic plays in terms of he is the one that is always cleaning up the opponents, always making sure that he pulls in that clutch.
Now, this is a player we've seen, phenomenal Glaive, we've seen phenomenal Krull. This is just a player that has such a deep hero pool. It makes it really hard to draft against.
Yeah, and it's really fun to watch. I think he's one of the funnest junglers to watch. And in their draft, I think, like you said, it's very strong. It's like Team Secret, they're also very difficult to draft out. So I think when it comes down to is just playing your comfort picks and just making sure you're just doing your best rather than just playing in an uncomfortable composition.
All right, now on the other side, Rebirth of Empire, this is a team, they might be the 6th seed in this tournament, but that's deceptive. This is a team that has consistently finished second over and over and over again. In some competitions, even getting over the hump a little bit. But we'll have to see if in the kind of Vainglory branded tournaments, if they're able to finally take one home and win it. And Rome, if they are able to do so, I think it's going to have a lot to do with a young phenom that is all the buzz of this tournament. People are buzzing about this player the way they were buzzing about Dienzio before the North America Championship. Tell me about this player.
Yeah, other than the fact that he is quite young, he's one of those players that are like naturally gifted in terms of overall mechanical skills, his understanding and approach to the game, and it's very fascinating to watch.
We're stringing it along. This is, of course, the Amazon player, the Amazon Coins player to watch, Mr. K. Cool.
Yeah.
We didn't actually say his name.
Just speaking to him in general, like he has that aura of like confidence in terms of I'm very prideful of what I do. I'm very approaching in terms of I will, no matter who I'm playing against, no matter what team we're playing against, we're going to approach it as a group. And this is something like that starts building synergy. And this is something that really shows like the bright future that they have.
Shingy, I was so impressed with this very, very, very young player. Such confidence, such clarity, quite intellectual in his responses, and some very specific thoughts on comps and things we might see some interesting things today if we need to.
Well, like you guys, I'm very impressed by him. I've played with him and against him, and I've got to say he is definitely going to be a hero to watch.
He might be the hero.
Definitely a player to watch. His mechanical skill is very good, and I think a lot of people have described him as like the new Leon. Sorry, Leon. But he's been described as a new Leon. They're very similar kind of in terms of play style. They have very wide hero pools as well.
Well, we know what it looked like in North America when the young rising player that everyone was talking about, the types of plays that he made in that tournament, that being Dienzio. I cannot wait to see what Mr. Cool, Mr. K Cool might bring out in this series. And you know what? Let's get to know this team a little bit better. It's Rebirth of Empire.
Since the autumn season, recruited a new player called Mr. K Cool.
Net and Ali sort of approached me and asked me if I wanted to be a part of Rebirth, and I said yes, and that's where we are today. So I'm playing for them here, and it's going to be awesome.
He has a really good skill, but we knew his team isn't as much skilled as he is. So we thought about picking him for our team. We played a lot of games with him, and we synergized really well since he's in our age.
I'm hoping I can be just as good as Dienzio, if not better. I really want to show that it's not just sort of people in their 20s and late teens that can play Vainglory really well. It's awesome that we have people as young as myself and Dienzio in the competitive scene.
We hope to not match up against Team Secret in the early stage of the tournament, but in the finals or in the semi-finals it's totally fine.
I think all the teams mechanically are so close on that sort of level, but it's all about securing the right comp. Getting the annoying heroes like Adagio and Krull out of the way of the enemy team could really be anyone's game. I think it's whoever pulls together and gets the draft they want and then keeps it together in the games with really good synergy and teamwork will be the team with the trophy.
Rebirth of Empire. This is a confident team, and we've talked about Mr. K Cool, who's the newcomer on the scene for this team, but the player that we have been talking about and oohing and awing about over and over again, the great Kali. This is a playmaker.
Yeah, so with Great Kali now, especially with the addition of Mr. K Cool to the team, Rebirth of Empire has a lot of versatility in terms of how many different positions they can play in terms of, especially when they're grabbing compositions against their opponents. And this really opens up their drafting phase, making sure that counter-picking and counter-executing is probably one of their best strengths. And coming into this match, Great Kali, always playing that position where he is like one of those playmakers for his team. He's always up there in the front, either being that one that peels or being the one that actually engages deep into the enemy backlines.
Or being that one securing 1v3s on a glaive. He can really do just about anything. And then in the roam position, very, very important role on this team in particular, it's Net Toilette.
Well, the thing about Net Toilette is we've seen him play all the roles. We've seen him play laner, we've seen him play jungler, and right now he seems to have settled into the support role. And I don't think that's working out as well, in that it's a bit of a kind of jack of all trades, master of none situation, and I really hope he's improved that play and kind of got that synergy going a little bit more.
Okay, shots fired. We'll have to wait and see if he steps up and performs in this game. A very, very accomplished player, but it is interesting. We saw this, say, with Hardic in North America. It's interesting when you take people sometimes out of positions and what happens there, but a person who, is very, very capable out of all three, and we'll have to see what works out there. Now, Rome, when you look at these two teams going head-to-head, what do you think?
Yeah, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, I do feel like this match, this series will go to a best-of-3 match, and it will be very exciting to watch. In terms of breaking it down, I do think that with this team, Rebirth of Empire, they will be trying to engage very early and push out as much aggression as they can. But knowing G2 Kingwin, these guys are so smart in terms of their efficient style of play and their overall understanding of the game, where you see they'll be playing very passive or they'll be playing very aggressive depending on the kind of compositions they run out.
Now, Redix, when he burst on the scene, he was the most dominant Celeste around in the European scene, and he's moved around as different heroes has come in and out of the meta. What types of heroes would you expect to see Redix on potentially?
Scarf.
Scarf, yes.
Yeah. Like in the second qualifiers, we saw him play Scarf almost every single game. And same for the first qualifier as well. So I think it's definitely a comfort pick there for him.
All right, he likes his mages. That is for sure. It depends on the comp, of course. We're ready for the draft in this first match of a best-of-3. This is the one I have been looking forward to all day. Could really go either way, and very interesting. G2 Kingwin, they draft differently. They take away a Catherine, put Rebirth in an interesting spot.
Yeah, so G2 Kingwin, obviously, they're picking up ahead of time. They do know that if they leave one either Krull or Adagio open, they're able to secure one or another.
Yeah, and that's so interesting. Of course, this will even out as the second match. It will be they'll flip sides, and then if it's a third match, it's blind pick. So no overall advantage to either team, but they can certainly get what they want and try to get some momentum going with an Adagio buff comp potentially. On the other side, Rebirth of Empire, they pick up a Ringo.
Yeah, so looking at this, they're expecting to grab themselves a very mid to late game carry in that jungle, and with that Ringo up in that lane, they can do all these quick rotations down and making sure that they scale very properly. As long as Ringo is able to actually maintain that CS up and apply as much pressure into that lane as possible, they have a great chance of actually controlling the pace of the game, controlling that tempo that they really want it to be.
Shingy, it's a Black Feather coming off with that Ringo, and something we haven't talked about quite as much today. But yeah, those rotations so important, especially when teams are playing conservative until the late game.
Yeah, with that Ringo, we should be expecting to see a Crystal Power Ringo, and Mr. Keiko on that Black Feather is very, very, very powerful. He's definitely could hold his own in the jungle, so I don't think we actually need to see that much rotation coming out from the Ringo at the early stages.
Rome, a dangerous G2 Kingwin comp there.
Yeah, so this is the first buff composition that we've had come out today. In fact, I think it's the only second game that we've seen Adagio, and so G2 Kingwin this one. Look for them to actually rotate a lot as a group of three because this is the core behind their composition. This is something that we really have to focus on.
I'll be looking forward to hear what Zken says about Ataka coming out to round this out. Let's go to our casters. It's Forecourt Jester and Zken.
I'll play a beard, you wound me, but Zken, what do we got?
All right, so we have a very interesting composition coming out from a side of Rebirth. They have the Ringo, the Taka, and the Black Feather. So one thing that works so well against buff comps is Assassins. And the interesting thing here is they have two Assassins on their side of Rebirth. The Taka and the Black Feather can both jump in. The Hellfire Brew will come out of Ringo, and the Vox, assuming they don't fall too far behind, the Vox should go down.
Well, we'll have to see if Triple Assassin actually works. Now, we've already seen a roaming support Black Feather today. This time, though, it is going to be Net Toilette on the roaming support Taka.
Yeah, I think this will work out pretty well. All Taka needs is to get the tension bow. Once he has that, he's basically free to build whatever he wants. He can build standard support items. He can build whatever he really wants to complement his team. And the main thing, though, make sure Mr. K-Cool gets the farm, make sure Great Kali gets a decent amount of crystal power, and the Hellfire Brew will be huge. And as long as he can take out Redix, Rebirth instantly wins fights.
Yeah, but Redix is sort of that monster. Like the G2 team, the brand, like Redix has been with these guys a while, and while they might not have actually had like the best of runs so far, they picked themselves up 2 teams, they split them up, didn't exactly get those first places. Now they're coming into this with Dingo, Dark Potato, and Redix, and that's, you know, a third place, or third seed team into this, and that's actually pretty scary.
Yeah, and this is going to be very, very dependent on how well can Redix get a farm. It is a little bit of a rough matchup going up against that Ringo in lane, especially a Crystal Ringo who can constantly throw that harass, constantly do damage to the Vox. But if he plays this well, if his teammates protect him and make sure he does not get ganked, he should be okay.
But can you protect him? Like, you know, Adagio and Arden, that should go a long way to keeping Redix going into this one. But 3 Assassins. What kind of timeline are we going to be looking here for Net Toilette? You said he needs to get that tension bow, and a farming Taka, assuming good farm, can pick it up between the 4 and 5 minute mark.
Yeah, honestly, it doesn't matter too much. He just needs to complement the damage that Mr. K-Cool is able to throw out. If Net Toilette gets tension bow, you know, 8 minutes in, 9 minutes in, it doesn't really matter. As long as he has the levels, as long as he has the X Retsu, and as long as Mr. K-Cool gets some semblance of farm, some semblance of levels, he will be completely fine.
So we'll have to see if the damage can outscale that of not only the heal from Dark Potato, but you know, the Fountain as well as Dingo on that Vanguard. But so far, it's been a pretty quiet early game. 2 minutes in, not really a lot going back and forth. Dingo's going to get a little bit of damage there for Great Kali, but overall, it's not going to be the end of the world. And everyone's just more or less sticking to their side of the map.
Yeah, this is really smart coming out from the side of G2. They just want to make sure Redix gets his farm, gets a little bit tanky. You see, he starts with the Light Shield, which is a very intelligent choice against that Crystal Ringo.
Right.
They see the Crystal bits come out, he gets a little bit of defense, he has the potions. Great Kali will not be able to push him out of the lane, and Rex will be able to pick up as much farm as he wants.
And he's keeping up with that farm. In fact, he's dominate. Well, all right, he's doing better than Great Kali. Poor choice of word there. Our farmers and our roamers, especially our roamers, they both actually have those Storm Guards now up.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about the roaming Taka is that with the Storm Guard, he actually has a pretty decent amount of burst damage. He can get those stacks of Iron Guard contract, have the Storm Guard do a little bit of damage, and right now G2, they're trying to invade a little bit, they're trying to push out Rebirth, but nothing too much is going to happen.
Yeah, but this is a 3-man roam. Now, everybody can see this here from Rebirth of Empire. There's quite a few scout traps, one in every bush, and there goes one, there goes two. They're not going to be pops, but still, Rebirth saying, all right, it's a 2v3. Look at what Great Khali's been doing. He's now up to 26. He's been just keeping this farm here. So it's still not even going to be like a bad situation for Rebirth, despite the fact they couldn't capitalize on anything.
So the main thing coming out from the side of Rebirth is that will they be able to get their assassins online? Will Mr. Keiko and Net Toilet be able to assassinate Redix with the help of Great Khali? And if the answer is yes, it doesn't matter how much farm Redix gets. As long as they can burst him down, as long as the assassins and the carries of Rebirth are able to do some sort of damage to him in the back line, they should be completely fine, because Dark Potato, he just doesn't have enough.
Well, 4 minutes in. Farm's actually pretty even. Great Khali, though, 3-man on top of him. Redix, just not quite there for the damage. They are going to bring him low, and they're going to force him out of lane. He does actually, well, all right, he's going to chug out a potion. He thinks he can actually stick around. Dark Potato now going to be pushing against Mr. K. Cool. Taka at this time is actually into the back line. They know where the 3 of G2 Kingwin are here, and they're saying, okay, well, they actually get a scout trap down there. Taka's now going to try to deny some farm, while Mr. K. Cool is still leading these guys on a chase.
Yeah, this is a very, very smart move coming out from the side of Rebirth. Net Toilet able to go into the enemy back line, enemy back jungle, and just get some farm as he jumps onto Redix.
Yep, all right, using that box, he's going to get in there with that Kaku, and now Redix, ooh, I like that move right there, denies the chase. Net Toilet now going to be taking a lot of damage. Actually, the burning, could that be enough? It's not quite there, but it does bring down Net Toilet fairly low.
Yeah, Net Toilet is so incredibly low. Level 3 right now, gets a little bit of damage onto Redix, but Redix just immediately trades back with the help of Dark Potato and completely destroys him.
All right, Kaku again looking in. Could this be the burst dream? He's going to get into Redix. Is going to be low. The Great Khali will put up the first blood.
And this is exactly what Rebirth needs to do. They need to continuously shut down Redix, make sure he does not get that farm that he really, really desperately needs for his team. And as long as Dark Potato isn't getting too much farm for himself, Rebirth of Empire is in a very good spot.
Crowd's getting into this one. I mean, Playoff Beard said this is the game he's been waiting for all day. How does Mr. Cool, K-Cool, I should say, come into this and change up the team dynamic? Because, you know, as I said, he kind of joined a little bit late. It's been a while. Redix is going to find the 2 of them there. He will not get that farm. I believe actually went to Mr. K-Cool there. But now, could this be a 3-man rotate?
Yeah, this is a little bit dangerous for us. Side of Rebirth there, fighting a 3v1, 1v3.
Ooh, over the wall, scout trap. Not quite enough.
He's very dead.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. as long as he can keep them here, the longer the better. Because the rest of the team might be able to make something happen, especially on Dark Potato. But no, it's going to be the Potato picking up that kill for getting that. You know, big damage. That is not the roaming Adagio. That is actually, you know, a heavy prism and a crystal bit on that Adagio.
Yeah, that's something that Rebirth definitely has to watch out for. Adagio at this point in the game so incredibly powerful with the Agent of Wrath. The damage he does with his basic attacks is just so immense. And right there, Rebirth of the Empire, with the Crystal Ringo, they just did not respect the damage coming out from the side of G2.
No, they really didn't, and they pay for it 2-0, lose out those backs as well. Net Toilette's going to put a bit of pressure on Redix. Great Khali's going to come into it, but he's more interested in picking up the farm, as he should be. In terms of the farm, the laner is fairly even. We're going to pick up a little bit of a lead here for Khali, simply because the lane is frozen and ready for him. But overall, some level 6s now coming out from both sides.
Yeah, I just want to see Rebirth really focus on putting all their eggs into the assassination basket. That's all they really need to do. If they can take out the primary carry of Redix, then they should be completely fine. Dark Potato right now, he does very, very good damage, but he does not outscale any of the heroes on side of Rebirth later on.
And Net Toilet, I mean, I haven't really seen him take any aim towards getting those tension bows. He does have the life spring, so you can just assume at this point he's going to go into that fountain first.
All right, cheeky little still coming out from Mr. Keiko. Does not make it over the wall. That's a little bit dangerous. Will he go down?
It's a good bet at this point. And there's nobody here to help him out. He's going to try to take as much as Dingo as he can. And again, as long as he can just keep them busy, they're not going to be putting up any pressure anywhere. I can't see him getting out, and there he goes. Dark Potato puts him down.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate right there. The Rose offensive not quite making it over the wall, not quite close enough. And it's still a very, very close game. 100 gold is difference as the gold mine gets started.
Even though it's 3-1, but the gold miner will put us into a pretty decent den. It's between the 250 and 300 mark. It's 236. All right, just a little bit short.
Caster math.
It's Yeah, thanks so much. It's still an immense gold payout, though, and that will put us now a little bit more into the lead here for gold for Kingwin.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised Netolet is not going for that early tension bow. I think he really needs to damage because Mr. Keiko, he is level 7. He's going to be doing some sizable damage, and especially paired with the Hellfire Brew, they can really keep Redix down, but they just aren't focusing on that.
Great Kelly has that alternating current, and then, as you said, like that plus Serpent Mask. I do like how both of them are going for this damage, but there's still no sign of that tension.
Yeah, the burst is just not coming out from a side of Rebirth quite yet. I imagine they're going to be building into it a little bit later when Rex becomes more of a threat. Right now, he does have his Star Blade, but it's still not huge amounts of damage. Once he gets the Sonic Zoom Max, once he gets level 8, Rex will get the amplified weapon power coming out from that Vox, and will be very dangerous.
8 minutes in, we have a Shatter Glass on Adagio. As you said, Sorrow Blade now for Redix. This is quite a bit of cash now going right into the G2 Kingwin team. Like, they're starting to look fairly, well, I gotta say, fairly scary.
Yeah, however, on the side of Rebirth, they still have the Assassins. As long as Netolet and Mr. Keiko, along with the Hellfire Brew, once again, like that's the main thing we have to harp on over and over in this match. If they can get that combo off, if they can take down Redix, it's still going to be a win for them.
He's Great Kelly the bait here. I mean, it's going to be a 2v3. If he's this far forward, I would have expected the 3-man to be out and about, but it's actually just the minion mine now going over to Mr. K. Cool. So he picks up a little bit of extra cash on that one, but he's still farming away. At this point, I think Netolet's just trying to stack up more gold through that Iron Guard.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to max out on it. Once he hits 3,000, he's going to have as many stacks as he really needs to maximize the damage on that Storm Guard. And as long as he has that, this is actually a very good opportunity for Rebirth of Empire to push this turret.
Yeah, absolutely. The only way back into this is through this bush. You can already see Netolet finding Redix. The other two are going to be late to the party, and already the damage is stacked up. That is going to be some gold in their pocket. Mr. K cool, though, and now he's coming under fire. Redix, though, he has to get those pops, and that is not enough for a Black Feather kill. But Netolet is going to drop as well, and that's a double going over to Redix.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a misplay coming out from the side of Rebirth of Empire right there. Netolet, he used his X-Retsu on the turret.
Yep,
yes, they got it down. Yes, they took it out. They got the gold. But G2, they were able to clean up the fight, and they are able to take down a turret in return.
If they take a 2-kill and turret exchange, it's definitely a bigger advantage going over to G2 Kingwin. And yeah, Redix should be able to pick that up, plus the farm as well. That'll put him over the 90 mark and bringing him pretty close to parity here with Great Kali. I mean, again, they are pretty neck and neck when it comes to the farm.
Right, Havli Gold is definitely swinging into the side of G2. They're about to pick up another gold mine. It brings them to about 2,000 gold lead, not quite. But Rebirth of Empire, you saw that they were doing what they were going for there. Mr. Keiko, he jumped in with the Rose Offensive, did some serious damage to Redix, but Netolet just wasn't there to follow him up that time.
I'll have to follow up with that Fountain Coated Plates now for Netolet. So he is rather trying to go a little bit more tanky here. I figure if he thinks he can survive through it, maybe an extra X-Retsu or two in a fight.
Yeah, it should be a very interesting build coming out. The main thing he's going for is the Atlas Pauldron. Once he has that, he can jump in onto Redix, guarantee that he's able to stick on him with the Atlas Pauldron, and either force Redix to burn a reflex block or just be extremely slow.
Does Redix actually have reflex? Yeah, he does. So he's going to be sitting very pretty with that. And, you know, 3 kills of the 5. Yep. And no assists for him. So he's just been a little bit greedy with the last hits. But I would have actually expected to see him with a few assists on this. But it feels like every fight is kind of revolved around him.
Right, that's the main thing for G2. They are playing that buff comp, and right now Mr. Keiko is getting caught out.
That Sonic Zoom over the wall just gets me every time. There's just nowhere for Mr. Keiko to go. Redix chases him down mercilessly.
Yeah, and Redix just absolutely dominating right now, doing so much damage to the side of Rebirth of Empire. And Great Khali, he's just going to sit back, farm his turret, and try preventing G2 from pushing in.
Yeah, but we're now pushing into this turret. You know, the 2v3 disadvantage, like that's going to be a gauntlet now. We do get a silence from the Wayport, and Great Khali has nowhere to go. Stuns for Netolet. They're going to go right through this turret, and they're going to be trying to take down this tanky Taka, but there's one thing for sure. Taka's not getting a kill, but he can't actually live through the damage either. Unbeatable streak as we go up to 5-1 for Redix.
Yeah, 4,000 gold lead coming out from side G2 Kingwin. They knew that they could dive. Mr. Keiko was down for long enough, and especially because Great Khali is not going for that weapon Ringo, he just did not have the damage to deal with the side G2. They were not able to push that minion wave, and they were completely destroyed in that fight.
It's looking a little bit dire now. 8-1, 3,000 gold and counting at the 12-minute mark. So 3 minutes until we get that Kraken coming into it. We could just gold mine up a few more times even at this rate.
Yeah, and one thing we do have to point out is that G2 right now, look at the scout mines on their side.
That's quite a few.
It is just a Christmas tree across the map. And right now, Rebirth of Empire just cannot keep up with the vision.
It's a blue Christmas where you come from, I suppose. But there's no red to balance it out anywhere. There is zero vision here for Rebirth of Empire.
Yeah, right now, I think they have a scout trap on the gold mine, but that's about it. It's just not enough to really keep track of
Pretty sure
G2.
it got cleared. Nope, you're right. There is that one by the gold mine. He's hidden by the mini-map. But you're right. That's really it. At this point, there's nothing in the vision for these tunnels, these lanes, these bushes. Netwillet's going to find them here. Redix again is going to be the big target, but Netwillet, even with the tank, the Taka's out. There goes that CP damage, though, from that Ringo, but Mr. Keiko still can't get that kill. The buff comp is aptly named. He's going to burn. He is actually going to drop, but Great Khali kills himself for it. It's a 3-1 ace going to Kingwin, but they got their objective of killing out Redix.
Yeah, Redix, he went down that fight, but I think that was a little bit due to greed on his own end. He turned back around. He didn't really have to. Great Khali was definitely not going to be able to catch up to him if he just ran away, but he really wanted that kill.
Yep.
And
shut down.
Sure, his team got the kill and got the ace, but, you know, gets a little death on the board for Redix.
Man, so is Redix at this point? He has a Blazing Salvo into a 6 Sins. Are we going to be seeing a Tornado trigger?
Yeah, I imagine he's going for the Tornado trigger right now. If he gets a little bit of crit, he's just going to be absolutely devastating against Rebirth of Empire. They just don't have the damage to keep up. They don't have the defense to keep up. They have the Atlas Pauldron on Net Toilet, but it's just not enough to prevent Redix from doing whatever he wants.
Another gold mine to the name in a minute and a half until the Kraken makes her appearance at 11-2. It's rather shocking there's only 5,000 gold between these teams, but at the same time, again, Rebirth have kind of been relegated to their, quarter of the map at this point. Every time they can get farm like this, it's a little bit more of a blessing. They have no control when it comes to pushing out.
Yeah, you can see the scout traps creeping across the map for us at G2. Every single time they get a fight, every single time they take any sort of kills, they just have Dingo dropping scout traps wherever he wants, and look at it, it's just like a slowly advancing wave. What is Rebirth going to do to stop this?
We went from Christmas blue to the advancing blue, and another gold mine coming out. I mean, they could probably just delay this a little bit unless they want to go back to back, but Mr. Keiko, he's going to trip one. They immediately turn Dingo for the stun. They find Great Khali. Unfortunately, there's just no follow-up.
Oh, Netwillet, you do not want to be there right now.
Nah, he's going to get into that box and hustle away. They will live. But the gold mine actually didn't go down. No, it's still 30 seconds till Kraken, so they're going to pick this up pretty easily. They did pop a few of the traps, so they won't see Rebirth of Empire coming as quickly this time, but there's still really no contest for this gold miner.
Yeah, right now. Well,
they're gonna wait it out.
Oh, they want to get as much gold as they can.
All the way to the last second. And we can see the positioning here of Rebirth. We know that they're not going to go for it at all.
Yeah, this is incredibly intelligent coming out from the side of G2. They're just waiting for the maximum gold payout coming out from his gold mine.
Close, 55 seconds to the 59, but 100 gold is 100 gold. Could that be enough for the infusions? There's at least one on our Black Feather. We do have one on Redix, another crystal for Dark Potato.
Yeah, and right now, Great Khali, he is staying on the Broken Mist and the Alternating Current. He does some sizable damage, but it's still not going to be the burst that they need to deal with Redix right now.
Mr. Keiko, he's going to be the target. Netwillet looking for that engage, but again, they jump on top of Redix into the back, and it's actually going to be the kill with the Hellfire, but now Dark Potato, he's looking for the first. Good blocks. It's going to keep them mobile. G2, could they have actually overextended? Could there be a bit of hubris here? They pick it up 3-0. Rebirth of Empire are back in this game.
And just as I say that, I eat my words. G2, they were completely dismantled in that fight. Rebirth of Empire, their team composition has come online.
As well, I'm a little curious how it happens. Is it the 3,000 gold cap there for Netwillet? Because he doesn't have any offensive items.
Yeah, right now this is really going to be interesting because they do have Rebirth taking the Kraken. We thought G2 was going to be the ones marching down the lane, but right now Rebirth, they are about to take the lead.
Yeah, well, they're at least going to bring that gold very, very slim. You don't actually pick up any gold there for the Kraken, and in fact, we're going to get 1,500 over to Kingwin. That's 500 a player. But, I mean, where did the turrets go? G2 Kingwin is actually looking at a pretty grim situation.
Yeah, G2 Kingwin definitely staying out a little bit too long in the last fight, and they definitely paid for it. Rebirth of Empire, they are so good in the open field. G2, they're going to have a very tough time defending this.
A few flares going out, just making sure that we don't have a party bush lined up. Netwillet, he could easily just scout into this one again with the Kaku. There's a stun on top of Netwillet, but we do actually block it out. Great Khali, they'll wait for it, doesn't find anything, but they do finally take down Mr. Keiko. So I can't imagine we're going to continue this push for Rebirth.
Yeah, there's some serious cast curses coming out from my side. Immediately as I say, G2, they're not going to be able to defend this too easily. And they get the kill on Mr. Keiko, and they're killing the Kraken.
First you tell them that they can't win, then they tell them they can Kraken. Now, like, what's the next thing you're going to curse?
I'm just not going to say anything anymore. I think I'm done.
All right, well, that was Ezekiel for you, ladies and gentlemen. I will now be doing all this solo, as Forecourt has no curses attached to his name whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all right, well, that's the hope at any rate. 12-5 for the score. G2 Kingwin, again, with that gold going back into their pockets, they lost no turrets.
Yeah, so the main thing to watch out for Rebirth of Empire is that they still have the team composition that I need to take out Redix. And the moment Redix goes down, you saw in that prior pick, the moment Redix went down, G2 fell apart. Dr. Pale, he has decent damage, but he just doesn't have enough to overcome the damage coming out from Rebirth.
Well, he does actually finish up into Frostburn, went for a Clockwork there as well. Not exactly the big damage items. He's been sitting on a Shatterglass, I think, since, what, the 7 to 8 minute mark. Everything else that past that has just been a bit more utility.
Yeah, what he's trying to do is just, you know, buff up Rex as much as possible. And with the Shatterglass, with the Frostburn, he is just making sure his Agent of Wrath is very, very powerful. And especially with the Clockwork, he can have it on Rex almost 100% of the time.
Yeah, and that's a pretty scary thought to think about.
Yeah, Rex right now with the Bone Saw, Sorrow Blade, Tyrant's Mako coming out. Every single one of his Sonic Zooms will do immense damage, and if Rebirth of Empire messes up their engage, they're going to drop very quickly.
All right, so Rebirth of Empire not really super interested in pushing in, at least yet. They do pick up 2 infusions. We don't have the cash, all right, now we do, for Redix to go pick up a weapon infusion, but he has been sitting on a crystal for a little bit. Dingo has his level 11 there as well, and you can probably guarantee that if we see any kind of aggression coming up from Rebirth, you're going to see those infusions coming to the forefront. But at this point, Rebirth, they're just happy to turtle this out, try to deny as much as they can, and look for a pick.
Yeah, one of the interesting things for Rebirth is that they do have a reflex block on Mr. Keiko. If he blocks the resonance coming out from Redix, he can actually prevent a lot of damage coming out from that Sonic Zoom.
All right, weapon infusion there for Redix. Now it's going to be Arden going home. 4,285 gold for Dingo in an 18-minute match. It seems rather, you know, tall. It's a tall order, but 48.78 for Net Toilette. I know that you do like to look at these numbers. I would definitely say I'm a little bit more of a fan of this roaming Taka now.
Yeah, as Roman Taka doing quite well for himself. The Alice Pauldron Fountain and Crucible coming out, and the Kraken spawns.
And the Kraken's a really good timing here. Net Toilette into the back again. They're looking for that Redix. Here goes the Hellfire. He got the vision, but they are still right on top of him. He's going to drop it now. Dark Potato's actually going to go down to Great Kali as well. Once more, Rebirth win out a fight, and they can take a Kraken.
Yeah, and once again, you see the power of Rebirth's team composition. As long as both assassins get onto Redix, and as long as he doesn't completely explode him with the damage he has, it's just so easy for Rebirth of Empire to run amok in these fights.
All right, now that was 2 for 2 in that fight. That we had the Kaku on our Taka getting into the back. He provides that vision, and to start the fight, even before anything else is really happening, Great Kali gets off that Hellfire Blue. And that brew really does hit hard with that CP powering. And Redix now, as you said, you know, Net Toilette's already right there. Mr. Keiko is able to go right in. They're able to almost delete him instantly.
Yeah, right there. Rex just stood no chance. With 2 people on top of him, sure, Weapon Box is very powerful. However, it's only really powerful against a single target. If you have 2 people on top of you, it's very hard to pick them apart.
Now, when you're lacking that AoE, it really does come down to just taking them out one at a time. And if you can juggle that out, well, you're just like a ping pong ball between some of these heroes. So another Kraken coming forth. And again, the gold dropping down to about 2,000 between the teams. How many infusions? You can just see it across the board. Everybody's rocking at least one. Multiple here, guys, for the 2. Rebirth of Empire have all fueled up, and they are ready to win.
Yeah, right now I want Rebirth of Empire to dive, but they're getting engaged on.
Yeah, speaking of, that's going to be the gauntlet. Great Kali is out. He just gets absolutely obliterated. Net Toilette is not long to follow. Mr. Keiko can't get the kill, and Redix once more. Will G2 defend?
This is getting a little bit ridiculous. Every time Rebirth Empire takes the Kraken, they get engaged on, they get caught out, and the Kraken just goes down. They surely got a turret this time, but this is just not worth it. They're giving so much gold back to the side of G2 that eventually G2 is just going to become so powerful that it won't be able to engage.
Well, they took a turret that time, and once more the gold bounces right back up to the 3,000 mark. That 1,500 or so has been going back and forth very nicely. Redix with that extra bounty now comes in with the double infusions, but what do we do from here? I mean, there's nothing on the map. The scout traps have really started diminishing, and Rebirth is not even back onto it yet.
Yeah, so one of the things to watch out for is that Redix, he is going for a metal jacket, I believe, and once he has that, he's going to be incredibly hard to take down. Right now, he's mostly spending his money on infusions, but if he ever has a chance to farm, if he ever has a chance to just freely buy what he wants, he's going to have so much defense that Rebirth Empire just will not be able to deal with him.
Well, as we come into it, 22 kills, as there's a pause now called. So we will have to see what's up with that. But still, I mean, the fights, it's really an electric atmosphere. Playoff Bear did say that this is the game that he's been looking to watch, and I hope he's not disappointed.
Yeah, I'm loving this right now. I love seeing the innovation coming out from the side of Rebirth. Bringing out the Rome Taka with the Black Feather and the Ringo, they knew exactly what they were going for against the composition of G2. They saw, okay, here's a buff comp. They have the Adagio, they have the Vox. We know exactly what G2 is going for. They're going to protect the Vox, and as long as they're able to do that, they should win. That's what you usually see in buff compositions, right?
Well, buff compositions are a little hard to break if you can't take down the guy who's getting buffed. That's definitely for sure. And Blackfeather's kind of been a bigger target for a lot of that. Blackfeather, Ringo, really the first two weapon carries that come to mind for a push comp.
Yeah.
Well, that and Saw.
Yeah, you got a couple of options right there. However, Vox, much more reliable in the early and the late game. You only have to rely on your opponents a little bit misplaying. But right now, it's working out pretty well for us at Rebirth. They're jumping on the right targets. They just have to be able to push it very well.
Now, our audience has been here for a little bit, but I mean, these guys have been chanting for teams. They have been really putting their support into some of their favorites. Look at the Team Secret logo that one has there. You can see the Saw mask up there as well. And guys, you know, we are here at the Gfinity Arena. If you're in and around London, I hear you might be even get some tickets at the door.
Ooh, come join us. It'll be fun.
Yeah, specifically us. Yeah, just come find us.
Just find us. We're at the caster desk. We're awesome. Come have fun with us.
Well, speaking of other awesome people, we're going to throw it back to the desk, get a few more of their thoughts as we work through this pause.
Well, that's very kind indeed. I do appreciate that forecourt, Chester. And right off the bat, exciting, this double assassin comp, fun to watch.
Yeah, what game it's been so far. It's just been, you know, it's been very back and forth. You know, you can't really predict who's going to win at this point. You know, even though they're ahead, G2 are ahead in kills, it's actually quite close in terms of gold. 3K does sound a lot, but at this point in the game, I don't think it matters that much.
Redix has done phenomenal on this weapon Vox, 10-4.
Yeah, but I think a really good thing that the Rebirth of Empire team has been doing is pretty much syncing up with their abilities. I find that every time that they do take out Redix first, like, it's a sure win in terms of taking that team fight out. But the thing is, they don't have enough damage output to actually finish off the game in terms of they're always engaging very forward, and there's a couple things that they really need to do, and preferably one of them
Let's
is
get right back into the action here. We don't want to miss this fight.
Man, all right, so yeah, something that you did just miss is that Vox did just drop down. Dingo's now trying to take down the great Kali, but he is too great, and he will live right through it. In fact, as well, that is now going to be an ace as Rebirth of Empire got jumped on, but they turn it right back around, and so far it's blow for blow and fight for fight, but I think they can actually end it out right now.
Yeah, this might be the game. Rebirth of Empire just executing their composition to perfection, jumping on a target they need to, taking Red X down, and the moment Red X goes down, once again, G2 falls apart.
All right, so as they push forward the double, well, I'm not entirely too sure I would call that the weapon comp, but Netwillet is going to be doing a really good job tanking out this turret, and even with that 15% reduction, you can still see Redix is still going to be far off from this one. Even when he comes into it, it's still 6 seconds for his teammates. Can he actually bring this one back? No, it's not even going to be possible. The Blackfeather gets the last hit, and Rebirth of Empire with the lower kill count and the back and forth will actually find themselves win here in game number 1.
Yeah, it looks like our analysts won't have much time to recoup. That was a fantastic fight coming out from the side of Rebirth. Just, they get engaged on, they stay calm, they stay collected, they jump on Rex, take them out, and win. It's simple as that.
Apparently it is, and you did say that again and again and again. You just take out Redix, you jump him. Now there wasn't a tension bow, so you get minus points for that one, sir. But at the same time, the comp worked out very well, and I love the innovation of using that mobile vision of the Taka, using the range on the Hellfire Brew to start things off, and they don't even see it coming.
Yeah, it was so well played from the side of Rebirth. G2 though, they had their moments. They were doing so well for the majority of the game. It's just Rebirth of Empire caught at the end.
Yep, kind of came down to the end. So we're going to reset and give these players a few moments back to the wonderful Rome and Playoff Beard.
Thank you very much. So my notes here, they say higher seeds rule the day. I was all prepared with my storyline, but Rebirth of Empire, they had something to say about that Rome. Break down, you know, just what you saw in this match. It was so interesting.
Well, overall, like, the composition coming out of the G2 Kingwin side is that they banked every single thing onto this Vox. And what Rebirth of Empire did really well was looking at the items coming out of Ringo especially. By him going that alternating current into that broken myth, they pretty much banked everything onto that his Hellfire Brew coming out. And as long as they were able to sync this with the gap closers coming out of both Taka and Blackfeather, they did an excellent job in taking out the primary damage dealer on the G2 Kingwin side. Yes,
let's definitely take a look at those items and get your thoughts on what was a very, very interesting game.
Mr. Keiko went for that very 1.13 Blackfeather build with a Serpent's Mask and a breaking point, and at first it didn't seem like it was working out that well. You know, he was just kind of getting a little bit caught out each time, but I think at the end he really managed to pull together think they really improved their kind of communication at that point.
Now, we haven't seen a lot of Rome Taka. I can't remember seeing a Rome Taka since VIPL, Rome. Walk me through what Nettoilette had to do here in order for this to work out in the end.
Like the core item coming out of the Taka here pretty much is that Atlas Pauldron, and due to the fact that he's able to X-Retsu into that Vox and then just slow his attack speed down right away. And seeing as Vox did opt out and go for that weapon build, they banked every single thing onto this. And I believe like there was a couple times that I wished Arden would have done better jobs in terms of vanguarding out Great Khali's ultimate.
All right, well, while we have a moment here as these teams catch their breath after a very exciting game, I do want to pull the trigger on the NVIDIA Shield K1 competition here. Put hashtag NVIDIA Shield in the chat. We're going to have one lucky winner of an NVIDIA Shield K1 tablet designed for gamers. So good luck to everyone out there. Someone is going to win an NVIDIA Shield tablet. And while that giveaway goes on, let's go down to the Pocket Gamer Sideline report.
Thanks very much. And what a game. Just give it up again for Rebirth of Empire. That was absolutely fantastic. They pulled it back right at the end. Go on, a bit more than that. Go on. Lovely. They are actually the youngest team in this tournament. They've got 18, 15, and Mr. K Cool probably, well, I wouldn't. He's 13. His dad's here supporting him. He was buying him a ham sandwich earlier. It's absolutely lovely to see young players, especially being supported by their families. It's wonderful that they are doing so well. And Mr. K Cool is a man of many, many quotes. He says that he's better than Leon. He says that he wants to take this to a 2-0, and who knows, maybe we can. So, but still, G2, a formidable team, and we'll just have to see how that goes. Thanks. Back to you at the desk.
All right. So I like it. We need a little more trash talk in Europe play. Everyone is, you know, so complimentary and so professional. So,
we miss Mikey. We need Mikey back. Remember the trash talking from the last final?
Well, I don't know. Maybe that's a little bit too far on the other end of the spectrum. Turn the hat to the side and go out and try to win the match. But SK, I mean, SK can say whenever they want tonight. They sure put on a show today. But all right, Rome, let's look ahead for a minute to the second match. That looked like for the entire time it was going to be G2 Kingwin's game. It got turned around on them at the end. So how does each team have to approach the draft, understanding that?
Well, actually, I really like the buff composition out of the G2 Kingwin side last match. But props out to Rebirth of Empire. They did an excellent job in finding a composition that really works well against this. They knew that they had to have a bunch of gap closers. They had to have a bunch of burst damage coming out of their team just in order to actually take down that Vox, and they did an excellent job doing so. So I especially want to be like focusing on what the Rebirth of Empire does choose to do in this second match, especially around the drafting.
All right, and what if you were in the corner of one of these teams, what would you be whispering in the ear of those players?
If I was G2, you know, I would like to see the scarf. Not the scarf, sorry. Yeah, I'd like to see the scarf again. You know, Redix is so skilled on that scarf. I'd really like to see it. I think he's one of his top, probably the best hero he is, you know, he plays. And I'd really like to see both their teams bring out their A game. We just saw a fantastic play coming out there from Mr. Keiko. He's very good at those mechanic-heavy heroes.
Now, G2 Kingwin, they didn't expect to be in this position. Now their backs are against the wall in this best of 3. If G2 Kingwin loses, they drop down into that elimination bracket, and they're going to have to fight their way, trying to win time and again in order to make it into the semifinals. They certainly don't want it to come down to that, and Rome, the key adjustments here.
Overall, like, they did run their composition very well last game, and they did have a lead for a fair amount of time. For the second match coming up, I do want to see like Dark Potato playing more of a pivotal role in terms of grabbing a carry that's able to actually change the balance, change the focus of the Rebirth of Empire team.
Yeah, that's a very good point. We weren't calling his name, or Forecourt wasn't calling his name very much in that match. It's a player who is consistently a difference maker, and we'll have to see if he's able to do that. On the side of Rebirth of Empire, they went unconventional in match 1. Do they continue that trend, or you think we see something that's more typical look?
I think I'd like to see something more typical look, and what I'd really like to see is Great Khali on that glaive. He's absolutely fantastic at that glaive. You know, it's probably his best hero. We've seen some fantastic plays coming out from him, so I'd like to see that.
Yeah, now, of course, for G2 Kingwin, they do not want to drop down into that elimination bracket, Rome. If they have a trick up their sleeve, this is probably the time to show it.
Yeah, one of their best strengths is how they actually position themselves during team fights. So grabbing a composition that actually complements this really well in terms of mage in the back or somebody ranged in the back, followed up by somebody that's very bruising in the front that's able to make those plays, dive deep into that back line, and just pretty much pull out those clutch moves, like especially that we have seen from Great Khali before.
All right, we'll have to wait and see what each of these teams decides to bring out with their comps. We're just moments away from the draft, so stay tuned for that. While we have a moment, I do want to thank our sponsors for today, Amazon Coins, for supporting this amazing event here at the Gfinity Arena in London. It is so good to be across the pond and getting to see all of the superstars here in the European scene. And of course, NVIDIA Shield. We have that giveaway going on now. If a winner hasn't been decided yet, just hashtag NVIDIA Shield in the chat, or that may have been decided quite by now, but they have the K1 tablet that is perfect for gamers. So we're just getting a few things ironed out, and then we will be getting into the draft. While we have a moment, we've talked quite a bit about Redix. We've talked quite a bit about Dark Potato. But Rome, tell me about Dingo at your favorite position here.
Like looking at Dingo last game, I felt like there was a couple things he could have improved on, but overall his positioning and making sure that they do end up their team fights executed really well. One thing that was lacking last game was the use of that Vanguard. I think it could have been more efficiently done in terms of he pretty much had like 3 options, and he knew exactly when that Ringo was going to be using that ultimate.
All right, and while we're waiting for this next match to kick off, here's what we're looking at today. So we know that Team Secret is going to face Snow Tsunami tomorrow, and then the winner of this match is going to square off against SK Prometheus. So, we've seen some really dominant performances, but we are going to have some amazing matches tomorrow on Elimination Day. That is going to start at 13 GMT, which is a very early 6 a.m. Pacific time if you want to get up, have breakfast with Vainglory. Rebirth of Empire now on the clock. They're going to take away the Black Feather.
Yeah, and it's a good point on their end. Like we saw a couple matches earlier where you pretty much leave this Adagio and Crow open, hoping that you're able to grab one or another. But this actually gives G2 Kingwin like a perfect opportunity for Redix to pick up that Scarf, who he plays so well.
All right, and maybe we will see that Scarf. What is it about Redix Scarf that you particularly love?
Well, he's always very on point with his Spitfires. There's a few players kind of rely on their Dragon's Breath. He relies on his Spitfires and the Goop, and he just kind of burns down the enemies basically before they even have a chance to engage.
That's so interesting when you see those great poke heroes. The tables have been turned, and the Adagio comes out for Rebirth of Empire.
Yeah, so with the Adagio here as a flex pick, they open up their compositions to so much more. In terms of, you can either throw Adagio in that back and just grab heavy burst heroes, or you can pretty much go straight down and grab that buff composition.
All right, we're going to wait and see what comes out of G2 Kangwin. It will be a Ringo.
Yeah, so in this instance here, I actually thought they would have kept that Scarf up very early. But seeing as the Adagio is coming out of the Rebirth of Empire's side, they aren't too threatened that the opponents will be grabbing that Scarf. Adagio doesn't work too well with that, but instead G2 Kingwin actually focuses on grabbing a very early dominant composition, and I think they will hope to actually burst down as much of the opponent as they can and invade as much as they can.
And it's always interesting to see them try to execute that when that is not necessarily the meta coming out of Europe. They do pick up the Fortress, 2 very early game heroes when put together, and on Rebirth of Empire side, maybe going to take a roamer here and play this Crystal Adagio. We will see, and it is Catherine.
Yeah, so they actually have a great chance of, in terms of damage output in that early game. But what they're going to have to really focus on is if they don't have a strong gap closer that is able to get into that range of the Ringo, they do have a lot of problems. Fortress will always be in that front, making sure that he's able to engage and push as much as he can. This is actually the first time that we've seen a composition like this coming out of the Rebirth of Empire side.
Xingyi, we got double stun there.
Yeah, and I love this. We've actually potentially got a triple stun there if the Adagio lands his Versal Judgment, so they're really going to have to, G2 are really going to have to prioritize an early reflex block, or at least a Crucible on Dingo.
Yeah, Dingo, he's going to have to be on point with those Crucibles, or it could get super, super nasty. There is the glaive that Xingyi was looking for. Dark Potato on the glaive. This is going to be fun. Let's throw it to Four-Court Jester and Zken.
Man, like, Zekin was almost an afterthought on that, but I want to get your thoughts on this one, dude, because we were doing our predictions. I didn't see Glaive coming into this.
I didn't see a lot of these picks coming. I did not expect the Jewel to come out. I did not expect the Glaive to come out on the side of G2. I expected the side of Rebirth to go for it, but G2 busting out the Glaive? This is pretty interesting.
I was hoping for Koshka personally, but you know, that old NA meta, you know, the Koshka Ringo Fortress. But all right, so we do got the Glaive coming into this, which means again we're probably seeing a Crystal powered Ringo.
Right, so Crystal powered Ringo, definitely a story of this tournament. There are so many teams that love playing it. It's very effective at killing someone in the back line. The engage is pretty solid. You drop the Hellfire Brew, someone on the enemy team either burns their reflex block or they get completely chunked out. And if you have a Glaive to follow that up, knock them into your team, it can work out very well.
Well, I was thinking of if he actually goes in, he provides that vision. Just like what NetTwila did in game number 1. He used the Taka and the Kaku to get the vision. You start off the Hellfire Brew. Now, is that going to actually happen? Well, that's what these guys have to prove to us. But Rebirth of Empire coming in, they stole the win at the end. It felt very, you know, back and forth, but they did get it. One last team fight sealed the deal. And now for this game 2 coming into it, they have to show us that Jewel Adagio can actually work.
Yeah, however, we do have another pause coming out real quick. We're just going to make sure the teams have everything set, make sure they have everything ready, and we want to make sure this is as solid a game as possible.
Yeah, I hear that we actually busted out one of our K1 tablets to help out down at the player area. So K1 tablets is definitely something I've been looking at personally to pick up. So, you know, after these games, I might just have to do it.
Yeah, however, these players are getting ready. I'm very excited to see what exactly turns out in this game, because there is the Jewel on one side, there's the Glaive on the other, and there is a bit of a double stun composition coming out from the side of Rebirth. I want to see if it works out for them.
So in terms of the roam, looks like it'll just be the Catherine Fortress, nothing really fancy, nothing super special about that. But as they do go off into their lanes, since it is pause, so it's all nobody's actually doing anything too much. It doesn't really look like there's really too many surprises. It is going to be the Crystal. Redix is going to start off with the Crystal bit there in that lane, so not really too many surprises. It's not going to be the Glaive up there, but Dark Potato, I mean, how often does he get to lane anyways?
Yeah, he'll be okay with it.
It just doesn't seem to happen a lot. Like, Redix is in the lane. But we were talking to Rebirth, and they said, they have a very deep hero pool. They could actually pull out anything, really. They're that confident. They actually said, we can quote them, they play all heroes.
Yeah, so one of the interesting things about this composition in particular is that even though G2 is going for that Crystal Ringo, there's the Adagio on the other side to heal up the damage. And unless G2 gets a fantastic engage with everyone jumping in and taking out the members of Rebirth, it's going to be very, very dangerous for us at G2 to engage with the Hellfire Brew.
Yeah, but it is going to be, a bit more of a Crystal power Adagio. So his heals will go just a little bit farther. He will be hitting, very hard by the end of it, and we've seen that. But as well, like, how does a weapon-powered Jewel come into this? Because we were talking about this just in the last game. You said, Ringo, Backfeather. If you get an Adagio, those are the first 2 weapon carries I think of.
Oh, yeah.
And I was trying to pull it out of the thin air, like, will be the Glaive. Nah, that doesn't really feel right. Will be a Kestrel. Nah, I haven't seen her a lot. But then they went for the Jewel.
Yeah, Jewel, the one interesting thing is, when she jumps on you, especially with the double stuns, Catherine's going to run with the Merciless Pursuit, Jewel's going to land on you with the Rocket Leap, and the amount of damage coming out from those Thunder Strikes is absolutely ridiculous. I'm not sure if Adagio is really going to be focusing on dropping his Agent of Wrath on the Jewel. I'm actually thinking...
Think he might just do it on himself?
He can either go drop it on himself, or he can throw it on Catherine, because Catherine is a very, very tough frontliner, and as long as Catherine gets into the middle of the enemy team, which she undoubtedly will, she can do some serious damage.
Yeah, the beauty of Merciless Pursuit right there. On top of that as well, past level 6, Blast Tremor. So stun, silence. Well, if you're not dead, then you might actually have a chance of coming back into that one. But this is going to be, a nice 1-2 jab to the uppercut combo that these guys could potentially pull out. And the mechanics of these guys says that that's a very real chance it'll happen.
Yeah, certainly. And one of the big things for this team composition of the side of Rebirth is that with the Catherine, especially up against the Crystal Ringo, if you silence Crystal Ringo, he is doing nothing. Yeah, he's basically attacking you. He's like, I don't have Trolling Silver up. What am I going to do? No damage.
Now, there's also the chance of, with those stuns, with that Blast Tremor, a mistimed Hellfire Brew will get canceled. That's a full cooldown and no damage as well.
Right, so very, very dangerous for the side of G2 to go with that Crystal Ringo. I'd be much more confident, personally, going in with a weapon Ringo. But, this time around, they want to stick with the Crystal. They have the Glaive to do damage with, weapon. But I want to see, Will they be able to pull this off? It's going to be very, very tricky.
Yeah, and it's anybody's game at this point. These teams are so very even, 3-6. You might have expected, the 4-5 to be a bit closer. Now, I'll say that the snow games were absolutely great. They're big family. They definitely played a lot together. We saw that going. But now with the 3-6, I mean, if this actually is going to be the lower seed coming into this one, or the higher seed coming into this one, as Playoff Beer said, we had all these notes about these lower seeds kind of coming in. Like, look at Media Pixel. They were 8th seed. They came first. Now they're Team Secret. Now they're here as the 2nd seed. Could these lower seeds actually come through with Rebirth of Empire taking this win? Yeah,
it's going to be very, very interesting to see. If Rebirth of Empire takes this win, I'm personally becoming a fan. Seeing these unorthodox team compositions coming out from them, it's awesome to see because there's so much flexibility in their picks. They basically say, okay, we see what you're going for. Why don't we just pick something to counter you?
And that's what I think Rebirth of Empire said. We sat them down and said, we look to target, man. We can play all heroes. We have no preferences. We will take away your strengths. And the Black Feather ban into the Adagio ban gave them kind of, or not the Adagio, the Kroll ban, because, screw Kroll. It really worked out well for them because they got, these bigger picks. They took out that Black Feather and they got themselves that Adagio, which plays to their strengths, but also takes away from their opponents.
Right, and one of the very, very dangerous things coming out from the side of G2, though, is that Glaive. If they can knock Jewel out of lane, the afterburn is just going to be so important. However, Jewel, she does have that Rocket Leap, so if she engages properly, she'll be okay. But as long as she holds on to it, she'll be fine. Like, the afterburn comes out, she jumps away, no harm.
It's kind of been a bit more 50-50, I find. I mean, we had 0 Jewel in North America. She was just not there. She was one of the 5 not played. Coming into this one, we've already seen a Jewel. It was the Angry Pandas Black, and that didn't win. So my confidence in Jewel picks right now is at an all-time low.
Well, we'll see about that. I am very excited to see what exactly they do with this composition because they can technically chain this into a 3-stun combo. They have the Adagio ult, they have the Merciless Pursuit, they have the Rocket Leap, and if they can catch someone out of position, they are going to explode very quickly.
Now, the strength on the other side is, of course, as I got to hit buttons on my little iPad here, is, as you said, the Glaive. The Glaive, I think, is the bigger flex pick here for, I don't even remember who took it, Dark Potato. Yeah. So Dark Potato on Glaive. I grew up, no, all right, that's the wrong word. I came into casting with Dark Potato on Rona. That's who I was introduced to him as. And there's been no Rona this tournament in NA. So far, none in EU. Apparently, teams just not really digging it, unfortunately. And that's on both sides of the ocean on that one. So Glaive is almost like a big throwback for me when the few times that I've actually seen him on it.
Yeah, our Dark Potato on those tanky bruisers, just very, very effective. On that Rona, we saw exactly how powerful he was. And on this Glaive, it should be something similar.
Well, we can hope. We didn't see a lot of them in the NA scene as well. So again, confidence levels are just a little different when it comes to a lot of these. And unfortunately, I'm just not entirely too sure where my game went. So that's the end of that game that we can tell, at least for now. But still, as they get into this next one, guys, we're not too far off from finishing out this series. Will it be a 1-1? Will it be a 2-0? It's still very up in the air for me.
I'm hoping it goes to a best of 3. I feel like this one, of any of them, can go the full distance. But right now, Rebirth of Empire, they have something that I assume is what they want. I'm just not quite sure how it will play against the G2 team composition.
Now, something to note as well is that it's a very young team. Mr. K. Cool is 13. Great Kelly's 15. Nettolet, I believe, is 18. Or it's one of those mixes in there. But just like he said in his interview, he wants to show that this is not just a young adult game. That people in their teens can actually get into this game and do well. Dienzio really showed us you don't even have to be a teenager to do well.
Right.
He's 12. He's 12. He was a 3-foot-nothing kid that could just destroy me. It was.
I believe the quote was, "You might be twice my height and twice my age, but I'm twice as good."
That quote just wounds me. Wounds me, Zekin, right then and there. But might be triple my age at this point. But still, the 13-year-olds coming into this, it's a young team, a bright future. And even if they do lose this, I think they'll have the strong mentality, the flexible mentality to bounce back into it.
Right, and G2 definitely has team composition to do that. They have the Ringo, they have Glaive. These are some very, very powerful picks. Britex has been absolutely dominant on Ringo every single time I've seen him. So I'm very excited to see, can they match up against a Rebirth squad?
Well, I'm also going to have to try to play by playoff beard a little bit more and mention more of the teams, not just Redix, not just Dark Potato, and well, not Dark Potato. It was Redix and Great Kelly, Mr. K. Cool. So I'm going to try to do that for you, Mr. Beard. I really am. I hope I don't let you down on that one.
All right, looks like we are loading onto the phone.
Finally.
Let's see how this goes.
There we go. The crowd's getting into it. That's enough of the windbags here on the desk. But as we did say, it is going to be that roaming fortress, the roaming Catherine. And Mr. Keiko, actually, he did signal that he might be going into lane with the Adagio. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, though.
Yeah, it does not seem to be the case at all. Adagio going into the jungle with Net Toilet on that Catherine. They're going to be a fairly deadly combo. Right now, Mr. Keiko on that Adagio is going to be able to keep his distance and dish out so much damage against the side of G2, especially because Glaive, with the Catherine, he forces himself to keep distance, and Adagio has such long attack range.
All right, so we'll have to see how these clears go. That is going to be Great Khali in lane with that Jewel, so he's not going to be jungling around. But again, Fortress Glaive, they do make a really good case for this early invade, especially with that Fortress. He's going to just be able to bound around, and we got an Afterburn there from Dark Potato as well. So the aggression could actually mount up. Rebirth is not even going to bother with it. They're just going to come up and say hi to Redix.
Yeah, Redix is going to be chased off the lane a little bit, but no harm right there. He's going to get most of the CS anyway. And right now, Net Toilet, though, is picking up a little bit of gold for himself by sitting in lane.
Well, there's not much to do in the empty jungle at this point, so if you can stack that up a little bit, well, that's probably not the move you want to do. Net Toilet face checks and goes down for the first blood.
Yeah, that is definitely not the move you want to do. And right now, G2, they are on the hunt. They're walking into the side of Rebirth's jungle. And this could be very dangerous for Mr. K-Cool.
Yeah, but Mr. K-Cool finishes up. Now Dingo is going to be there. And do we have another Afterburn? It's 9 seconds out. So Mr. K-Cool, it's all about Dingo right now. Oh, the stun didn't land on Fortress. It actually went onto the Potato.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a mistake. However, I believe Net Toilet thought that Dark Potato's Afterburn was coming up. It still had 3 more seconds. So I do believe Mr. K-Cool could get away.
Yeah, it was a good assumption. I might have actually done the same thing, and I'm sure many players there would have as well. But that's an early lead now for G2 Kingwin. They've been able to invade. They've been able to push out a little bit here, not only in the jungle, but now with the kills. And, well, a small amount of gold to their name. But it's more about just the satisfaction of picking up those early kills.
Yeah, and the big thing here is that they were able to get those scout traps into the deep parts of Rebirth's jungle. The thing they did so well last game, the thing that let them get such a large lead, they're able to keep tabs on every single member of Rebirth.
Yep, absolutely. Map control does go a long way when you're into the fold. That's not quite the stun we're looking for from the Potato, but it is going to bring Great Khali to his knees, and Net Toilet, unfortunately, just not able to return that damage. Dark Potato will go home and survive through this one.
Yeah, so that accounts for a little bit of greed from the side of Great Khali. He used the Rocket Leap to clear minions. Definitely not something you want to do. Yeah. It basically said, I'm here, come gank me. Dark Potato said, okay, 3 kills, I'll take it.
Yeah, 3-0 because of it, and 300 gold or so. The little things are starting to add up, and at the same time, Glaive now goes off and clears off his own jungle. Now, early game, we did pick up light shields, not only from Dingo, but Dark Potato as well. They want to be invading. They want to try to bring down what's actually looking like, I figured that would be a Crystal Power Khali for some strange reason.
No, he's actually going weapon route on that jewel.
It's been too long since the draft phase.
No jewels for you. All right, so no big red buttons, big blue buttons, as the case may be. However, the Thunder Strikes will be absolutely terrifying. If he gets a little bit of crit, if he gets some Star Blades, he will be hurting a lot.
Yeah, but again, so going back to the shields, they want to do this. They want to come find Mr. K-Cool, because those shields are going to go a long way to keeping these guys up. And the Potato with the Afterburn, he's going to run from this one. Great Khali, can he actually get down? No! The rain in Spain does not fall on the plane, and well, all right, Net Toilet will actually still make it happen, but what a really nice dodge from Glaive.
Yeah, such a good juke coming out from Dark Potato. It just wasn't enough. Net Toilet follows up with the Merciless Pursuit, gets the kill for his team, but this is making Mr. K-Cool fall a little bit behind.
All right, mining has begun at the 4-minute mark. Redix, you cannot go home, not if you're going to be that beyond with your back. So Great Khali, he's going to interrupt that. In terms of the farm, it's 32-35. We only got that crystal bit there from Redix, and if he wants to actually go home, he's going to have to go back a little bit farther. Net Toilet is just waiting for him to sit down.
Yeah, one of the very dangerous things of this game, though, is Great Khali on that jewel. He's going to have a lot of defense against the weapon.
They're going for it.
Oh.
Or not.
Okay.
You got all the way there and decided nope. It was definitely a nice shock tactic.
Yeah, that was very exciting, I guess.
Give him half points, all right. Potato and Dingo are now going to be here, and Redix just saying, cool man, sunglasses, it's all good. 4 kills to 1 for their trouble, and about 1,000 gold between him. Great Khali is going to be the one to get jumped, but it's not the end of the world for damage. We are now popping out some of these scout traps and a minion mine.
Yeah, one of the very dangerous things, though, is Dark Potato is level 6 on that Glaive. He's going to be a huge threat in the jungle of Rebirth. If Dingo and Dark Potato go in together, they're going to be able to completely punish Net Toilet and Mr. K-Cool.
Well, I have to see if that will come to bear. Level 6 is a really good power spike there as well. So, I mean, just go for any fight at this point. You might be a level 4 Dingo, but with that Bloodsong, especially if it crits, you can really have some fun times.
Right, and he is going for that tension bow on that glaive. It's going to be incredibly powerful. He's picking up a little more farm for himself at 33 CS. Mr. Keiko is actually hanging very close at 29. But looking at the lane, things are fairly even. There's no team getting a huge lead, but right now the vision is still on the side of G2.
Yeah, 51 to the 48. It's definitely not a big rift. And now Dark Potatoes here. He might be looking for that engage, but Grey Kelly will have the rocket lead ready to go. Net Toilette, though, he's going to set up one stun into two. And Redix, unfortunately, just not going down as fast as they really want him to. Look at that afterburn, though. The afterburn brought Grey Kelly into range for the kill. Dark Potato not doing his team any justice there, but it is going to be a 1-1 when the smoke settles.
Yeah, so that works out pretty well for both sides. Neither team is going to get much of an advantage off this. They're just going to both retreat, pick up some farm in their jungles, and farm out the lane a little bit.
Well, +1 armor there to Net Toilette there as well, as Dingo did leap forward. Mr. Keiko is going to be here as well. If we can freeze this lane, we're not too far off from Grey Kelly coming back into this, and you can see both of the weapon damage on Dark Potato and Grey Kelly are looking very similar.
Yeah, however, Dark Potato, he is going to be going for that tension bow. He's going to have a huge amount of burst early on in the game, but Grey Kelly, he's going for the Star Blade. He's going to be hurting really, really hard come mid to late game.
There's your tension bow, 6 minutes in or so. Dark Potato with 2 kills and 40 farm gets it in, well, not a record time, but definitely very respectable.
Yeah, one of the things to watch out for is Dingo. He does have that Crucible already, and that's going to prevent a lot of the power coming out from the side of Rebirth.
Dark Potato gets a stun for his trouble, but nothing really else going to go back and forth. Redix is not quite there for his damage. Doesn't have that tier 3 yet, but how much gold is he at? Is he sitting on about 700 or so?
Yeah, Redix right now, he's getting jumped on once again.
Oh, the blocks. That was a really good set of blocks right there. As you said, that Crucible, big red button says, no, you're not going anywhere. And now Dingo could actually be in trouble as well, but he will survive through this one. And now Glaive, will he come up for an attempt at a cleanup?
Yeah,
he will.
Goes in, but he's just running out of there. There's no reason to stick around. He does have a tension mode, drops a little bit of damage on the side of Rebirth, but just books it out of there.
Peekaboo, run away. Good strat right there. 5-3 for the kills, and again, you know, Kingwin, just like last round, they are slightly winning in terms of the gold count, but now with this gold mine coming in, unless this is going to be a steal, Net Toilette just uses that. Merciless says no, and they will actually secure it. 244 gold for their troubles, but now we do have the 3-man here. The puppies are popped, and Net Toilette has no energy and no life as we get that kill for the Dark Potato, and the puppies again are just going to be showing us where to go. They get the vision. Mr. Keiko is going to start burning down a little bit. Dark Potato's at 13 seconds or so, but they don't need the afterburn. They can chase them down, and they get themselves a 2-0 for their trouble.
Yeah, Grey Kelly does make his way out of there. He might not be set out by any of these scout traps, so he is able to make it into the G2 jungle. However, the scout trap spots him doing the camps.
Yeah, but unfortunately, there's just nobody really here to punish him about it. So I think Rebirth Vampire is doing the minion mine at this point. Or at least they're posturing out and about. Yeah, they do actually pick it up, and Grey Kelly comes back to lane, jumps on top of Redix. Redix is rude, but other than that, nothing really else is going to be happening. Redix has no energy at this point, so he's probably going to have to back up.
Yep. Just as you called, backs up right then and there. Grey Kelly is just going to farm out this lane. He's very, very happy with himself. 71 CS to his name, beating Redix just by a little bit. But in the jungle, Mr. Keiko is definitely falling behind Dark Potato.
Just a bit. Dark Potato is now level 9. He is going to find the K-Cool here. Jeez, look at the damage, and you just really can't do anything about that K-Cool. So he's going to now back up. Net Toilette gets +1. I don't think we're going to be re-engaging on this. I just don't think Mr. Keiko has the hit points.
Yeah, Mr. Keiko needs to get out of there. However, he is a dodger. He can heal himself up fairly effectively, and Grey Kelly right now is punching pretty hard.
Yeah, but Redix is also back here as well, and he does have double that damage, and Mr. Keiko, he gets jumped on. Dark Potato can't seem to get it. The big red button nearly brings Redix down. We need another hit, but it doesn't matter. Mr. Keiko from afar actually takes home the glaive before the Grey Kelly falls, and well, Redix, I still wouldn't stick around here. He is on the sliver health.
Yeah, Grey Kelly wants to go, and he has to jump up. Will he go for Dingo? Dingo goes down, and right here, Redix is on the run. He cannot defend his turret. Net Toilette is tanking it up.
My Mr. Keiko just boots forward. He doesn't have it. That would have just been a great kill. But regardless, Redix, forced out, real low, isn't really able to contribute too much by the end of all that, and they lose out a turret. So this will put Rebirth Vampire firmly in the gold game.
And that was very, very unexpected. I thought G2 had that fight. They had so many members of Rebirth caught out. Mr. Keiko was so incredibly low, but Grey Kelly, he jumps in, he takes out Redix. Dark Potato once again knocks, Great Khali into Redix, and Great Khali just finishes them off with Thunderstrike.
Gotta stop doing that there, Potato. It's just not doing your team any favors. But still, the farm has really paid off. I mean, we have a Shatterglass to go with a Sorrow Blade there for Rebirth of Empire. At the same time, Redix, again, like, he has double the hit prisms. He has an Eclipse there on top of it as well. Would that be enough? Well, not quite. Great Khali saying not today. He's going to leap away. Now here's the rest of the team as well. They might still go for his re-engages. No sign of Fortress.
Yeah, Dr. Potato might not want to stick around, though, with the Adagio and the entire team of Rebirth hiding in that bush. This is definitely not a fight they want to take.
Well, the Hellfire to stomp it off, and again, Dark Potato goes in. They try to combo down the damage, but it's just not enough. We get a heal there for the Great Khali, and the puppies themselves are just going to be martyrs here for this one. Both teams are going to bounce with no kills.
And right now, you see the problem with the Crystal Ringo. He just doesn't have the sustained damage to deal with Style Rebirth. The Adagio heals coming out are just absolutely ridiculous. He heals up all the damage that Redix is trying to do.
Oh, but they do bring Great Khali into the back. Finally, this time, Redix will take him down. The Potato will actually live through it. Well, I say that he's burning. Nope, he's going to be fine. They will get a 1-0 for their trade.
All right, so that worked out pretty well for us at G2, but they still have to run. Mr. Keiko is on the chase.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Now, they're going to find Dingo, but Dingo at this point, full health. Redix there has that reflex. He's not going to take really too much damage out of it, and Dingo only comes down half. So it's not the end of the world. G2 Kinguin will survive through that one and still take home the favorable trade.
Yeah, and Great Khali right now sitting on 102 CS, definitely the highest in the game by quite a bit of a margin. However, Mr. Keiko still falling behind Dark Potato, but doesn't really matter because what he's trying to do is keep Great Khali alive, who is doing all the damage.
And that's why you see Hourglass coming out, so we're very likely to see a chronograph in the future.
Yeah, right now, Great Khali going for that crit. It's going to be great. The chronograph going to so a little more cooldown. Make sure he gets those buffs out. Make sure he has the heals. Make sure he has the Agent of Wrath. And Net Toilet with the Warhorn actually makes it very easy for Rebirth to both disengage and engage.
Yeah, we saw that last time. Good block right there. No stun. Net Toilet, though, is a little bit low on energy, so I'm not entirely too sure we should be fighting this at this point. We did get an Achilles shot on top of the K-Cool, but he will survive. And looks like, again, teams are just going to bounce. They're posturing and they're looking, but so far, nobody's finding purchase for a team fight.
Rebirth of Empire definitely wants to go for this gold mine right now. They do start it up. Will G2 contest?
It's basically full. It's going to be the full 300, which is the 900 added to that value. Now you can see Dark Potato. He's looking for that invade, but nope, just gets denied. It is going to be the 300 full, and Catherine able to pick that one up. Get away from the cool. Now the hit Net Toilet there as well. And as you said, the heal does a lot of work, but that's now the flare, and I don't think we have the hit points here from Rebirth, but they're going to jump in anyways. Now it's going to be Glaive. He's looking for it. Mr. Keiko so far from the team. He used up first. He thought he was going to be the target of that Glaive, and so far it's a trade out 1-1 to Keiko. Can they bring down Dingo? One more hit. Great Khali will get it, and the crit, the 400 crit will make him an ace. And Great Khali, the sole survivor of the fight, will continue on.
And the heavy playing perk of Great Khali, just so effective. You saw him every single time Dark Potato was going for a hit on him. He turned around, blocked some of the damage, and it was just so effective in that 1v1 melee fight. Great Khali comes out on top.
Crits. All right, not quite the 50% mark, but still that turret is just no longer there. And that one crit was the entire reason that Dark Potato didn't get that fight.
Yeah, and Dark Potato must be a little bit sad about that one, but they cannot fall back. They are down a little bit, but they can still make these fights turn in their favor. They had such a good engage. However, Mr. Keiko was able to heal Great Khali one last time and keep him alive.
Now, had the verse actually landed on top of anybody, it could have been an overwhelming victory there for Rebirth of Empire. But at that time, the Dark Potato went in, we used the verse, and then the team just kind of split. Great Khali just making these plays happen. It was rather good to see.
Yeah, very nice Crucible coming out. Dark Potato makes his way out with the Aftermath. However, Rebirth of Empire is looking for an engage.
Oh man, again the crits. Redix, again another one. This double stun, he's not going to be a part of this one.
And that is just absolutely ridiculous coming out from Great Khali, doing so much damage. Redix stood no chance. He took 3 hits, 3 Thunder Strikes, and he went down.
Three Thunder Strikes and a Goomba Stomp. Yeah. That was it. He was just putting on the floor. 10 seconds left. There's going to be a minion mine steal now coming in. Mr. Keiko is the target. Dark Potatoes are actually putting out some really good damage, but he's going to use the Afterburn to run off of this one. Do we get a big red button looking for it? That's going to be the block, and it is going to be a big red, but no, it's just so very far away from Dark Potato.
And right now, this is the problem with G2's team composition. The Adagio is just countering them so well. Glaive jumps in, Fortress jumps in, the slow comes out, the Verse of Judgment comes out, and with the Ringo poking down at Great Khali, it's just not enough. The lift of fire heals are just far too powerful.
Yeah, and he called it. I mean, Adagio with those heals, Hellfire is great and all, the Achilles shot is cool, but when you have a Mr. K cool with the Shatter Glass and now going for those for that next chronograph, it's really hard to kind of deal with that.
Yeah, right now we do see Rebirth of Empire. They do pick up the gold mine. 2 seconds for the Kraken. Let's see if they go for anything here.
Really well timed on their part, so they pick up as much gold as they can coming into this next phase. About 3,000 or so between the teams. Redix is, well, he's not the one actually getting caught. The puppies are coming out. The Hellfire lands on Great Khali, and now he's not actually looking so healthy anymore, but still, we got the heals, the fountain. You can see that Twilight just keeping Redix out of this one, but we've lost the Great Khali. Mr. Keiko's doing a 2v1, and he's just not going to win that one, but Net Twilight will finally take home Redix. The big question is, can he live for another 20 seconds?
And a great engage coming out from the side of G2. They get the Hellfire Brew down. They get all the damage they want onto Great Khali and take him out.
The Potato, yeah, he has that afterburn. He gets right back into this one. Now it's a 2v1 situation. The Storm Guard, he's going to be bringing down Dark Potato. There's the stun. 1, 2. Can he get it? He will. He will take home the kill, but 3 more seconds. Net Twilight needs to live. There is no ace available now for G2 Kingwood, and Net Twilight won't even drop.
Net Twilight, the Storm Guard, the second ability of Catherine, just so powerful. Dark Potato thought he had him caught out. But Net Toilet, he knew he could turn it around.
Poor Glaive, he's just not been having the best of days. He is 5-4 and 5 for his trouble, but some of these kills upon him have just really shown us that Glaive's not the end-all answer to all this.
Yeah, right now, Glaive, he knocks anyone into his team, and it just doesn't fare so well. Great Khali gets knocked in, he explodes Redix. Great Mr. Keiko jumps in, he explodes Redix. Redix is not having a good time here.
I'm seeing a pattern here, but with the Kraken Unleashed, Rebirth of Empire, how many of those infusions do we got? Triple crystal across the board. We refreshed the weapon there for Great Khali. He just picked it up right now. And I mean, still, with those crits coming down, are we pushing into almost the 500 mark now?
Yeah, the most important thing in this impending fight is that Dingo has to block the silence. The Crucible is so crucial at this point.
All right, Dark Potato perhaps posturing, looking for it. That's going to be the Blast Tremor. Redix again is a big target. Mr. Keiko getting into the middle of it. One stun. He stunned Great Khali again, and that's a big kill right there. The heals in the fountains are keeping him alive, and Mr. Keiko's now down, but it's going to be Net Toilet once more living through this. It's actually the better trade for G2 Kingwood, but we get the stun. Can he actually pick up Dingo? The afterburns knockback will keep the pup alive, but the Kraken is moving on. Will it actually pick up one more turret?
I believe it will. I don't think Glaive has the damage to take this down. Net Toilet, he might give his life for this turret, and I think it'll be completely worth it.
Well, the turret's down under half, and that Kraken is still fairly healthy, and he looks like they will secure at least one. A little bit more damage, I think, to the second. This actually, no.
He gets it. It gets it.
The shoulder swing and the momentum. Thought maybe he could actually take a swing to the other one, but Dark Potato and those crits really do bring Kraken's down fast.
Yeah, and right there you saw the exact power that Dingo brought to the table. The Crucible blocked the entire blaster. The science did not come out, and G2 Kingwood capitalized.
Yeah, they got the better of the trades, although they did lose out 2 turrets. So, you know, that being said, 2 kills to 1 and 2 turrets, but they balance it out with the Kraken. I'm rather curious who came out on top gold-wise.
I do think Rebirth of Empire comes out regardless on top because they did take some vision off of G2. Those turrets are so important. They need to be able to fall back. And right now, Rebirth of Empire, they're just going to march across the map.
And if Rebirth get one more team fight as well, I mean, their infrastructure is actually rather solid. They haven't lost a turret yet. All of their turrets are still standing. Yeah. So even if they lose out a fight, you could take, what, 1, 2, maybe 3 turrets at best. They still have a second chance. At this point in the game, G2 Kingwood, if they lose out a 2-to-1 fight, even if they get aced, that's it. They're done.
Yep, and that's something they definitely have to have on their minds. Redix, he does have a metal jacket, so a lot of defensive stats coming out. Mr. Keiko not doing too much crystal damage, so Great Khali is the primary focus.
As he should be. I mean, the Great Khali is sitting at 7, 5, and 4, but it's been the crits, those big numbers that have really turned the tide of battle.
Yeah, this is something we have seen time and time again. Whenever he does get those crits, it just absolutely devastates the side of G2. Against Dark Potato, he can take him one-on-one. Against Redix, he can absolutely decimate him. And Dingo is going to be the sole defense.
All right, Mr. Keiko, you're in the middle of it all. The Verse gets at least one stun. Dark Potato dropping low. Redix as well. He gets annihilated, and the Potato's on the run. Dingo's going to try chase out the other way, so there's no ace available. But again, if they lose out these fights, we could rush down the Vein Crystal and look for the 2-0.
Yeah, I wonder if Rebirth Rebirth of Empire is going to go for the game-ending push right here. They are not even waiting for their minions. They're taking out G2's wave, and they might go for the game right here.
Well, they got 20 seconds to kind of capitalize on this one. Dingo did back. He is now here, but oh, he's going to jump Mr. Keiko. We do got some scout traps out and about as well. Mr. Keiko is going to be a great Kali. Does get punted out. He's going to drop, and I don't think Netwilla can finish this.
Yeah, I think this might have been a huge mistake coming out from Rebirth. They do get the turret, but they are giving up a lot of gold back to the side of G2.
Merciless, Warhorn, Boots. He just got to get out of there, Netwilla, but he just is not going to have it. He will eventually drop, and that will be now, I feel like, the first ace that Kinguin had picked up this match.
Yeah, Kinguin still have the kill advantage, but they are falling behind in gold. They are down to their Vein Crystal. They have no turrets remaining. And Rebirth Empire, they might lose a Kraken right here, but I don't know how far G2 can push.
I still think that the better move is to take the Kraken. Even if you can't get too far with it, it's a denial for another 3 minutes of life here into this matchup, because if they go for this push and they themselves lose out, they're done. If they get Kraken, they're done. So they have to go for this.
Right, and right here we do see G2 will easily pick up this Kraken. They do take down a turret, and let's see, will it go for a push, or are they just going to go try to defend a little bit more?
There's something the camera pointed out to me right there. There are so many scout traps on the way to G2 Kinguin's base. Look at it, like just through that jungle path. Like if you go right up through those bushes into lane, you're going to trap over 3, 4, 5, perhaps even 6 scout traps.
Right, and that is absolutely what they need. If Rebirth of Empire, any of their members sneak past, they can easily end the game. Well, maybe not Netwilla, but the other two definitely.
Yeah, this is a bit more of a backdoor countermeasure. There was a game in NA that came down to 1 scout trap, so we'll have to see if it works out here. We're going for the fight. G2 are not going to get to push with this Kraken unless they win this, but Redix is done. He gets Goombas done. Great Khalid is going to take the Bark Potato down, and Dingo is just going to be just left to his own devices. The Kraken will not take down 4 turrets, and there's nothing to stop Rebirth from marching in.
And that was such a good mind game coming out from Net Toilet. That merciless pursuit, he held on to it. He waited. Redix burned his reflex block. He waited. He hit him with the stun, and that was game.
Come on, Dingo just wanted to dance with you guys. You saw him. He wanted to play fetch. All right, fine. He's done. And, well, there's just not much Dingo could have done at all. But now it is going to be the number 6 seed in European fashion, at least according to the Autumn Championships. We'll take it over the number 3, and this is our first upset of the Winter Championships.
And that was such a good set coming out from Rebirth of Empire. They played such innovative team compositions. I'm very excited to see what they do next.
The gold was absolutely astounding as well. Over 10,000 gold to Great Kali. Even though he had 8 kills, 6 deaths on top of it, but he was by far the richest player in that matchup.
Yeah, that was a fantastically played set by both teams. G2, they had their moments. They definitely shined in the first game. They were doing very well in the second. Their vision control, immaculate. But Rebirth of Empire just came out 1 step ahead.
Yeah, and game number 1, they kind of went back and forth. They finally got an edge into the end of it. They take the win. This time looked much more solid. I don't think there was any point really past the 4 or 5 minute mark that they were really losing.
Yeah, there were a few times they were, Kyle. They did lose a couple of fights, but it didn't matter. They were able to advance the lead. They were able to push into the side of G2, and they were able to capitalize over and over and over on the missed positions.
So I got to say, Mr. K, cool. A lot of people are saying, you know, he joined this team. He's a recent addition. He's a young player. But there's something about young players in Vainglory that just happens to be really, really good.
Yeah, and that was so well played by the entire squad. I just got to say, the team composition they pulled out just did so well against what G2 had prepared. They brought out the Glaive, they brought out Ringo, but it didn't matter. The team synergy coming out from Rebirth of Empire was perfect.
Absolutely. So the younger team, they're synergized. They're here to win, and you know, soon enough, who knows? Like we saw this back at Autumn. The number 8 seed went all the way to finals. There is a lot of talk about Rebirth of Empire and a few other favorites to reach that final spot. We'll have to keep an eye on them tomorrow because we are done here from the desk. We're going back to the analysts one last time to wrap up.
Thank you very much, Forecourt Chester. We finally have a lower seed. It was still a 2-game sweep. I thought we were going to finally get a 3rd game, but we do have an underdog taking this today. We talked about these players and what a performance out of this one. The first thing that I think you noticed first was rushing tier 2 boots on that Jewel and the way the Jewel played throughout this game.
Yeah, I think that was really important, especially with Ringo. He's got that Achilles heel. He's got the kind of the twirling silver. He's got these gap clothers that's really difficult for Jill. He's quite a clunky hero, and I think she really needed those travel bits quite early on to try and escape from Redix's poke.
Yeah, and let's take a look at those items as we go to Rome here. One thing Rome really noticed, Dingo, or Dark Potato rather, some of those punts putting Redix at risk as opposed to using them for the peel. It was a difficult run there.
Yeah, and this all comes down to communication and the synergy that they have between the team. But moving forward into day 2 tomorrow, I think this is something that the teams will be addressing for both the G2 squads. But something I really want to highlight here is after speaking to the Rebirth of Empire team today, previously, and like something that they really pointed out was we do not put that too much thought into their drafting phase. We do not talk about our opponents. What we like to do is plan very situationally, and this is exactly what they did. For both of these matches, they ran compositions that are fairly unorthodox and executed out really well. It all comes down to their trust in each other and how they were communicating and the synergy between all 3 of them.
And Net Toilette made some plays there toward the end. It was fun to watch.
Yeah, and hopefully, like looking at this, like it really opens up your eye in terms of how to pick and build a composition, and overall, like it's just understanding the overall flow of the game and exactly when the power spikes are and what kind of kits you want to actually form together.
I think in a moment we'll be able to take a look at some highlights of that match, and while we're getting that ready, what else stood out to you as this Rebirth of Empire team now gets to move forward?
I wasn't actually expecting, I was a bit thrown by the composition. I was expecting them to play a Ringo or a Vox, but then, G2 got that. But I think they did a fantastic job. Great Khali was really on point with those kind of rocket leaps and the thunder strikes. It was chunking off their damage, like chunking off their health.
Oh, that's absolutely right. Let's take a look at those highlights. And boy, oh boy, when Jewel builds weapon and those thunder strikes are basically the ult, it's pretty scary, Rome.
And yeah, what we noticed a couple times here was pretty much like Redix, and I was never too much of a big fan, especially with Crystal Ringo, due to the fact that you're almost like a one-trick pony where you have to stay really far back, and this is not. I feel like this is not something that Ringo is especially efficient at. There are a couple times where if you're able to sync up a bunch of abilities in terms of grabbing that burst damage down at the same time, that the Crystal Ringo really works. But in this scenario, like they never had that extra damage output. And pretty much, yeah, like Shinyi said, the Thunder Strikes coming out of that Jewel was always on point. And after grabbing that buff coming out of Adagio, it was so detrimental.
Okay, so with that, Shinyi, who is your Amazon Coins MVP for this very fun series?
That'd be Great Khali for me.
Great Khali. Tell me about why.
Well, we said before, his Thunder Strikes were doing a lot of damage, had very high damage output. And, especially in a Duo versus Ringo situation, you wouldn't expect the Duo to be coming out top, but he was. And he was consistently ahead in farm by Redix by 10, 20 throughout the whole game, which I think was quite impressive.
Yeah, it really was. Rome, any thoughts on the performance of Great Khali throughout the 2 games today?
It was just overall like the positioning. Like he was never afraid to actually rock a leap right into the middle of that team fight. And although Redix did an excellent job in terms of grabbing that reflex block and making sure that he wasn't able to get stunned all the time, the follow-up coming out of the Rebirth of Empire team was always on point. Especially coming out of Mr. K. Cool, he was always there positioning himself into the back so that as long as he doesn't take too much damage from his team, the heals and the buffs coming out of them was such a threat to the opponent.
All right, so I believe DJ Sam's, he is there with a player from Rebirth of Empire. I think it's the youngest one. He played very well today, DJ Sam's.
Okay, thank you, Playoff Beard. I'm here with Mr. K. Cool. I hear the hashtag Dingo Save the Ringo. What do you think about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, it was really difficult in the second game. We were trying to dive onto Ridix because he was sort of squishy, and if he got his ult off, we'd kind of get deleted. And with the reflex blocks and the crucibles, it was really hard to land all the stuns onto Ridix. And Dingo was doing a superb job of like getting all the blocks in and trying to knock us away and just basically be really irritating and knock us back and stuff like that. And yeah, basically, yeah.
Brilliant. Now, I want to talk about your first match. Taka Rome, we haven't seen very much about that. Can you tell me the strengths of taking a Rome like Taka?
So we chose to take Taka Rome because we were facing a really high power weapon power carry in the first game, and the strength of Taka is with his B, his box, he can turn invisible and then weave through the battlefield and get right onto the carry, so he can Atlas from out of nowhere, which means it's impossible to block, so you're guaranteed to get the Atlas off.
Brilliant. Now we know the analysts' MVP. I want to know your MVP of the match.
Well, I think from our point of view, it has to be Great Khali, because in the first game, we weren't doing too well. We were losing a lot of fights, and his positioning in all the games had to be completely perfect so that we could delete one of the enemy carries, Vox in the first game, Ringo in the second game, and that takes a lot of skill to do. You know, in most of those games, I was sort of just trying to distract people and buff him, basically, so I think Great Khali was the MVP there.
Brilliant. That's Mr. K Cool from Rebirth of Empire. Back to you, Playoff Beard.
Thank you very much, DJ Samps. Amazing. So young, so well-spoken, and the mechanics, Rome, are just out of this world.
Yeah, and I wish when I was 13 I had that that composure and that poise to actually stand up in front of such a live audience and just play my mind out.
Yeah, so having watched this team now in these two very close, hotly contested games, what do you think you've learned that they'll be able to take forward from here?
I've actually been very impressed by their Rebirth's play. I wasn't expecting them to have such a strong performance so early on. I think they're definitely be a team to watch. It's, you know, they're a hot contender for the semi-finals, I think.
Okay, and overall, you know, what team maybe stood out the most to you today?
I think I was most surprised by Rebirth of Empire, but I'm still very impressed with Team Secrets.
Okay, so this is only day one. Let's take a look at where we stand right now. We have 2 more days of action. Tomorrow is Elimination Day. You saw a lot of dominant performances today. The problem is those teams are now going to have to run straight headlong into each other. First up, we have SK Prometheus, #1 seed, second qualifier winner against Rebirth of Empire, the team you just saw. That is, Rome, that is really interesting now, having just watched Rebirth of Empire, thinking them going into that very conservative, very calculated, super smart Prometheus team.
Yeah, and the contrast between these two teams is actually quite one of the highlights that we're going to be able to view tomorrow, due to the fact that SK Prometheus is one of those rock-solid teams in terms of everything they do, their efficiency throughout the entire match from start to finish. Whereas Rebirth of Empire, these guys are very agile, I would have to say. They're approaching the game from a lot of different aspects, and this is all based on like the quick understanding, the knowledge, and the overall natural talent.
All right, and then we're going to have the Autumn Champions, Team Secret, taking on Snow Tsunami, another team that looked very strong today.
It does me a bit of a grudge match, because if I remember this correctly, in Qualifier 1, Team Secret or against Snow Tsunami in the finals, and they actually, you know, Team Secret swept it, you know, 3-0, very strong performance. And in the autumn finals, you know, they were against Snow as well, and of course they dominated. So I think that this, hopefully Snow Tsunami has something up their sleeve to counter Team Secret.
Yeah, and Snow Tsunami, though, they have a win or two over Team Secret, so they've shown that they can do it as well. But Team Secret, boy, they looked so strong today, absolutely dominant. That'll be an exciting team to watch. Over in the elimination bracket now, these are the matches where if the team loses, their tournament is over. It will be the 8th seed Angry Pandas taking on the #3 seed G2 Kingwin, the team that you just watched. And Rome, I have to think that G2 Kingwin, they're going to want to make a statement there. It was very close, and they're going to want to take that one home.
Yeah, and I think with the G2 squad is that they do have a lot of practice time tonight, and where they actually have to pretty much sit back and making sure that they get all the priorities straight in terms of grabbing those draft picks and making sure that the communication between the team is always transparent.
And lastly, G2 Kingwin 2 has to defeat Snow Avalanche or vice versa. The team that loses that match will be out of the tournament. Initial thoughts on those two teams going into each other?
I think G2 Kingwin 2 is a very strong team. The one with Majestic and Pips are a very strong combination. Avalanche, however, you know, I said before, I don't think they are the stronger Snow team here. So I would think G2 Kingwin 2 had a very good chance of making it through.
Yeah, that's a very interesting matchup. Two teams that could definitely win there, and it's going to be, you know, one of those big players. We're either going to be talking about Majestic or Tezuki-san. Maybe it's going to be Look at Me on the other side. That'll be an exciting one. Or I'm sorry, not Look at Me, but Bashin on the other side. So that is going to be an exciting one to see. Now, make sure you come back tomorrow. The time is different. Tomorrow, it is 1 GMT or 13 GMT, 6 a.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. So if you're over stateside, have breakfast with Vainglory. Over here, it's a perfect time. And historically, day 2, Elimination Day, this is when all of the fireworks happen. You have the winners slamming into each other, and the matches are just incredible. The base races are everywhere. So make sure you tune in tomorrow. But until then, for the amazing broadcast team here at the desk and for all of the casters, thank you so much for watching. Thank you to our sponsors, Amazon Coins and NVIDIA Shield, that K1 tablet. Make sure you come back tomorrow, 13 GMT. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.